So the question everybody wants to know is, when will we get our next great American star who wins the MVP in the NBA? And I think that guy plays in our city.
Oh, you think it's going to be?
I think it's Cade, whatever his middle name is, Cunningham. I don't know his middle name.
Are we even sure Cade is his first name?
That's a good point.
Yes.
Maybe Cade's his middle
name. Could
name.
be Francis.
Shout out Francis Dingler this morning. Cade, worth pointing out, finished top 10 in the MVP voting this season.
Yep.
Finished 7th. The players ahead of him, SGA, Canadian, Jokic, Serbian, Giannis, Greek, Tatum, Achilles issue. We don't know. He won't be the MVP next year. We don't know how it's going to impact his career. Donovan Mitchell, who I think will have a shot. LeBron is near the end of his career. And then Cade and Ant are in that same category, tied for 7th. Cade's in the short list. I don't feel like I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting to suggest that a player who had his breakout season all-star appearance is only going to get better and be in this conversation. He's the next guy to do it, right?
I think it will be, if American is going to win it, I don't think we're ever going to see LeBron win it again. It's probably going to be between the Ant-Man and Cade. And who was the other one that you had mentioned? I'm drawing a blank right
Donovan
now.
Mitchell finished with more votes. But I do wonder how much of these playoff chokes are going to get held against the Cavs moving forward.
Sure. It's always a possibility. But I think it's probably going to be between those two guys, Cade and Ant.
Yeah.
And it's some of it might be depending on what the Ant-Man does through the rest of the playoffs. Because not a great performance in game one doesn't mean he can't have more MVP-type performances throughout the course of the playoffs. But if he were to win it this year, not the MVP, but the titles, you're looking at a guy that's going to be the face of the NBA.
Yeah. Hard to overcome.
There are a lot of perceptions that are hard to overcome.
But I don't think they're winning it this year.
And so I still thought this year that Nikola Jokic should have won it.
Okay.
There might have been some Jokic fatigue because it's 3 of the last 4 and he's just been dominant. His numbers this year were better than they have been, and he didn't win it. So it's a lot of it has to do with the perception of the team you're on, how good your team is, right or wrong. That's a part of it. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I don't want to take away from anything he did. He had an MVP caliber season, and obviously he ended up winning the MVP. But a lot of it has to do with the success of your team as well. But you also think one leads to the other. An MVP performance would lead to a team having a great season.
Well, I think a lot of this, too, is like Cade is the face of the Pistons, and the Pistons' resurgence is credited to Cade's ascent. Yes. So most valuable, the literal definition of the award, Cade's going to have a great argument. I mean, he's coming off a season where he scored 26 points, 9 assists per game, 6 rebounds per game. He takes even a half step up. He's flirting with 30, 10, and 6, 7. I mean, he's a guy who will be putting up MVP numbers on a team that should only be better next season. He was 7th this year in the MVP. I expect Cade Cunningham to be top 5 in the MVP voting as soon as next season.
There's a lot of reasons why they went from 14 wins to 44 wins. All right, there's a lot of reasons. But then you fast forward and you think, okay, what is it going to take for this team to get to the next level? It's going to be another level by Cade Cunningham. So he'll be in that conversation. So what can they do between now and next year? Can they go from 44 wins to 55 wins?
North of 50, I think you get a real shot to win the MVP.
Yeah. And so that's where that's the target I would hit or I would put out there for this team. Cade Cunningham is the face of the franchise last year, going from 14 to 44. If he can also be the face of the franchise, which he will have to be, to go from 44 to mid-50s or better,
sure.
Now all of a sudden a 2-year run like that, and you start to gain momentum and more votes working your way up that list.
Who is the next American to win the NBA MVP? 248-539-9797. I'll make a hell of a case that it's Cade. You want to throw Ant Edwards in the mix? I think he's deserving. Texter says, what about the guy who made the big shot last night, Tyrese Halliburton?
Was he on that list?
Did he receive MVP votes, you're asking? I believe he did. He did not.
Okay. So
someone who did, Jalen Brunson, also on the ticket text, says the New York media is going to push him, especially if they make the NBA Finals this year.
A lot of the end of this season will set guys up for success next year in regards to the perception and voters looking at it should only be what happens next year, but we're all human, right? Yeah. And we all have preconceived notions of what guys are supposed to be and what they do.
Only 2 players got first place votes this year, SGA and Jokic. Cade finished 7th. What do you guys think? Is he the next American to win the MVP? Any other Americans that finished with votes? Guys like Steph, but I think we're to the point where I don't think Steph's winning MVPs anymore. James Harden, same deal, not going to win MVPs anymore. Evan Mobley got a vote. I don't know his background. Is he American, Canadian? He's American. I suppose maybe. But does that work against Cleveland that they have 2 guys?
Split the vote?
Yeah.
You know, in a season like next year is a spot for him to win it, Cade, because when does Wemby's MVP start?
You're right.
You know, if he rounds into form here, next year should be a huge year for him. And even Cooper Flagg, if he actually turns into what people think they are, just the windows for Cade to win could be pretty small. I mean, he's gonna have that close to triple-double season.
Yeah,
and that's when he'll probably win it. People will respect that and recognize that.
Like, is it really out of the question the next 2-3 years the Pistons feel like they finally have a good operation and they're supporting him? Really out of the question that he flirts with a triple-double season and the Pistons win 55-plus games at some point the next couple years? Like, I think it's right there for him.
Mm-hmm. With the East opening, the Tatum injury, it's you could really see it happening. It's just he's going to have to pick the right year to do it, I think. Because I don't think Cade Cunningham will ever be the best player in the NBA. Is that going too far?
You said it kind of definitively. I don't think it's definitive.
Well, he could have... So is it the best player that always wins it?
No, that's why he's got to get the right year. That's kind of
it's going to have to be. So it most valuable player doesn't mean best player in the NBA. It's just most valuable to your team. And I think when you put a couple of seasons together and you have 30 more wins than you did the year before, and then all of a sudden, because that's to me is an easier jump than going from 44 to 55. That's tough to do.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to back up what he did this year. It's going to justify, and it's going to solidify that he is one of the top players in the NBA. And then if you put together a season where you're averaging a triple-double, then that is one of the great seasons.
Ticket Texture says, yes, my vote is for Cade Parker Cunningham. There's his middle name. Ticket Texture says, I think the makeup of the team will depend on if Cade wins an MVP or not. If Ivy has the ball a lot, it could take away some opportunities from Cade. Like, ultimately, we want them to win games, so if that's the trade-off, I'm cool with it. Texture says you have to average a triple-double to win the MVP in Detroit. The league will never give it to a guy in Detroit, Josh and Warren.
I don't subscribe to that. Maybe it takes more, but I think Cade could provide more.
Let's get to Frank in Rochester. Frank, good morning.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, so I actually just think that you guys are a little bit in the clouds of this conversation. When I'm looking at the league right now, this is a lot about the teams, the media, and the top player on the top team. We have Jalen Brunson. We have Cat in New York who are winning. They have a better chance already. We have Luka. You guys mentioned Wemby, Donovan Mitchell. These guys all have winning teams already around them. Jason Tatum, all of these guys. And I think Cade Cunningham is going to be top 10 for a very long time. And then the new wave of young kids is going to come by and sweep them up.
I'm not telling you he's winning it next year, right? Because I don't know that the Pistons are going to be a 1 or 2 seed next season. And I agree team success is a huge part of how they hand out this award.
That's his name that we didn't mention either, Luka Doncic. Yeah. In L.A., like, I think he's got a better chance of doing that than he ever had in Dallas.
But I want to push back on the narrative of where they play. The winner this year plays in Oklahoma City. Jokic plays in Denver, not L.A., New York, Boston. How about Giannis with a couple MVPs in Milwaukee? I don't think it's a requirement that you got to be playing in one of these big media markets. I think it's silly to suggest you can't win an MVP in Detroit.
No, yes, I agree that it can happen in Detroit. I just think it may take a little bit more.
All right. 2 Grand Slam, Heather's News, Dear John, all coming up. It's 97.1.
I know it doesn't feel like it, but summer is right around the corner. The unofficial start to summer is actually this weekend. Don't wait. Whatever it is that you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all of everything in stock, ready to do, and they take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system right now, and you can save up to $1,000. Call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. They also offer same-day service. So if you call before noon, they'll be there as you need them. Don't wait. Make the call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's in the news?
Well, some hammer-wielding thieves targeted some Pokemon cards at 2 Metro Detroit trading card shops, and they're on the loose. They have not been caught. So these 2 trading card shops, one is in Livonia, one is in Warren. They were hit by these thieves just days apart. The first occurred at RIW Hobbies and Gaming in Livonia last Friday. 2 masked individuals smashed through the front door and then specifically went for these Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Got away with thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards. And then there was another incident, not saying they're the same people, but very similar situation a few days later at Eternal Games in Warren. Same thing, front door smashed in, Pokemon cards stolen. And now the owners of both shops are hoping, obviously, the people responsible are found, right, and held responsible. And they're also stepping up their security. They're going to put in some more, alerts, probably cameras and things. But they don't feel, they feel very uneasy, right? Like, will these guys be back for more? Not only do we have to pay to fix everything, but now we're just
Extra
on
security
edge,
too.
right?
Yep.
On Monday, a road rage incident in Canton escalated to the point where a man allegedly pulled a gun on another driver. And now that man, a 52-year-old, is facing charges of carrying a concealed weapon and brandishing a firearm in public. Police say that this guy did not have a concealed pistols license that would allow him to carry a gun within reach in his vehicle. So he was arraigned on Wednesday, given a $5,000 bond. He's going to be back in court on May 30th. And now police are just reminding everyone, if you do encounter an aggressive driver, they say, avoid engaging or retaliating with this person. Do not make eye contact or respond to any insults or gestures. And if you feel like you're being followed, drive to a public area. A police station would be even better. Detroit police are looking for a woman who slashed another woman with a kitchen knife during a fight last month. Apparently, video of this altercation was posted on social media, and now there's a $2,000 reward being offered for any information leading to this woman's, I'm guessing, arrest and whereabouts. So if you know something, say something and get yourself some money while you're at it. On Tuesday, a federal judge dismissed a slew of Oxford shooting civil cases, basically cutting the hopes for families who were suing the school district. So the judge dismissed several civil lawsuits that were filed by multiple students who survived the shooting, also family members of some of the students who were killed, claiming that Oxford school officials could have prevented the attack. A Michigan mom's phone number ended up on a wall at Cedar Point, and now she's being flooded with prank calls and texts. And she's saying, enough is enough. I want this to stop. This woman, Ashley Roberts from Ypsilanti, says at first she thought the texts were kind of funny, right? This is kind of amusing.
Yeah.
But now that they're not stopping, she's kind of saying, okay, I think I might need to change my number.
How does it even happen? Like someone just wrote a random number? And it happened to be hers?
That's how, unless her children were there and thought, I don't know how her number got on the wall, but apparently it's people who are waiting for the Cedar Creek mine ride. See the number on the wall, just think, okay.
It's a great ride.
It's
classic.
Maybe she's shared some of these text messages. I think it'd be kind of...
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Me too. It'd be kind of interesting to find out. Hey, if you want to win $2,000 in our 2 Grand Slam, this is your chance to call 248-539-9797. This is interesting. A research team used some data from the CDC to look into sleep habits of people in 100 major cities. And then they put out a big list of the most sleep-deprived cities in America. And people are not sleepless in Seattle. In fact, people in Seattle are getting a lot of sleep.
You know what it is? It's that rain. It's just that
the gloom.
easy to sleep.
It is. Those are the best napping days. The gloomy, rainy days. Best time to take a nap.
Yeah, I know. I've been to Seattle a number of times.
It's
never rained.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess I've never been. I just assume it always rains.
I don't think I've been to Seattle. Maybe.
It's one of my favorite places to go.
Is it really?
It's also one of my
Needle?
favorite places to leave. No, I've never been up there, no.
You scared of heights or you just...
No, it's just, I've always been there for football. It's never been
got other priorities
on the
going
tour
on.
list, yeah.
But Detroit, you guys, were very sleepless.
Yeah.
Ranked number 3.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does it say
Norfolk,
what we average?
Virginia. No, I need more stats. And like, what were they looking at to say sleep deprived? Like, what metrics are they using?
But think hours of sleep.
I know, but what are they? I don't have
what
any
is
of
the
that. They
number?
just
Yeah.
said,
Who are the two ahead of
Norfolk,
us?
Virginia, number 1, and New Orleans, number 2, Detroit, number 3.
New Orleans.
Bronze
a lot
medal.
of reasons not to sleep in New Orleans.
Well, sure.
One more quick one.
Yeah,
Apparently, there's this new shoe trend. I have not seen this anywhere, but people are now wearing soccer cleats
Just
for
because?
everyday life. Yeah, there's a hashtag boots only summer, where people are just, it's like a viral sensation where people are just rocking soccer cleats all
But they're
day
not
long.
boots.
No, they're not. They're soccer shoes.
Soccer cleats.
Cleats.
They're
Yeah.
called boots.
Are they called
Oh, they're
boots?
called
Soccer
In-
players would call
yeah.
them.
In,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
football?
In, like, in
Oh,
Europe,
so
they're called
they
boots.
wear boots on the pitch.
Yes.
There you go.
You know, this isn't that different than Jim Harbaugh walking around in his cleats.
Have you ever walked
At
around in
football
cleats?
practice.
Yeah, but would you really
Not
put
walking around like the grocery
Hold on,
store.
would you
Allegedly at a recruit's house.
Would you really
Oh,
put
sure,
it past
yeah.
Jim
Would you
Harbaugh
spend the night, too?
to go grocery shopping in football cleats? I wouldn't put it
no.
past him.
No, I wouldn't. But
But it's odd if you're doing things that Jim Harbaugh would do, which is probably not a good sign for the trend.
They're hard to walk in.
Yes.
Yes.
They're
Uncomfortable.
very slippery on certain surfaces, so be
Yes.
careful out there.
Anyway, we got some money to give away.
Well, seems easy. 1 minute to win $2,000. 10 questions. Seems easy, but it's not. We'll see how our contestant does. You're going to get $25 right, or $25 when you answer one question correctly. If you got what I'm saying.
Yep.
$2,000 if you get them all right.
All right, Jacob in Garden City. Jacob, good morning.
Morning. How's it going?
Oh, we're
Good.
doing all right. Feeling lucky?
I feel lucky today. Let's do it.
You got
All right.
this.
All right, let's see how it goes. Jacob, your time is going to start when I read the first question. Here we go. Who do the Detroit Tigers play tonight?
The Tigers play the Indians tonight.
Where did Patrick Mahomes play in college?
Texas A&M.
Who is the head coach of the Wisconsin Badgers football team?
Ooh, pass.
Who played Sonny Weaver in the movie Draft Day?
Kevin Costner.
Who is the head coach of the New York Jets?
Aaron Glenn.
This band had the 2000 hit Renegades of Funk.
Pass.
Who do the Lions play in their only Monday night home game next season?
Tampa Bay.
What is the capital of the Netherlands?
Pass.
Sergei Bobrovsky is currently a goalie for this NHL team.
Florida Panthers.
This Detroit Tigers pitcher leads the team in wins this season.
Jackson Jobe.
Who is the head coach of the Wisconsin Badgers football team?
Pass.
So we got to get a quick rules ruling on number one. He said
You said the
Indians.
Indians, they play the Guardians. What's the ruling back
I mean,
there?
precedent, this has been established that it's not the correct answer.
It's
Okay.
not the correct
It's not the
answer,
correct
so
answer.
we can't give you that one. Sorry
I got
about that
him, I got
one.
him for 4.
I got you for 4.
It's
Yeah.
$100.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Where
Jake,
you
thank you
at
very much,
right now? It
gentlemen.
sounds like there's a lot going on in the background.
Oh, I'm at work right now.
Okay.
We got some gentlemen talking in the background.
Some electrician work. It
That's,
sounds like.
that's good focus. That's even tougher than just the clock ticking.
I was trying to listen,
Yes.
but also pay attention to the questions because I'm like, what is happening back there? Thought maybe you had to phone a
sorry
friend.
about that.
It's all right.
No, it's
No,
all
you're
right.
good.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
we
you're
did
the
all
one with the
right.
challenge.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Congrats on $100. We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid, and we'll go through it. Mm-hmm. John, you want to start?
Yeah, the Tigers do not play the Indians tonight. They play the Guardians. So close.
And he was also close on number 2. Patrick Mahomes did
Yeah.
not play at Texas A&M.
Nope, he was at Texas Tech.
He's a Red Raider. Head coach of the Wisconsin Badgers is
Luke Fickell.
Sonny Weaver in Draft Day.
Good pull on that one, Kevin Costner.
You got Aaron Glenn as the head coach of the Jets.
Yep. Rage Against the Machine had the 2000 hit Renegades of Funk.
The Lions play the Bucks in their only Monday night home game next season.
Yep.
Capital of the Netherlands, John.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough one. Amsterdam.
Yeah, but it's the city you should know in the Netherlands, right?
You
Yeah.
would think, but I don't know. Countries are more challenging than obviously states.
So this city was known as the pot capital of the world until it all became so legal everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. You got to know that one.
Because pot was legal?
A lot of people smoke pot, John.
Yeah, I
know we
understand
don't.
that.
But
Yeah, but
Well, it's known for more than just pot. I mean, it's like a.
yeah,
Anyway, Bobrovsky is the
that's my point.
Bobrovsky is the goalie for the Florida Panthers. He got that one. And this last one I think is like appropriately tricky. The Tigers pitcher who leads the team in wins. We thought we'd get some Scooble guess.
Yeah, some
We thought
Job, which he did guess Job.
It's Casey Mize, who has 6 wins. No other Tigers pitcher has even 5.
Right. Yes, and he hasn't pitched in 2 weeks, so. But it sounds like he's going to be pitching on Saturday.
It looks like it. All right, there's your 2 Grand Slam. Your next chance to win is next Tuesday at 7:25. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And in honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase, $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus. Minimum plan $80 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
All right, as always, send them in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. John Jansen's advice for the people. Your categories today are vacation ideas.
Okay.
Finish your food. Funerals. This person may have some issues. Funerals and distracted driving. We start with vacation ideas. Dear John, you brought up that lake in Ontario this week, but that was without your kids. Besides Disney, what are some good vacation ideas for our family to take later this summer? For context, 3 kids, 1 is 10, the other 2 are under 5. Looking for something drivable if possible. Thanks.
Water parks are always a great destination. And as I say that, I prefer in the summer months outdoor water parks.
Oh, yeah.
And so there are some of those. There's one that just opened up, and I say this not jokingly, but up in Frankenmuth. Yeah.
It's big.
It's a huge one.
Huge.
And
it's indoor, though, isn't it?
It is. Yes. The Wisconsin Dells.
I've heard good
kind
things.
of the Mackinac Island of Wisconsin, even though it's not an island. It's very touristy.
It's their destination.
But they've got water parks galore. And that's always fun. They got a lot that are outdoors, indoors as well. The indoor one is always one where it's no matter whether you're going to have a good time. But you'd like to be able to be outside a little bit. I know that they've got one up north at Boyne. That's always a great one. You can do a lot of hiking up there. Anything up north is an instant go-to. Whether it's Petoskey, Traverse City, there's some great destinations up in the UP. So I think anything that is a lot of the family-oriented vacation destinations do require a little outdoor effort. I think those are the best ones.
Yeah, just head up north. Go over the bridge, go to the UP. There's so much to do. There's so many hiking, waterfalls, sightseeing, things to do as a family. You can make a stop on your way if you want to do an overnight at one of the water parks on your way up.
But how much hiking are you doing with 2 kids under 5?
Dude, you can do a lot of hiking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I've taken my toddlers on not massive hikes, right? We're not going on miles long hikes, but we can. There's so many small hikes to waterfalls that they're able to do on their own that they can walk behind me. I mean, we have a backpack. We can throw one of them in as a toddler.
Sure.
Under 5, they're going to be walking themselves, but there's a lot to do in the wilderness.
And beaches as well.
Beaches and go swimming. And yes, there's so many things you can do.
Go
with
to
kids
the
up
west
north.
side of the state. You could stay in almost any city there,
Sure.
and there are a number of beaches that you could go to. If you go up to the Petoskey area, you got Petoskey State Park.
Ludington's over there?
On the west side there. The dunes. I mean, you don't even have to leave the state. You got some great options.
Mackinac Island, even.
If you go to Petoskey, you can drive to other places too. You know, like you can go to Traverse City for a day. Charlevoix is really nice just to walk around downtown. But Petoskey, though, 4th of July fireworks are very good.
They're awesome.
We did that when Connor was like 2. It was great.
There's so much to do in Michigan.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. Dear John, I've been seeing this girl for 3 months now, so it's relatively early on, but she does this one thing that really bothers me, and I don't know if I'm overreacting. Whenever we go to dinner, she orders the most expensive things, but she never finishes it. Won't take a to-go box because she hates leftovers. Same thing with drinks. She'll order another round before she's done with the first one. I like treating her, but she's wasteful. Should I proceed? Is this a red flag? Last thing, she's a 10 out of 10 because I know you'll ask.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, super hot. All right. I think at some point you are going to have to address this, because if she likes the finer things in life but doesn't appreciate the fact that there are you not being wasteful, I don't mind the not finishing her meal, because especially 3 months in, right? Maybe she orders a meal. It's an expensive meal, but she doesn't want to come across as being somebody that eats a lot. Like, I understand that that could be something for women sitting on the other side of the table. I'm not going to, be gluttonous and finish this. But the whole drink thing, ordering a drink, not finishing it, but ordering a second one before that's even done.
But is she finishing the first one? Because I could see that being like, it's going to take a minute. I'm almost done. Let me order another one before this one's finished so that that's
not necessarily how I took the reading of that.
Maybe not. I'm just curious. Maybe she's finishing the first one.
The food thing is worse. But at the end of the day, like, you could take her leftovers home, right?
Oh, yeah. As long as
you're paying for the
100%. Yeah, you're paying for the dish. Yeah.
You'll take the shrimp pasta with the lobster and eat it the next day.
I don't think it's a red flag at all. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a red flag. I mean, I think it's something.
One thing leads to another. I mean, if she likes to find her things but doesn't appreciate the cost of it.
Because she's not finishing her meal. Maybe she really likes lobster tail, but you know what? She's full and doesn't want to finish it.
Then take it home, though.
Sure, take it home. And if she doesn't like leftovers, okay, you take it home and you throw it away later. Whatever, just take it home.
I do think
I
it's something
rarely
you
eat
just-
leftovers.
Really?
Yeah, I just don't really like them. I mean, I will, depending on what it is.
Some stuff's
but some
great the next
food
day.
sits there, and then I look at it, and I'm like, I'm not going to eat this. I'll throw it away.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this next one, funeral. Dear John, my dad turned 70 this past winter, and he's been good about getting his affairs in order. It's kind of dark, but he's doing the work. He's got his will updated. He's got his afterlife or end-of-life care plan set. He also told us he doesn't want to have
What's
a
that
funeral.
afterlife plan?
Yeah, right.
Got to take care of that, too.
Says he doesn't want to have a funeral. Flat out against it. Says he's a private guy, doesn't want a big to-do, also wants us to just save the money. I want to respect his wishes, but at the same time, it feels wrong to not do something. Maybe a celebration of life? What do you think?
Well, I mean, when it's all said and done, at that point, it's really not going to be up to him.
True.
You do want to respect his wishes, but I always feel like funerals are more for those that are left without them. And it is, whether it's a celebration of life, if it's unexpected, it's a way to have a shared, I don't want to say shared misery, but a shared loss.
You grieve together.
Yeah, it's a way to get through the grief of the loss of a loved one. I think at that point, it's what the family wants. Now, if he wants to be buried or cremated, I think that's something that you honor those wishes.
Sure.
And obviously, he's got the, if it's a DNR, like those are wishes that I think you have to respect as well.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's weird at all that he would do this. We go through this on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
It is a very dark conversation. It's one that you don't want to have, but you have to have it.
Yeah. This one is distracted driver. Dear John, my wife keeps warning me about using my phone while driving, but I got pulled over last week and haven't told her. I paid the fine on my credit card, and I'll just loop it in with other stuff to pay off at the end of the month. I do feel bad lying to her. Should I let her know what happened?
Yes. I mean, it's first of all, tickets happen for whatever reason. It could be speeding. It could be rolling through a stop sign. It could be, as a distracted driver. It's probably going to take a little shot to the ego because she has been reminding you, but I'm always of the mindset of just to be open and honest, and it may hurt, and there's probably a number of ways that you could cover it up, but it's going to eat at you a little bit.
Yeah, but she doesn't know it won't hurt her.
Oh, come on. You tell your wife.
You wouldn't tell your
You
wife?
wouldn't keep that a secret? That's such a dumb secret to keep. Who cares? You got pulled over and paid a ticket for being on your phone. Okay, she'd say, I told you so, and you'd move on.
You'd move on, yeah. You can't stand somebody saying, I told you so.
Oh, that's part of it. But then she's going to worry, he's on his phone in this case.
Well, maybe
she's already worrying.
Yeah, but now you're giving her
secrets
proof.
from your
You're stressing out your
spouse.
partner. It's already happened.
No.
Pay it off and move on.
Maybe that's that wake-up call of, okay, I'm actually not going to be on my phone anymore.
The personal wake-up call, yes, but you don't have to burden your partner with that.
Oh, you
You're
tell
not
your
burdening
wife.
your partner. You're carrying the burden
I'm
of a
putting
lie.
that stress on
It's
her
a
plate.
lie
Now she's
of
going,
omission.
now he's doing
It's
the
still
thing
a
I told
lie.
him not
Just
to do.
wait
Now I'm
till
worried.
she finds out, and then she'll be like, well, what else is he lying about?
Exactly.
Then you're in even more trouble.
All right. This is why it's Dear John and not Dear Jim. It's 97.1. Guys, the weather, it's getting nicer. Not today. It's still cold and gloomy, but the weather's going to perk up, and you're going to want to head up north for the summer. Now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you need a truck to pull your toys, haul your gear, work as hard as you do, at Moran, you can lease a 2025 Silverado LT for $294 a month. Get that truck payment under $300 a month with $1,495 down. Strength, style, and savings all in one. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast. Shop online, moranexpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers win another series. They start a new one with the Guardians tonight. Memorial Day weekend.
Can't wait.
We're going to talk about it at 8 o'clock. We got John Morosi. You know it's a big series when John Morosi joins us at 8:35 this morning. We're going to wrap up some Dear John feedback. And off-air, Heather was sharing some very detailed plans for how she wants to be
celebrated
when she finally passes away.
For years after she is...
Oh, forever. I mean, as long as the cemetery is still
operational
around and Earth is still Earth.
You want people to know.
John, what was she saying?
I said I love cemeteries, right? Like, I love cemeteries.
So odd.
I guess, but I do. So I don't care about the funeral. Do what you will for that. Celebrate or cry
viewing.
or do what you will. That doesn't, do whatever.
She wants to be buried with that Pix trophy.
That's in there. You know what? That could go right on my headstone, actually. It could be integrated into it. But I want like a bench or a pavilion, I said, where people can come and eat lunch.
I thought
me.
when you said a pavilion, you wanted a pavilion for people to be able to have that celebration of life. You want a pavilion
at the cemetery.
At the cemetery?
Yes.
So
and I want I wish headstones had buttons that you could push and it would spew off everybody's life history. Like, I would love that. So I'd like a ton of information on my headstone and a place people can come and sit and.
Yes.
I just
Heather,
really like cemeteries.
Forever and ever having a bump and shindig.
Sure, could be in there.
You want like a mausoleum.
Sure.
Like you want
with only one person in it. Is
No,
Colin
there
allowed
could be
in there?
more. The whole family could be there.
But they all get their stories with the buttons too?
I want everybody's story. I mean, that's what I like about a cemetery. Like, I like going and reading about them when they passed away. Like, and then I'm like, I wonder how this woman died 100 years ago. Like, what?
Stabbed to death.
Tell me about it. Like, I'd love to. That's okay. Who stabbed her?
Yeah. The murderer was never caught.
That's what I want to know.
How often do we update
Like,
these?
everybody has a story.
Yes.
Right? And I want to hear it all. And that's what I just think cemeteries are beautiful. They're peaceful. And I like learning about a little piece of history. So I want people to learn a lot about me and be able to sit there and just hang out with me when I'm dead.
Great point on Twitch here. This is what used to happen with the pyramids. You want something grandiose.
Like a tomb for yourself?
Yeah, you want a tomb.
I could have a pyramid.
Just gave you a new idea.
The ego
modifying
on
the
this
plan.
over here.
Yeah. Yes, Colin. Please
So
build
yes,
me a pyramid.
start saving now because these are my plans for the afterlife.
That's how we got on the conversation because
Yes.
the Dear John guy said, "Hey, my dad doesn't want anything. Don't worry about it. Save the money." Heather's like, "No, save the money because you need to create statues and pyramids and
she actually said, "I hope
mausoleums."
Colin is saving for this now."
Forget
He's
about their
well
kids'
aware.
college fund.
He's well aware. I at least
that there
want
needs
one of
to
those
be
little.
a proper monument to the life
You want a statue
and
as well with
times
it?
of Heather Park.
Yeah, well, you know when you go through the cemetery and there's always that tallest one, the tallest.
Heather.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Wow. Maybe this shouldn't shock us.
Maybe the show should be
Yeah, here lies Bridezilla.
Heather with John and Jim. I mean, the ego on her over
I
here.
know. Yes.
Anyway, some
We're
ticket
renaming
text.
the show as we go. Yes.
So-
Host of the Heather with John and Jim show.
Sure.
So one of the things was funerals. Another was the distracted driving. Do you tell your wife? I got a text from
Your wife?
No. That's a good guess though. And someone on ticket text said you're gonna have a
Some explaining to do?
firm conversation when you get off the air today. No, it's from Hatchet, David Hull from the afternoon show.
Oh.
He says, so I just heard the Dear John segment, and I recently did the same thing as the distracted driver. A wife eventually found out because what they send in the mail for distracted driving classes, you should just tell her up front.
Oh,
That's
you
funny.
get mail from the Secretary of State, info on not being a distracted driver.
Yeah, and someone pointed out, too, your premiums are going to go up, the insurance, you can't hide.
So that's the thing is, like, this would be such a stupid thing to just not fess up to.
Cookies, regardless of how small the lie you tell your wife, lies snowball quickly. It's not worth it. Sincerely, Young and Divorced.
Oh, yeah, one thing leads to another.
On what to do with the girl you're dating who doesn't finish her food.
Yeah.
Being ultra hot does not excuse ungratefulness. She can order something less expensive on the menu.
I don't consider that ungrateful for her not finishing a complete meal.
The answer is on the hot crazy matrix. You'll have to show your work there.
Yeah, I mean, it's level of hotness with level of crazy.
So is the crazy part that she's not taking it home with her?
Maybe. But I said you could take home her leftovers, to which this person says, no, men don't take home your date's leftovers.
Why not?
Is that a faux pas? What is that seen? Heather, looking to you. I don't know. Could people let us know? Is that seen as like a bad thing to do?
No, I mean, if my wife, whether married or dating, if she ordered something that I thought was yummy, and especially as leftovers, if she didn't finish it, I wouldn't even think twice. Like if they come and say, hey, do you want to take the leftovers? Yeah. And if you don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't think there's an issue.
I wouldn't see anything wrong with that.
I hadn't heard of that faux pas before.
Here lies Heather. She never washed her feet.
You'd have to take never out. She
Rarely
usually
doesn't.
every shower wash her feet. Rarely,
Yep.
Sure, you could put rarely. I would not use the word never.
Pete
Heather,
in the shower, but never washed her feet. Or rarely.
Wait, what did you just say?
Well, we've had that discussion before.
I missed it though. You said I peed in the shower?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have peed in the shower. I don't pee in the shower. There's a difference.
words matter. John always tells us that. Hey, last couple here. Heather, they have QR codes on headstones now. This is a thing. Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is fabulous. Where?
And it could take you to a link on the story of your life.
That was I needed to patent this idea.
Too late.
Yeah, you missed it. Shark Tank.
That's what I want. That's all I need.
Well, Colin, good news. That'll save you a lot of money. You just have to keep a web browser going, like a domain for a website.
That is awesome.
I guess.
Wouldn't it be? I mean, I'm just fascinated about people's lives. Like you read about.
Would you walk the cemetery and just check in on everybody's
Heck yeah!
life?
I mean, that's what I do. Oh, I did, especially during the pandemic.
Okay, this is so weird.
I looked for baby names at cemeteries.
What?
Yeah.
You were trying to steal dead people's names?
Yeah,
Obviously,
because the older names are really, really cool, and you can find real. Yes.
That's how you. Instead of going for a baby book, you went to a cemetery.
I mean, I didn't. Well, yeah. I mean, yes.
She's not taking their social security numbers, John.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I get that, but that's just I've never heard that concept. I've looked for now 5 baby names, and I never thought I'm gonna go to the cemetery.
You missed out. You could have found Theodore, I'm sure, at a cemetery.
Oh, sure.
And Ruby.
Yes.
Those older names. They're.
Did you get Brooks at the cemetery?
I did not.
Oh, you got it from Shawshank, right? Brooks was
Yes, Brooks was here, although he was a murderer. So, well, allegedly. Well,
Yeah,
allegedly,
I guess,
yeah.
Some of those people who were buried may have been murderers that you were looking to steal their names.
I never know, but now I can if there's a QR code.
All right, I almost feel like we should keep this conversation rolling. We'll get to the Tigers as well. We do need to talk about the Guardians in town, but this is quite the bombshell.
Yeah.
QR codes on your tombstone. Do you want them? Are cemeteries peaceful places to pick out baby names?
Heck yes.
Okay. We'll get to that as well as, yes, the conversation about the Guardians in town. It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Tigers welcome Cleveland to Comerica Park tonight. It's the start of a 4-game holiday weekend series downtown. Tigers winning their 12th series of the year yesterday, bouncing back to win the final 2 games in St. Louis. They enter Memorial Day weekend 33-17 on the season, and for the first time since 2006, they've got the best record in baseball through 50 games. Guardians, meantime, 4th in the Central at 26-22, 6 games behind Detroit. Jack Flaherty taking the mound in Game 1 for the Tigers. Tanner Bybee for Cleveland. That first pitch at 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1. The heroics of Tyrese Halliburton leading the Pacers to a 138-135 overtime win against the Knicks in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals last night. Halliburton finishing with 31 points. Also in the association last night, Cade Cunningham finishing 7th in MVP voting. The winner, OKC Thunder guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. CBS Sports has ranked the head coaches in the Power 4. Surprisingly, Michigan State's Jonathan Smith is number 49 and Sharon Moore of Michigan 58, a few spots lower. Lions signing first-round rookie defensive tackle Tyleik Williams to his first NFL contract. That 4-year deal worth over $16 million. Second-round guard Tate Ratledge is the only Lions pick who still needs a contract. And some sad news this morning. Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay has died at 65. He took control of the franchise in 1997, winning the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning in 2007. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a big baseball series coming up starting tonight in the city of Detroit. The Guardians are in town. The first time these teams have met since last year's ALDS. Some lingering feelings, some thoughts on the series. Smiling because we got some big baseball games coming, but nobody's smile is bigger than Heather Parks.
Hey, no, this has really triggered. So I had no idea.
You didn't?
No,
I thought
that you were so
expressed my love for cemeteries in the past. Maybe not.
Oh, it was going on 5 years now. It was well before this. I would remember this.
I don't know, but the biggest news, the best news I've heard all day is that QR code.
You can have a QR code on your gravesite telling the story of your life.
Can you add it to people who have passed a long time ago already? Like, could
I'm
I
sure
go?
You could.
I'm sure, yeah. I mean, they
you got a new
stickers.
project.
Yeah.
I've got to go put a QR code on all of my family members.
So I did get a text from a friend of mine. Hi, John, listening to you as we are heading to a funeral in Ohio for my old football coach. Tell Heather to add a QR code on her headstone. You can put as much of your personal story as you want. And then he followed it up with, Nancy texted this his wife so that I'm not distracted driver. Thanks, Todd. I had no idea you were into cemeteries like that, or that's where you would go to find baby names.
Have you ever walked a cemetery?
Oh, sure.
I mean,
yes.
They're beautiful. They're peaceful.
I want to clarify. A cemetery that you don't have a family member buried at.
Oh, yeah. Those are the best.
No,
Not always the best,
I've never
but
done that.
some you got to go to like the really old ones.
So you'll like see a cemetery, pull over and go, I'm going to spend some time walking through this.
Okay, it's been a while since I've done that, but
you
during the
have.
pandemic, I got really big into cemetery walks, and I think I visited all of the ones in my area.
So if you were on a family vacation and you drove past a cemetery, now for us, it's always the kids hold their breath until we get past the cemetery, the old thing you do.
Yep.
Would you tell Kyle, hey, stop, I want to walk through this cemetery?
Depending on what we were doing and if we had an agenda. If it was just kind of like a leisurely drive,
Yeah.
sure.
John,
yeah.
how would Lisa respond if you pitched that to her while you guys were driving?
I think she would look cross-eyed at me.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I mean, I get the curiosity, and somebody brings it up on Twitch about like looking at a date on the cemetery, and it says, I get what Heather's saying. You ever look at other graves and see things like 1926 to 1945, and it makes you curious who this person was and what took them out.
Exactly, and you want to know more about this, name an old name, Oliver Johnson, right? Like, who was this guy? How, like... What kind of life did he live? How did he die?
Sorry, OJ.
Or there's women who are like mother of 10.
That
it's
would be
like,
a hell of a QR code.
Could you imagine OJ Simpson's QR code? Who gets to write these, by the way? Is he going to Saint, hero?
Maybe, yes. Like this guy in Dear John who was getting ready for his end-of-life plans. Maybe he could write it himself. Maybe I could write mine.
You could narrate yours, so when they push the button...
Well, that's what I wanted.
You want to narrate your own gravestone?
Oh, maybe not that, but I always pictured somebody's voice. You know, Heather Park was born.
Okay, next,
James
whose
Earl
voice?
Jones?
Yeah, sorry.
We missed this opportunity. Morgan Freeman?
Better do that fast. How old is he?
The voice of Jesus.
Hey, while he's still alive, I mean, he could really rake in some extra money on this. Here lies Heather Park.
Yes!
Yes.
You could gather in my pavilion and take a listen.
Yes, and you wouldn't have to worry about the weather because you would be sheltered.
Pack
and
a lunch.
You could sit there and pack a lunch. Pack a lunch.
You're going to be here a while.
And some time.
Yes!
How long is this audio narration?
I mean, it depends when I die, right? Obviously, if I live till 80, it's going to be a lot longer, so.
Huh.
Nolan in Rochester. You can relate. You're on 97.1.
Heather, yeah, I slightly agree with you that they're kind of peaceful. I'd say the older ones are more peaceful than the more recent. Recent ones are a little bit more eerie to me. But I did this project for school, worst class I ever took, and it was an elective class where I had to go to a cemetery and record 100 tombstones from a certain date range. Mm-hmm. And when I went there, I thought I'd feel kind of out of place and eerie, but something about learning about all the names and their history and stuff was kind of cool and fascinating. And you'd be surprised, I learned a lot from the class, not that I wanted to, but a lot about the tombstones will tell you more than you think about, like, what kind of job they had, where they grew up, their family history, stuff like that, and really how wealthy they were. So QR code is kind of cool. I'd say it's a little bit more eerie for the recent people, though.
Yeah, maybe, but I agree with you.
I mean, for historical perspective, sure. I mean, I think that would be interesting. And Lisa actually texted me. She said, I like historical cemeteries. Walk through some in Boston and New York City. So, I mean, I get that. And it does make you wonder when they lived, like the date range. What did they do? What were they going through? What was the country going through at that time? And what was their place in the world?
History. It's awesome.
Yeah. I'm taken aback by... one, I had no idea you were such a big fan of cemeteries. Or two, that you would look for baby names in a cemetary.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, I guess it makes all the sense.
Names right there.
It does make all the sense in the world. And obviously with the names that I've used for kids, they are older names. Mm-hmm. They were from like Lucille.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was my grandmother. Ruby was her sister, and they obviously have headstones. Mm-hmm. Ellie is my mom, so no headstone yet.
But the names you've chosen are older old-fashioned names.
And you could have found them in a cemetery.
Yeah. Could have. Sure.
John, this resonates with you. What's up?
Hey, I'm looking at Heather Clark totally different now. But anyway, I'm a professional driver. I used to do tours for a company I used to work for. I won't name the company, but anyway. So the company decided to have a cemetery tour, and they asked me to drive it. And I'm like, fine. Nobody's going to show up anyway. Nobody's going to be here. We had to turn people away. $60 a head to get on a bus, and we drive through the cemetery and tell fake, spooky stories. Some stories are true about some people that were there, but they paid $60 a head. The bus for 45 people. We had to turn people away. Wow. The next time we did it, we did 2 buses. Crazy, weird people. They probably like scary movies too and other kind of weird stuff. It's spooky stuff. It's not it's okay, but to me, it's not my cup of tea. I drove and had my headset in. I didn't want to be part of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. John, I can't believe this. Turning people away
for,
and as he says, fake stories even.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
You could even go, I think this might actually be something that you need. Not just the QR code, but it could be the Princess Leia R2-D2 hologram.
Oh.
So there's a button you push, and then out comes a hologram of Heather Park.
Yeah,
and I'm going to steal some of these ideas from Twitch, and I'm going to kind of put them together in my own mind. On if you push the button on a Tuesday or Thursday, you could read the 2 Grand Slam. Like you could have pre-programmed days of the week, and people could come there for a variety of trivia questions.
I'm not looking for that.
It's a part of your story.
It's part of, but she's going to tell it her way. But you could have different messages, different days. You could.
It's extreme. I could.
It's extreme.
How do you feel about the hologram? How do you feel about the hologram?
I don't love that.
Most people would think the pavilion is a little extreme.
The pyramid?
Yeah, but no, the hologram is extreme.
That's where we draw the line.
2 Grand Slam is extreme.
Okay, there's a lot of things moving around here. the moving parts. The baby names, Heather, Ticket Texture puts it so succinctly. The internet has thousands of names. You don't need to go to a cemetery to get inspiration for baby names.
I know, but you see how they were put together, first and middle names from an older generation, and then it just sparks curiosity about that person, and maybe that name resonates with you. I know you can look online. It's different, though, than when you're out in nature walking around.
Yes.
It's different.
I get it. I'd never thought of that.
Yeah. One more call on this, and then we will talk some Tigers Guardians. John Morosi coming up at 8:35. Mark in Detroit, wrap us up.
Yeah, so I had a story about a cemetery. So my mom went with my grandma to my great-grandpa's funeral, which was on the east side of the state. And so they went to the cemetery and everything. And as they're leaving the cemetery, my grandma points out a couple of grave sites and says, yeah, that's where my grandma and grandpa are buried. And my mom goes, oh, yeah. And my grandma goes, yeah, he killed her. And my mom was like, what? And she goes, yeah, he held her upside down in a rain barrel and drowned her, holding her by her ankles. And then she continued and said, then he got away with it and he got married again and he killed his second wife with an axe and was arrested for that. He died in prison, but then he was buried next to his first wife who he killed because they had already bought the burial plot.
So this is why you have a QR code so you could get the backstory.
Oh, my gosh.
It made me think of it because when Heather was saying, oh, yeah, you never know the stories and everything. Yeah, you never do. And this was in our own family. And, you know, my mom shared this with me when I was like 30 because she was like, okay, I got to tell someone about this story. And I was like, yeah, so you never know. Could be two people laying next to each other. One of them killed the other one.
Wow.
And this is where you're going to find your next baby name.
I don't mean, I apologize for
laughing. The absurdity of it, though.
Yeah, but just think of the strength it would take to hold somebody by their ankles.
In a rain barrel.
Yikes.
We are going to move on.
Or to have a rain barrel.
A long time ago.
John.
We're going to move on, but Heather, I'll pass some of these along to you. People are recommending...
bobbing for apples.
Oh, John. People are sending Heather some famous cemeteries she should visit, like bucket list cemeteries for her to take a stroll through. So we'll pass those along to you. We'll move on. We'll talk a little baseball next, 97.1.
Hey, you know, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it sure seems personal. And the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need someone who's going to make it personal, and especially an attorney. That someone is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, get David, get paid. And it's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. Keep adding them up.
That's right. We're going to get to it. They got the Guardians coming into town tonight. Big series. One last text. John, it's not surprising that Heather likes cemeteries. They're very popular. I mean, people are dying to get in there. There you go. That's for you, buddy. All right. Moving on from death to the team that killed the Tiger season last year. The Guardians are in town. Do you have any lingering emotions?
Yeah, I certainly do. Anytime a team knocks you out, it's whether or not you were on borrowed time. The Tigers were certainly on borrowed time. Nobody thought they were going to make the postseason, let alone win a wild card series against the Astros. So to be in the CS or ALDS was a total shock. Like it was literally living on borrowed time. So it wasn't surprising when they were knocked out. It doesn't mean that it still doesn't sting. The team that knocked you out, especially for the fact that it was a division opponent.
Well, it stings for a few reasons. One, they were up in the series. Two, they had chance to win it at home. And then even after losing Game 4, they had their ace on the mound in Game 5. Now, I think there's always going to be some lingering feelings, but at the end of the day, I'm kind of at peace with it. Looking back at that season, I don't look back with any anger or frustration. I feel like they overachieved. They set the table. And it's easy to say now because they've gotten off to such a great start this season that I really don't have this cloud over my head about it.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a cloud. I would just say it's motivation.
Yeah.
You always want to beat the team that knocked you out.
And I think for that reason, this is the first time they're playing since. It's a big series for the Tigers. But, John, I would tell you this is a bigger series for the Guardians. The Guardians are 6 games back. They're in 4th place in the division. They have a negative run differential. They got something to prove. The Tigers are legit whether they split the series, win the series, lose the series. The Guardians need this way more than the Tigers do.
There's no question this time of the year. And for this year, the tables have turned. The Tigers are the team to beat. The Tigers are the one that are setting the pace in the division. And honestly, they're setting the pace in the American League and throughout baseball right now. They got the best record in baseball. And so it would be much of a feather in the cap for the Guardians to get a win in this series. I don't mean a win, get a series win.
Yeah.
I mean, even to split the series would be a win for the Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, the Tigers have won 12 of the 16 series they've played. Mm-hmm. If they win this series, that throws Cleveland 9 games back in the division.
I mean, things are starting to mount.
Yeah, and for the Tigers, if they lose the series, the sky's not falling. They'll still be in first place. They're still real. Everything's still on the table for them. The Guardians need this so much more. But it does set the stage for a big matchup, and we'll talk to John Morosi coming up at 8:35, get some of his thoughts on the Tigers in the series ahead here. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So the cost of saying I do has increased significantly over the past decade in Michigan and also just across the country in general. In Michigan, the cost of a wedding has risen by nearly $10,000, which they say is nearly a 50% increase. So in Michigan, the average cost of a wedding is $28,330. I saw that and I thought that was kind of low.
Yeah, I thought the same.
Really? Okay. Yes. The most, whoever did all this research, the most expensive single item is typically the wedding reception venue. I get that.
Yep.
They say the least expensive item tends to be the bride's dress. And
what's that run?
Going to say, haven't you watched Say Yes to the Dress? These girls are buying like $10,000 dresses.
My thought was
that they're going to wear once.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of these girls are doing that, but I'm saying on this show, people are spending a lot of money on dresses. So I was surprised by that. But I also know flowers are expensive. Food is very expensive. Booze, very expensive. So experts say that the average cost of a wedding depends on which generation you belong to. So maybe this is why to us, the $28,000 seemed low. Because for Gen Z, the average cost is around $27,000.
Okay.
For millennial, $38,000.
Sure.
And for Gen Z, $23,000. Now, the national average cost for a wedding is $33,000. So in Michigan,
average.
we're below.
Okay.
So, John, how many daughters do you have?
Oh, boy.
3.
Start saving for that now.
Yes. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that and funerals.
Well,
and the headstone and the pyramid.
I
And all
know.
the graduation gifts.
Oh my goodness!
It's a lot.
And the
It's a
domain
lot.
for the QR codes.
Yes.
All of it.
A judge has set a new date for the murder trial of Danielle Stizlicki. This is so wild because it happened so long ago. She was murdered back in 2016, and Floyd Galloway was charged and ordered to stand trial for her murder in 2019. Now it has moved a pretrial hearing on Wednesday. Said that the official trial date has been set for February 2nd of 2026. And her family, her mom said that obviously they're disappointed that the trial date
keeps getting pushed.
Yeah. But they are relieved that things continue to move forward. Yeah,
So
there's
you
no
said
closure.
she went missing in 2016.
Do you remember the story?
No, I don't.
I don't.
Oh my gosh.
So
I
it's gonna
followed
be a
this so
decade.
closely when it happened. Yeah, she left work one day. It was on December 2nd of 2016. She was never seen from again. And Galloway had worked with her, I believe, at the same company. And he was there's lots of connections. He was outside waiting for her when he left. He had like I don't know, an interest in her, had sent her flowers before. And you can read the details are there's a lot, but it's such a sad story for sure. Not so sad, this story. Graduates at a Massachusetts university were gifted $1,000 as they walked across stage, obviously at their graduation, to receive their degrees. There's a billionaire, Robert Hale Jr., who gifted over $1 million to Bridgewater State University's graduating class of 2025. He's a billionaire. He's valued at $5.8 billion. And this is not the first time he's done this, but what he's telling graduates is that he is giving them $500 to spend any way you'd like. This can go towards your whatever, your next step. But I'd like you to give $500 to a cause or a person who needs it more than you do. And this is the same thing, same message he has done other times.
I've heard this, yeah.
Which is, the gesture is so nice. And a lot of the students say that, they cry when they really think about it. And there's several people who said, I'm going to keep the $500 for me and then give $500 to my sister who's recovering from surgery, who doesn't have a job right now, who's struggling. So people were sharing how they're going to give the other $500, and just a really nice story for sure. Indianapolis Colts owner Jim Irsay died on Wednesday at the age of just 65 years old, very young. The Colts chief operating officer released a statement saying that they're devastated to announce that our beloved owner and CEO Jim Irsay passed away peacefully in his sleep this afternoon.
65.
So young. Very, very young. Sad news.
It's Heather with the news. All right. 9 o'clock hour. Dan Campbell versus Ben Johnson. And we don't have to wait for the regular season. Next, it's John Morosi. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind, and a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and no bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Cleveland's in town for Memorial Day weekend. We get Tigers Guardians for the first time since last year's postseason showdown. Joining us this morning, it's John Morosi, MLB Network. Good morning.
Jim and John, good morning, my friends. What a great time for sports in Detroit, and I cannot wait to see the Tigers play this weekend.
So we always, obviously we're biased to Detroit sports. And I think the one I want to lead with is the Tigers. Best record in Major League Baseball. You hear it from coast to coast, north to south. It doesn't matter. Is there a respect for what the Tigers are doing amongst baseball circles this year?
Oh, there is. There is. I'm speaking here from Boston this morning, and when I'm around clubhouses and everybody and most people that I know in the game know that I'm from Michigan and live in Michigan, and so we'll be talking about different storylines. They'll say, "Hey, man, how about your Tigers? What's going on over there?" So I think they know. I mean, there's an awareness, and I think that the credibility is growing. And the thing that I like about it too, John, is that this team reminds me a lot of the 06 team. And by that I mean it's built on pitching, which is what that team was built on. Mm-hmm. And it's also a collection of really good players that isn't necessarily dependent upon one superstar to carry the way. And I think that's what makes it a fun team to watch. You feel a bit more connected to them, I think, because that was the way that 06 team went about things. And so I think in the same way there's still maybe that there's that it's taken some time for maybe other people nationally to just figure out how good they are. But when you've got the best record in baseball after 50 games, it sort of speaks for itself. And the foundation of it is pitching. And the way that think about the way School pitched this week, the way that Job has taken steps, the bullpen I think has really been impressive. Canely might be an all-star. There's a lot of really good stories. And I think the biggest part of it too, when you really kind of pull back and look at the larger picture here, is the farm system is really good. And so there is something sustainable about the way that they've gone about things that I think is just I think it captures the respect of people who are in uniform around the sport, and also the people that follow it closely realize, this is a sustainable success that's now gone beyond just a great final 6 weeks of last year's regular season.
I get the comparison with 06. That was a summer surprise. This team, we knew they'd be good, but how good? I think that's our question right now. How good is this baseball team?
Well, I think a couple things stand out. They have some nice surprises, I think, offensively. Listen, nobody, if anybody driving around I-96 right now thought that Javi would be one of the best players in baseball this year based on wins above replacement, then God bless you, because I don't think anybody really did. Nope. I'm not sure anybody at Comerica Park really thought that was going to be the case. So that part, and I think it's a fun conversation to have about what the Tigers ought to do with him once Parker Meadows comes back, and my answer to that would be nothing. You keep playing him right where he's at. As long as this goes, you ride it and you don't change anything, in my opinion. So I think that when you look around the American League, Jim, they're in the right league at the right time. Okay, in terms of how good they can be, there is not a team on the field right now, and even the roster, there is not a team in the American League that I like their roster better than Detroit's. There's just not. Now, the National League, maybe it's a different story. There are some really good teams over there, but I was looking at the standings a couple of days ago. I was getting ready for the Red Sox and Mets broadcast here in Boston, and there's only one team in the AL East above 500. One, the Yankees. That's it. Mm-hmm. And then you look at the West, and I like Seattle's team a lot, but I don't like them better than Detroit. And Seattle's been at or near the top of the division there. The Rangers have some pretty serious flaws. They're not only do they have the best record in the American League, I like their roster the best of anybody in the American League. And that's a different statement, and both are true right now. The Yankees are still a really good team. They've got the best hitter in the world in Aaron Judge, but Garrett Cole's out, and so like a lot of things are happening around the Tigers. You think again back to 06. what was unique about that year, Boston missed the playoffs that year. The Yankees were vulnerable. They were a little bit old. The Tigers beat them in the first round, of course. So the path was there, and they ended up getting to the World Series. It feels like that kind of a pathway again, to where just keep this pitching healthy, guys. And again, that's the challenge, right? Olsen and Mize are on the injured list right now. That's going to be the challenge, but I really do trust that AJ and Chris Fetter know how to do that the best they can.
You mentioned Canley might be an all-star. When you look at this roster and the way that they're playing, and you already mentioned it, right? There's not a superstar on this roster. It's kind of every game it's somebody different. How many all-stars, when they start voting in early June, do you think this team will end up with?
Yeah, it's a great question, John, because I think in some way, shape, or form, it depends a little bit on, of course, other players that are making it and who you'll be able to get beyond, right? The other question is exactly what position is Javi going to be on the ballot at, right?
Right.
And again, like this is late May. He's having a great year. He is, and he's got notoriety in the league because there are fans in Chicago that still remember him and know him well, and so he might get just the general fan vote a little bit too. So you could certainly argue Torkelson. You could argue there's I think at least five. Five makes sense to me. That may be a little bit of a hometown answer for me, but Skubal's a lock. Obviously, Canley's been one of the best relievers in the game. I think that five is a fair number. Green, there are people around the sport that really realize how good he is in terms of that he's the foundational player for them. And I still think when you get right down to it and you look at his what he does when he's scoring runs, when he's driving runs in for this team, that's when they win games. There's a lot of guys that are having great years. Something about Riley Green still tells me when he is going, that is when this team is winning baseball games. So I do think that he's in there. I think you could argue Torque, Baez, Canley, Skubal at the very least, and there's probably two or three other guys that you can make a really strong case
Let's
for.
say Carp, when all's said and done, if he goes on a tear. I mean, it's fun conversations. They're not going to get everybody. We know it doesn't work that way, but to have as many as five in the conversation is awesome. We're talking to John Morosi, MLB Network. Question for you. We brought up Baez. We brought up Torque. Who's the bigger comeback player? Who stands out more?
I think Baez, just because he looked lost last year, right? And Torque did too, but Torque, at least in a Tiger uniform, his 23 season was pretty good. And so I think that we had seen it. We had at least seen flashes of this from Torque in Detroit before. The Baez story has just come out of nowhere, which is what makes it fun, right?
Right.
And you can tell he's enjoying it. And I think part of it, and the irony of it all, I mean, maybe two things stand out. Javi has always been the kind of player, and from talking to people who were around him, even going back to winter ball in Puerto Rico and his early days in Chicago, is that he draws inspiration from the emotional barometer around him. And he missed, because he was hurt, he missed the whole what September was like in Comerica, the playoffs. He wasn't there for it. And I think he never really got to feel what Detroit feels like when the team is consistently good. And now he is, and I think he's drawing some focus and some inspiration from that. And I think playing center field's been great for him. Something about being in the middle of the diamond, he feels athletic again. He looks athletic again at the plate and in the field. So I think that's the bigger surprise. I think Torque, you believe, listen, this guy was drafted 1-1 for a reason. He had a solid season in 23. This is in there. And I just think he's got himself to be a little more athletic. He's on time more, and he's been more productive. And it's a great story too. But I think of the two, Javi is the bigger surprise, and it's been a lot of fun to watch him play this year.
The AL Central has 4 teams above 500. And right now, 50 games in, the Tigers have a 5.5 game lead over the Twins and the Royals. I'm curious your thoughts on who is the biggest threat to them throughout the season.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I think that the Cleveland probably is what I would still answer, and it probably sets the stage nicely for the weekend. I just think that team, they're well structured, they're well balanced, which is the way that the team is set up. And I think Ramirez is still, he's one of my probably 5 favorite players to watch in the game. I just think he's a Hall of Famer for me. He's that good, and so I think it's still Cleveland. Kansas City, though, has excellent pitching, and KC challenged the Yankees pretty well last year during the playoffs, and then the Twins have gone on this amazing run with them. It all comes down to health. When Buxton and Lewis are healthy, they're a really good team, and when they're not, they're a very average team. I know baseball's more complicated than that, but I look at the health of Buxton and Lewis and say that's what this team in Minnesota really depends on a lot. And their pitching has been solid lately too. Lopez, I thought, a month ago I would have told you would have been a really good trade candidate for somebody, and now they're in it, and they're right behind the Tigers. So I do think it's Cleveland, but they're also maybe not quite the same team that they were a year ago. There's no more Josh Naylor.
Yep.
Clase hasn't been as dominant. So there's some elements of this team that are not quite as good as they were a year ago. But this is going to be a big test this weekend. It's a great homestand. And, of course, the Giants next week, they're going to be a fun story, too. They're knocking on the door right now being a first-place team in the National League West of all divisions. So I can't wait to see these two teams play the Tigers, and I expect the Tigers to keep playing well, but it's going to be a nice test for the next week.
Yeah, we cannot wait as the summer continues to heat up for us. He's John Morosi, MLB Network. We'll have you on closer to the trade deadline because I have a feeling we're going to have some fun conversations with this team. Thanks for making some time with us.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? They didn't trade Scuba last year. How about that?
Unbelievable. Thanks, John.
Have a great weekend. Thank you, guys.
We'll talk to you again soon. It's 97.1. All right, with KG Law, we're telling you about them because they're the place to look for if you're injured in a car accident. If you're stressed, you're in pain, you're confused, you're looking around, you want someone who cares about you. At the end of the day, you want someone who's looking out for your best interest, and that's KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team, it's an experienced staff. They get you the biggest possible payout, but at the core of what they do, they care about you. So when you go to them, you're not going to get passed around to a bunch of different people. You're going to have someone who you can contact if you have questions, and they're going to help you navigate this process. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see the testimonials. That's kgcares.com, spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Tigers win. Tigers back at it tonight. Guardians in town for the homestand. 9 o'clock, we'll get to Dan Campbell versus Ben Johnson. We don't have to wait for the regular season. It took place yesterday. We also need to get to this Tiger conversation about the Guardians.
Yeah.
Are they our biggest rival? Are they our biggest threat? I mean, Morosi says yes, even though they're not the team they were a year ago.
So we're just talking in division.
I think, all jokes aside about the Toronto Blue Jays, our rivals are the division.
Right. No, I
teams.
wasn't even going to go there. It's, the biggest threat is probably the other, in terms of getting out of the AL is probably the Yankees.
Yankees, yeah.
But in terms of in the division, it's interesting because Minnesota started off slow. They've really hit the gas pedal in the last 3 weeks. They're right there with Kansas City and Cleveland, honestly. I mean, they're 5.5 to 6 games back. They're all bunched in there. The issue that I have with Kansas City is, they have pitching, but they've really struggled to be productive offensively. I mean, the Tigers have almost 100 runs more than the Kansas City Royals at this point of the season. And I just don't trust that their bats and their offense is going to be enough to make a rush or a push against the Tigers.
And I don't trust the Twins to stay healthy for the full season.
Cleveland, I think, is the biggest challenge for the Tigers in this division. And it's not that they're going to challenge them. That's why I think this weekend, these 4 games are huge. I know it's only 4 of 162, but it's in division, it's head-to-head. It is a bit of a measuring stick as we've looked at different ones throughout the course of this season. And it was, the Yankees. Well, they're not going to be good until they can beat the Yankees. And then it was, they've got to play Minnesota and Milwaukee and Kansas City and then San Diego. And they've taken care of, they didn't win the series against Milwaukee, but they've been able to take care of these good teams. And then it was Baltimore. Well, Baltimore's not what anybody thought that they would be. Now the next challenge is the Cleveland Guardians. And I think there is a bit of a rivalry there. Some of it is just, and I know I go overboard sometimes, or people think I go overboard about Michigan and Ohio, the states. There is still some animosity, taking away all the college fandom.
Oh, yeah, there's friction. There's always friction.
There's friction between the state of Michigan and the state of Ohio. And it's Cleveland. It is the team that knocked you out last year. I think that does play a part of it as you start looking at rivalries, modern day rivalries in baseball.
They're the reigning champs in the division.
Mm-hmm.
They were where you want to go, ALCS and more. They're standing in your way. They got some postseason experience. I think in terms of dangerous bats in the division, you could make the case it's Bobby Witt Jr., but I would tell you that Jose Ramirez is guaranteed to kill you in a big at-bat at some point this weekend and in the postseason. They feel like the bigger rival, the bigger threat. If the Royals could get some offense going, if they could wake up besides Bobby Witt, they'll be in the mix too. To your point,
I don't trust that they will.
To your point, though, I feel like this is Detroit's division. I mean, it's borne out over 50 games right now, and chance to extend it this weekend against the Guardians. You mentioned the Yankees may be the bigger threat, like overall, because of the goals of this baseball team.
Just in the American League, yeah.
Well, I was looking at the odds to win the World Series. The Dodgers are the heavy favorite. You know who's number 2?
Well, I would like to guess Detroit.
You would think, right? No. Yankees plus 750. The Tigers are 13-1 to win the World Series right now.
Really?
Yeah. Now, if you cut it down to just to win the AL, to be the pennant winner, Yankees are plus 280. Tigers are plus 450. So yeah, I mean, you want to talk about your competition, yeah, but that's not on tap this weekend, and it's really not a storyline until you get to the postseason.
Well, it's not a storyline until you get to the postseason, and we can always point to the Yankee series, even though it's just 3 games,
from April,
but it is head to head. That's why I think when you play teams like Cleveland, San Francisco, Kansas City, this is a big 10-game stretch for the Tigers because you got 7 of those at home. 4 of them against Cleveland, 3 of them against San Francisco, and then 3 on the road to Kansas City. We'll know a lot more about this team, and I have high expectations for these 10 games by the time they get to June 2nd.
So Cleveland's our biggest rival right now. Where does the Cleveland Guardians, where do they rank among rivals for all of our teams? Like if you did throwing in the Lions rivalries, throwing in
Pistons,
whatever.
Yeah, you got to win to have a rivalry.
Yeah. Where would you put the Guardians? Are they 1, 2, 3?
So let me do math on air real quick
This is
in
not gonna
regards
be good
to
people.
Okay, so the biggest rival for the Lions
Is
in division.
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Is the Green Bay rivalry bigger than the Guardian rivalry? I think it is.
I would say yeah.
Yes.
You know, you mentioned the Pistons there. I would argue that the Pistons-Pacers has more juice than the Tigers and Guardians.
But I will defer to Tyrese Halliburton, who said it won't be a rivalry till we play in the postseason, and it hasn't happened yet.
And then the Tigers-Guardians did.
Yeah.
I think one thing with this Cleveland rivalry with the Tigers is, like this weekend at least, there's going to be no David Fry. He's been rehabbing all year. He had elbow surgery. I hated that guy last year.
Yeah.
You know, Lane Thomas. I mean, his middle name is bleeping, right? And that's what happened in that series last year. And he's been rehabbing. He's been awful this year, but he's been out since April 22nd. So a few of the villains are lacking. It might take.
Clase has not been the same player this year that he was at the end of last year.
No, but they'll still see him.
Oh, yeah. And look, all jokes about breaking him aside. I mean, he was dominant at the end of that postseason run for Cleveland, and he's not that guy right now. It feels like in a lot of ways the Tigers and Guardians have flipped spots, right? The Tigers didn't have a real rotation for a long stretch of the season a year ago. I don't think Cleveland's rotation's been all that impressive. They're existing kind of in this bullpen voodoo, make it happen kind of way. It feels like they're going to fight to win 85, 86 games, whereas the Tigers are going to be fighting to win 90-plus, which is where Cleveland was a year ago. They've switched spots.
But you get Clase back to at least a shell of himself from last year, and you get these guys returning from injury. Maybe they still do become the threat.
Maybe.
You know? So we'll see. I mean, I see, when I start thinking about the series last year, I start getting a little mad again.
Yeah.
That's why I think there's some extra juice to this 4-game series. And I think there are a lot of people that they've made it a point, especially on a holiday weekend when the weather this weekend is supposed to start picking up a little bit. It's going to be a little bit nicer. If you go to Sunday, maybe you don't have to worry about going to work on Monday. This is going to be a wild time at Comerica.
You guys are still mad about last year.
Yes, they knocked you out. They ended your season.
Luke Sloan's nodding his head as well on the updates. You're still mad about last year.
That grand slam, it's going to take a long time to forget that. No Thomas this weekend, but I think there's some anger there. People, plus, it's the whole Detroit-Cleveland thing. I don't think we really like Cleveland very much.
Weirdly at peace with
like Ohio, you know.
John brought that up. I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one. I'm at peace with it. Like, we had our chances. We had the runners on base. We didn't score. The season was a wild success, and we're on to bigger and better things. Like, I'm at peace with what happened a year ago.
I also think the thing, too, is that for the most part, whether it be in division in the regular season, you know, Cleveland's the class of the Central, and it's been that way for well over a decade, dating back to when Francona was there.
Yep.
I still think to kind of slay the dragon and be, you know, the Tigers of the early 2010s, you have to get over Cleveland still. And until they beat them when it matters, which might be in the playoffs again, I think that, you know, it's still kind of an uphill climb.
Yeah.
Cleveland standing in our way. Are they the biggest threat in this division? Talking about it as a rival. And yeah, some emotions that may be lingering from last year. We'll get to Dan Campbell versus Ben Johnson next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. For the first time since 2006, the Tigers have the best record in baseball through 50 games. They're back at home tonight for the first of a 4-game holiday weekend series against Cleveland. Tigers won their 12th series of the year yesterday, bouncing back to win the final 2 games in St. Louis, something manager A.J. Hinch calls a product of their mindset. Tigers enter Memorial Day weekend tops in all of baseball, 33-17. Guardians 26-22, 4th place in the Central, and already 6 games behind Detroit. Jack Flaherty gets the ball for the Tigers. Tanner Bybee for Cleveland. That first pitch at 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Thunder point guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander winning NBA MVP, beating out Nuggets center Nikola Jokic, who won his third in 4 seasons last year. The Pistons' Cade Cunningham finishing 7th in voting. IndyCar is exploring the creation of an independent governing body absent of any Roger Penske employees. This in the wake of the Team Penske cheating scandal ahead of the Indy 500 this weekend. Penske firing his top 3 racing executives this week after 2 cars were illegally modified before the second round of qualifying. And the Stars score 3 power play goals in the first 5 minutes of the third period, beating the Oilers 6-3 last night in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Biggest rival got to be Cleveland. I'm 29 years old. I feel like it's always been Cleveland owning this division.
Yeah.
Kansas City is the biggest threat, in my opinion, signed Jason in Royal Oak. Hatred, I have more towards the Knicks than the Guardians at the moment, from an unnamed ticket texter. And teams I hate more than the Guardians in Detroit right now, Packers, Vikings, Bears, Senators, Pacers, and the Yankees. Tom in Flat Rock. Go figure, Catio guy is at peace with losing. It's not what I meant. I'm saying you guys
what you said.
I'm not at peace with losing. I'm at peace with like how the season.
Having lost to the Guardians.
John, we had our chances. We didn't get robbed. We didn't get screwed. We lost to a better team. We weren't going to win the World Series. I'm really not heartbroken about it the way it sounds like you and Tom are. I'm on to bigger and better things.
I'm just bitter. I'm still bitter about it. Like you lost. You had a chance to move on. They ended your season.
Yeah, I'm not heartbroken. I mean, in the end, I think the better team won. I thought one of the things that, because we focused so much on losing last year, that Cleveland earned that.
Yes.
Their closer closed us out in 4 and 5, especially 4 here at Comerica Park. David Fry hit a big-time home run. You take away that home run, the Tigers win the series. I'm not heartbroken anymore, but I'm still, like, my hatred towards them has been unearthed this morning. I hate David Fry. Okay, I forgot I hated David Fry until it kind of just, and he's not even going to play this weekend.
No, but so some of this is, you had Game 4 in Detroit, can't knock a guy in. Game 5, your ace on the mound, he serves up a meatball grand slam. Like, Detroit had their chances. And but the other thing is, I feel like it was the start of something. Like, reflecting back, like, it feels like the start of something. Now, watching Detroit take the next step this year, so I think that helps cushion it for me, is like, oh, that was just step 1 of what is now going to be a race to a title now.
I mean, all those things are right. I mean, yeah, was Cleveland a better team last year? Sure. Should they have won the series? Sure. There were better teams that didn't make the postseason than probably the Detroit Tigers. But the fact of the matter was, you end the season, there's only one team in all of baseball, in any sport, that ends happy at the end of the year. And I'm not going to sit there and say I was happy because they went on a historic run. Sure, it gave you hope. It was the start of something. It appears to be the start of something, but they still beat you. And there can still be bitterness about them beating you.
And it might take some time for the juices to get flowing with this rivalry this year, because they don't have Fry and Thomas to get maybe booed there. Clase hasn't been quite himself, and Josh Naylor's not there either, and he was the most hated person on that team. But maybe when the Tigers go to Cleveland here in a little bit, and those guys are back, and Skubal starts in Cleveland, and they hate him down there. They hate Skubal.
Fire it back
more
up.
than I hate David Fry.
Fire it back up. I said it, they're the biggest threat in this division right now, despite the fact they're in 4th place. They have the experience. They have the titles. They've been where we want to be. It's a big series this weekend.
Yeah. Head-to-head.
248-539-9797. All right, Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, a budding rivalry as well. Mm-hmm. The Tush Push stays in the game of football after they failed to get enough votes to ban it yesterday. Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson have 2 very different opinions on the Tush Push. Let's play the audio. This is Dan Campbell back at the owners' meetings in March with the correct opinion. That's how it's got to be. Look, it's a skill issue. that play requires skill. It requires execution. It requires talent, certain types of football players, heavy offensive line, quarterback who can squat 1,000,000 pounds. Not everybody can do what the Eagles are doing. It's a skilled play. It's not a play that just anybody can pull off. So then you don't punish teams for being better than you. You compete. That's the right mentality from Dan Campbell.
Skill leads to execution, and the Eagles execute that play better than anybody else. And whether it's because of Jalen Hurts at the quarterback position, it's whoever they've got pushing him, it's the offensive line. Like, they have all parts, all cylinders on that play are all pumping.
Ben Johnson had a different opinion. Likes big plays and he cannot lie. Maybe explains the 3rd and short empty set.
Good, yeah. I love the response by the whoever was interviewing.
Sounds like
him.
A reporter, yeah.
You don't like like first downs or touchdowns?
Hello.
Like, it doesn't happen that often. It gets highlighted and it gets talked about because it feels, and for the large part, it's unstoppable. And you've got to find a way to counterpunch. But what have we seen throughout the course of time? When somebody comes up with something new in sports, there's somebody on the other side that finds a way to counter it. It's taken some time. And it could just simply be mass versus mass.
My thing on this all along has been, if it was a loophole everybody was exploiting equally, okay, we're going to have a league-wide conversation about changing the rule. If one team's doing it better than everybody else, that's called being better. That's what sports are. We wouldn't punish Steph Curry because he can make threes from behind half court. We wouldn't go, that's illegal now because he does it better than everybody.
Yeah.
A 6'5 receiver wins the jump ball. You can't throw fades to 6'5 receivers because it's not fair. It's not fair that Philly's bigger and stronger than everybody they play. I'm sorry, then the answer is to put more beef there or avoid 3rd and shorts and 4th and shorts.
That's the ultimate goal that's been the goal of defenses over time. Be good on 1st and 2nd down so you don't have to worry about 3rd and short. It's trying to put them in long down and distance situations. That's the way that you beat the tush push. Don't allow them to do it. Don't be in that position. It's going to happen. It may not happen every single game, but it will happen. And for those that say there's no skill involved, I would encourage you to try and line up with 300-pounders across from you and try to snap a ball consistently to a quarterback, stay low, move your feet so that you can get a little bit of movement up front, allowing the quarterback to move forward. Yes, he is strong, and he gets help from others that are pushing him forward, but there is great skill in the center position, in both guards, in tackles, of the right footwork, the pad level, the execution of it. It's not an easy thing to do. If it was, everyone would be doing it.
I respect where Dan Campbell's coming from. Like, it's going to make his team's life harder, but it's the spirit of competition.
Yeah.
We're going to work harder. We're going to have a solution. We're going to have our own wrinkles, and we're going to try to beat them without changing the rules because we can't stop them. That's the position I respect. What I don't respect is Goodell or either some of these owners in the league insinuating it's a dangerous play with no data to back it up.
Right.
Other people saying it's a boring play. Well, so is just a traditional QB sneak. That's boring. Falling forward for a half yard. Ban that play too. Ban any play that's boring. It should only be fun and exciting plays.
Yeah, the injury thing just that it has no legs to stand on because there is no data to back it up. Jalen Hurts hasn't missed time because of this play. Offensive linemen, other players haven't missed time because of this play. Defensive linemen haven't missed time because of this play. It's not there. If you don't like it, then just say, I don't like it. But you can't sit there and name all of these reasons that aren't real reasons. If you don't like it and you think it's too hard to stop, it gives them too much of an advantage, you're just soft. You're just simply soft. Ben Johnson, you're going to show your true colors, and he's soft. It doesn't mean he's not a great play caller. There's a lot of things that we appreciate about what he did here in Detroit. But if you don't like this play because it's not an explosive play, that's your reason. That's fine. But then do you not like converting 3rd and short and allowing for an explosive play in the next set of downs?
Exactly. I mean, how do we feel if the Lions on that 3rd and short don't go empty and just kind of go, quote, boring?
Yeah,
They
boring.
don't play
David
for
Montgomery for a first
yeah.
down.
Hey, there you go. Live for a new set of downs in the red zone.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben, you don't get to take Dan Campbell with you. I can't wait to see how it unfolds. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your only call to be an experienced law firm, and it should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes that got you jammed up, you need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
All right, ticket, text, phone calls. Tush push stays in the game of football. Dan Campbell says good. Ben Johnson said he's not a tush push guy. Let's get to Joel and Fenton. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I got a question because there doesn't seem to be clarification on this tush push. Both sides of the ball should be allowed to do the same thing. And the question that I'm finding is unconclusive is, can the defensive players create a wedge to stop the tush push by assisting other defensive players to push through the line of scrimmage?
I believe they can.
I guess that's really the whole boiling point, I think, of this play, is if they're allowed to do that, or if the offensive players are allowed to do that, then the defensive players should be allowed to also.
I believe the only thing the defense is not allowed to do is leave their feet and land on top of an offensive or defensive lineman. Like, they're not allowed to, unless they can clear the line and hit the quarterback, but, that
doesn't happen.
And in this play, it's just it's too compact.
Yeah, if the case is that the defense can do the same thing as the offensive players, then I'm fine with the tush push rule. But if the rules are not equally on both sides of the ball, then that implies a problem with the rule.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from, Joel, but I want to walk with you on this. Do you feel like the play is automatic, what the Eagles are doing, because of that?
No.
Okay, so it can be stopped, and you would acknowledge that not everybody can do what the Eagles are doing, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think that any other team in the NFL can do what the Eagles are doing on a tush push. Now, whether or not every team in the NFL has a quarterback who can take that snap and do the tush push is a different question. Is Jared Goff going to step in behind the line of scrimmage and do a tush push? I don't think so.
No.
But we might put Demo in there.
Yeah, actually, that would be the Lions' best version of doing it, would be Demo, who played quarterback in high school. John's rolling his eyes. I know it's not the same thing, but he has a good lower body strength.
Sure.
And could dig deep and get a tough yard. I mean, we've seen Detroit's offensive line carry him for 7 yards at a time. I mean, that would be our best attempt to run the tush push would be with David Montgomery.
In theory, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no question.
And we could
put Laporta in there.
And we're allowed to. We choose not to. That's our choice. I mean, that's the beauty of
Didn't Baltimore do it with Mark Andrews?
I think they did.
I think they tried to do it with Mark Andrews.
And it was not as successful. Because there is, as much as we want to go, it's just massive humanity and it's an automatic first down and it's a BS play, it's not automatic. It's not just a massive humanity. It does require leverage and skill and technique, and there's a reason they get away with it more than anybody else. They're better than everybody else at it.
And there's always a risk and reward. All right, if your reward is, I just simply want this first down or this touchdown, I get that. The touchdown's obviously bigger than just the first down. But the risk is if you put Demo in there or if you put any other position in there that's not a quarterback, the CQ exchange. That's where the skill and the technique also comes in.
Part of it
is those guys, and they're not 100% on it, but center quarterback exchange is something that is done in the course of an NFL season thousands and thousands of times. I'm not going to put a guy that's not used to taking that snap in a critical moment with the risk of that ball being on the ground.
Couple ticket texts. Texter says, you can't do the shift in baseball anymore, a play that was basically unstoppable like the tush push. See, that's where I draw the line. Everybody was shifting and everybody was getting away with it. It was equally, this is one team you're singling out. Not everybody can do it. It's not unstoppable. It's unstoppable because one team is very good at it. Good morning, Jim. Your take is fake. Johnson didn't say he think the plays should be illegal. He said he just preferred big plays. Guys, use some context. He was asked about tush push, and he's not a fan.
No. There's Matt LaFleur. I mean, neither are 22 other teams.
Right. 22, they needed 24. 22 teams said, no, we don't want this play in football.
So it stays.
So it stays.
It's why it's a high bar to get over. Is it needs to be a high bar. And we're talking about the tush push. There are other rules. I mean, the Lions withdrew their proposal for seeding in the playoffs because it wasn't going to happen. There's a reason the rules are in place in terms of being able to change rules. The 24 votes that it needs it needs to be a high bar to make changes like this in the game of football.
The Eagles and 9 teams voted to keep the tush push. Those 9 teams.
Name names.
The Lions, Patriots, Ravens, Jags, Jets, Titans, Dolphins, Saints, and Browns. All right. Everybody else is soft.
Yes.
We got Dear John coming up first. Heather with the news.
Well, at league meetings on Wednesday, the NFL announced that they'll be introducing the Protector of the Year award, which will be given to the league's best offensive lineman.
I think you misread that. It will be given to Penei Sewell from now until the end of the next decade. I mean, that's going to be his award, is it not?
Should be.
That's exciting.
Yep.
John, they're finally recognizing offensive linemen.
It's about time. It's only about 15 years late.
The winner will be decided by a panel that includes a number of former offensive line greats.
Oh.
John, did you get a phone call?
I have not. The phone has not rang yet.
Just keep waiting. Just keep waiting. Also announced on Wednesday, the Buffalo Bills will be featured on HBO's Hard Knocks this summer during training camp. The show is going to premiere August 5th. 9 p.m. This is the first time the Bills have been selected for this series. Roger Goodell also announced that the NFC East will be the focus of the in-season Hard Knocks, which will feature all 4 teams in the division.
I think those are both great choices. They're great choices.
They are.
There's a lot of drama in the East, and the Bills are a team that everybody's invested in.
Yeah. Oh, I think both of those are going to be great. I can't wait for that first week of August, that first episode.
Let's go.
This is interesting, I guess. Rob Gronkowski.
Oh.
Everything that comes out of his
didn't know
mouth
if you were
is.
gonna do this story.
Yeah, I'm going to do it because we've got sound. Why not? He recently made a really bizarre admission about Aaron Hernandez. I don't know if you heard this or not. He appeared on Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and he admitted that he actually encouraged Hernandez to pleasure himself during meetings. Team meetings.
John, you ever seen anything like that in the film room?
I've never seen anything like that in the film room. I understand the concept of egging someone on to do something crazy. I don't know that I would sit there and I can tell you, I know I wouldn't sit there and watch it, but to try and get somebody to do something stupid, sure.
Okay, then.
Okay. When Jeremy Renner had that big snowplow accident back in 2023, he says that he died for a few minutes, and at the time, he didn't want to come back. Basically, he says he was upset when he was revived because he just experienced the most exhilarating piece, the highest adrenaline rush he's ever had. And now he says his near-death experience has also changed how he lives his life. Like he says, I'm not investing in stocks and bonds or crypto or Bitcoin. He says instead he is investing in love, shared relationships, experiences, things like that.
I think a lot of near-death experiences change people.
They have to, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy to hear that, his story. I mean, something I've
Until
never
you've experienced it, it's hard to even understand it.
Have you experienced a near-death experience?
No.
Okay.
No.
Me neither.
That's why I don't understand it. Yeah.
Let's see. There was a big poll on America's dating habits that just came out.
She said big poll, John.
Yes,
I
I
know.
did. And it's got some interesting stats, like how many of us have been in love, been cheated on, or had a one-night stand. So it's found that 88% of Americans have been in love at least one time in their life. I guess not that surprising.
No.
It depends, obviously, how old you are, I think.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's see what else. 77% of Americans have dumped somebody, which is pretty high. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
52% have had a one-night stand. So a little over half. Experienced love at first sight. 43%. I feel like that was a little high.
Yeah.
Gotten back together with an ex. Only 38%. I'm in that group. I wasn't polled, but I would have said yes.
That you've gotten back together with an ex?
Colin?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Colin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dated for a while, broke up for a while, got back
Okay.
together, and rest is history.
They were on a break.
9% of people have been in an open relationship.
Oh, what percent was that?
9.
Seems low to you?
Anything I say can and will be used against me. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John Jansen gives us life advice. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. If you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. You got to go visit Beninati Pool and Spa. Their team of experts will walk you through all the options and hook you up with the perfect tub. For me, Beninati made the entire experience a breeze. They found the tub that was just right for me and my family. They delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. And for me, having a hot tub has been a total game changer. I'm using it not only for recovery after workouts, but also just to relax in the evenings with my husband and kids. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met by Beninati experts who will personalize your experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPool.com or stop by the Utica or Clinton Township location and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work right for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me and my entire family over the years, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
All right, the talk of funerals has led us to a completely different conversation and a revelation about Heather Park. We'll get to that. We also have some audio about Mitch Marner and pending free agency. I have not heard it yet. We'll play it. But Heather, you were just detailing all the things you want when you die.
Yeah, I don't need a fancy funeral, that stuff. I don't celebrate, mourn, whatever you want to do. That's fine. But I really, really like cemeteries. Like I enjoy going to cemeteries. I find them peaceful, beautiful. I like looking at people's headstones.
It's your happy place?
It could be.
Most people would find it haunting or creepy.
And I do not. So when I pass away, I would like so almost like a memorial type. Like I want a lot of information on my headstone, and I want a bench because I want people to come and sit and enjoy. I mentioned maybe even like a pavilion where you could have a picnic table and you could eat lunch with me. And what I would love, apparently there is a thing, I always thought it would be cool if there was like little buttons on every headstone where you could learn about the person's past. Like I want to hear the history because you walk by and you see a name and a date and you're like, wow, that was a long time ago. I wonder how this person passed away. I wonder what their life was like. Like what was life like back in this date? And now I come to find out that you can put a QR code on your headstone, and that's what I want.
And you said all the things you want, Colin better be saving up now.
Oh, this is nothing new.
Okay. It's
for
new,
people
it's new
who know
for
me.
us.
Apparently, you guys just don't know me that well.
No, but we learn a little bit more day by day.
So Colin is well aware of
I would
the things
assume
that
he
I would
be,
like.
Yeah.
Do you guys already have plots picked out?
We don't, but we have. To him, it doesn't mean anything. He doesn't even need to be buried.
Oh, okay.
He is cremation is. We've discussed all this.
Yeah.
Cremation and cremation is fine with me too. But I
you still want an area.
You want to have a destination.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not just on a wall with a name. Like I want it to be
a destination.
Yes.
Like a mausoleum.
For Heather Park. And then Colin gets a little urn next to her.
Would you like Colin's story to be told as well?
Oh, I want everyone's to be told. And it's not just for me. It could just be at my headstone, but I want more people to visit.
If that existed, so you already like going to a cemetery.
I do.
Would you just take strolls through and listen through?
Oh, we used to go all of it. With kids and busy lifestyles, it doesn't work out anymore. But for a while, we were visiting like every cemetery in the area and just taking walks through it and perusing headstones.
Like random cemeteries.
Random cemeteries in the area. I mean, we weren't traveling far. The older cemeteries are the best. The names, we were thought about baby names, especially with Emily. We were looking at names on headstones for baby name ideas.
To name your children off of the dead people in the random cemetery.
Why not?
Okay.
Especially the older ones, because those older names are really trendy, are coming back.
Ulysses.
Sure. There was
look
lot
at
of
little baby Ulysses. He's so cute.
We
He has
did
his dad's eyes.
Or Grant.
Up north, and there was a lot of generic names. Like Thomas was really a big one. There's a lot of Ruths, things like that. Like there's only certain ones I can remember
Beatrice,
now.
Gertrude. Lovely
no,
names.
there was no Gertrude.
Marge.
Old
I didn't
names.
see Marge,
Yeah,
but
yeah. First name
Bernard.
Large.
Oh God. John,
Bertha.
This is a uniquely Heather thing, right? You're not strolling through cemeteries for inspiration
No, I'm
and
not going
peace
to
and tranquility
cemeteries
and
for anything.
they're well maintained. They're usually pretty. I mean, most cemeteries are maintained.
yes.
At least the grass is mowed, right? Even the older ones.
So I get
it's just
the
beautiful.
stories of older cemeteries where you're looking at dates that go back to the 1800s and then maybe cross over the century. And on my grandfather, when I was growing up, had a farm in southern Indiana. On top of one of the hills in one of the fields, there was an old cemetery that he was actually paid to maintain, and it only had, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 headstones, and they were so old that some of them you couldn't even read anymore. But there was an old, like chicken wire fence, and we would go up there and weed it and weed whip it and all that stuff so that it would look good at least for a couple of weeks. And it was interesting to see some of the dates on there, and you see the dates they would range, especially at that time from like 25 years old. You're like, okay, well, what happened?
Right now, if only there was
and
a
then
button.
there was Yeah, and then there would be one that would be like, 2 or 3 years old. And you're like, okay, well, what happened?
I know.
I don't mind the QR code thing.
I think it's fascinating.
I kind of do too.
I mean, at that
Story
point,
of your life.
At that point, I don't care.
And just the history of that time period. Not even about the
that
person.
specific person.
Yeah. Like what life was like during that time frame. Fascinating.
It's a different way to memorialize someone.
Yeah.
Anyway, we also have some audio.
That totally shocked me.
I know.
And when I get to the rationalization that you have, I can understand it. But to just have that admission of I want a pavilion for me, or I want a pyramid for me, a mausoleum for me, like
a statue.
A
little hologram.
A statue
comes out. And
the statue of Heather. Would you want a statue of yourself on top of the headstone?
I don't think I need that.
Because then they would
some
know
people
more.
do the pictures.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't really love that either. But
at what point in your life do you want the picture to be from?
Oh, the best period, probably. I don't
Which
know,
was?
26. I don't know, when I was
Before you had your beautiful children.
26.
Okay.
No, I don't want the picture. But I want a space where people will come and hang out in the cemetery.
And talk to you.
And others as well, but it could be right there. I want that. I want a bench, at least a little. I've seen the benches.
Well, they can sit on your headstone.
That's not respectful,
No, you don't
though.
want that.
You don't do that. No, so that's why you put the bench. It's like a marble bench.
I did promise some audio. Can we just play this for people? Then I know, Gator, you're itching to get in on this death conversation and funerals and all this stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a dream.
Update on Mitch Marner, kind of. This is Darren Drager, TSN. This is from FanDuel Overdrive. Oh, okay then.
I mean, we'll find out.
We will find out the factors that ultimately motivate Mitch Marner. Anyway, you guys both may have heard this. Doug's now in the studio. That Heather has an infatuation with, cemeteries.
I'm a little rattled here because I think out of everybody at the station that's on the air, I have the most in common with Heather. Parent.
Sure.
She seems to be. I don't want to, by saying I think of you as very rational means I think of myself as very rational, right? Yeah,
we're all a bunch of
irrational. I think I have the
idiots.
most in common with you.
I can agree with that.
And this is freaky.
Really?
Yes.
Really? How much time have you spent in a cemetery?
As little as possible.
That's the problem.
Yes.
You need to spend more
you'll
time.
have plenty of time at one point.
I think I'll be. Yeah.
You can make up for lost time later
Why do
on.
we spend more time in cemetery?
Because they're beautiful, peaceful. You get to see a little bit of, even though
no
you
one
can't
else
see
wants
a
to
lot of
go
history. No, there's some right by the water. Oh, they're so peaceful and
I
beautiful,
would
and you
say-
get to read people's names. And while you can't,
I agree they're beautifully landscaped. But I mean,
Yes.
you just randomly walk into a.
She has.
yes,
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying, Gator. That's what I'm
there's a
saying.
lot of cemeteries around where I live.
Okay.
She was looking for baby names in the cemetery.
Yes, it's a great place to look for baby names.
Look, at some point here. Really? Baby names?
Oh, yeah. You're
So
having
gonna
the same
name-
reaction.
You're going to name your child after a dead person you don't even know.
Here lies Ezra. Yes.
Everybody has a name of
Yes,
somebody
yes.
who's passed away. So technically, we all have
I
names
guess
after people who have died.
Mommy,
You
why
search
would you
for-
name me after?
Search for inspiration in
There.
I
cemeteries.
found your name in a cemetery.
I
Look in
suspect.
granite.
I suspect
Yeah.
at some point I'm going to say something and reveal something, and maybe I already have, that you're going to go, well, that's weird as hell. Because I
Probably.
had my moment today with Heather.
I don't think it's that weird, but apparently it is.
To randomly walk through a cemetery?
Really?
It's a little weird.
If you're going on a nice, peaceful walk, that's the best place
We
to
got
do it.
hiking trails for that.
They have parks.
I avoid the
I'm telling you,
cemetery.
go do it, and maybe your opinion will change. And stop and look at some headstones, and
Look,
you can.
I agree that it's like some funerals I've been to, when you go to the cemetery and it's beautiful in the area. It is.
Yeah, and I'm itching to
But
get
that's
out.
the only reason I'm there is to pay respect to the person that's now put 6 feet under.
But isn't it kind of like paying respect every time you go and you stop and you mention this person's name, whoever it is, and you think, wow, I wonder what Ruth was doing back in 1925. What was her life like?
What a life.
And you start talking about her, and you're raising her name up again, and you're honoring her by just thinking about her presence. Right?
I got enough problems to worry about my own life. Why do I got to think about what Ruth was doing?
Ruth, who died in 1925.
Didn't make it through the Roaring 20s. Poor
Ruth
Ruth.
and Helga were doing, while the Titanic was sinking. I don't know if it matters.
Her other idea, which apparently is real, and then you guys got a show to do, QR codes so that you can see the story of people's lives on their
I didn't know that was real. And
But she loves the idea.
That's actually not.
I like
okay
that
with
too. I like that too.
If you want, there's history involved with that.
Got to make sure you
How
have
would-
good cell coverage.
How would you feel about a button on the headstones where a voice would tell you one's life story?
Maybe it's the voice of
Scott
the
the
dead
Gator
person.
Anderson.
Yes.
It's a little too.
That was my thought.
Hi, I'm Heather Park.
Thanks for stopping by my gravestone.
Let me tell you a little bit about myself.
Yeah.
Was born and
You know what I'd say?
Yeah, it was the
Coming
Park
up in
with
20
Jim and
minutes.
Costa show.
I'd say coming up in 20 minutes. I'll tell you.
perfect. The Karshian tease.
Sitting around there. Well, I wonder what he's going to get there.
Immortalized forever. All right, Karsh Anderson next, 97.1.
A Jim Irsay story. Did we know was he sick? Did he die suddenly?
Yeah, I think he's been
Has he?
sick for a while, on and off.
Kang told me something fascinating about Jim Irsay yesterday. It doesn't seem right. Kang, tell the people what you told me right before the show.
He had a tweet or a post go out on X yesterday wishing the Pacers good luck in the series against the Knicks. Now, it could have been a scheduled post or tweet, but it was definitely yesterday, like I think in the afternoon before the game.
It seems kind of weird.
It was weird because I saw it
I guess
after the news was announced. I'm like, huh?
The day you die, you probably don't wake up thinking, I'm planning on dying later.
Good luck, Pacers.
Good luck, Pacers.
Beat the Knicks.
But passed away at 65, which seems far too young. But welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson, and you heard Kang behind the glass, Kenny on phones. Scott, How are you today?
I'm fine, Doug.
Yeah? Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
I mean, just the games that were on. Obviously, Tigers in the afternoon. But the basketball game was something.
Yeah.
That was...
Do you remember when people thought the Pistons had a problem closing out games?
Yeah.
It's happened like 10 freaking times since the Pistons got bounced and teams have blown double-digit leads. This is the NBA. The Pistons don't have any bigger problem than anybody else when it comes to that.
So I didn't watch the whole game, but I flipped it on at the right time because I was watching more of the hockey, and I came to the basketball, and it was just before the end of regulation, and then Halliburton hits that shot. It's like, are you kidding me? He just do that again? That's just happened. And then, wait a minute, was his foot on the line? Oh.
And the shot he hit, just so people know, back iron straight up in the air.
Like 6 feet straight up in the air and then came right back down
straight down and through the bucket.
And they reacted appropriately. And then they found out that it was a 2-point shot to tie the game and go to overtime.
Okay, now it's interesting you say that. You say they reacted appropriately. The choke sign is reacting appropriately.
Reggie Miller did it to the Knicks back in the day. Why not?
I know. I don't know that I would do that in game one. It's not my style, personally. I thought it was interesting that he went there after one win.
Listen, we're fans at this point, right? It's
Well,
not
that's
like
true.
it's our team, so
No, that's
I'm not
true.
going to get offended. I mean, these are two teams we don't like at all.
No.
So if they're going to get a healthy hatred for each other, yeah, get the popcorn. Let's go. Fire it up.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
We have nothing to do with it. But.
No, yeah, the saucier the better. Let's go.
Well, with that said, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Did you see? I give ESPN a ton of credit. Their research department's unbelievable. Did you see the stat about teams in the playoffs that had a 9-point lead with a minute left?
I did not.
Their record was 1,414 and 0.
Oh, man.
So
that's a legit stat of the day, man.
That is crazy. 1,414 and 0 with a 9-point lead and a minute to go in the postseason.
Oofa.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's just too bad the Knicks lost.
Yeah.
It's just too bad. And, I can go back and forth with this. Like, if the Pacers lose game 2, I'll say the same thing. Oh, it's just too bad the Pacers lost.
Yep.
Because there is no dog in this fight. I can sit back and just hate watch it, enjoy when any team loses.
Yeah. Well, I will say that watching the Knicks blow that lead, I enjoyed quite a bit. I hated, though, I can't tell you how much I hated the Pacers coming back and winning that game.
Sure, I get that. But the dynamic duo of the Knicks is they really need some consistent third player to show up and help them out if they want to advance. Because those two are going to be just worn out.
Yep.
Brunson, as much as we can't stand him, he's so good.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's just watching him do it to another team. It's, there's part of you that just is like, you're flipping middle fingers at the TV screen watching it, and then the other part's like, yeah, I get it.
No, I hear you. All right, so much more fun to talk about. The Tigers win again. Okay, St. Louis was like one of the hottest teams in the league coming into this series, and I suppose losing 2 out of 3 doesn't mean they're not hot anymore, but Detroit goes in and takes care of business. And just like, I can't remember if it was CBS or MLB, ESPN has now fallen in line with their updated power rankings at this hour. Tigers are number 1 team in baseball. Number 1 team in baseball, according to ESPN. John Morosi, if you heard him this morning, will replay the best of what he had to say. He said, he travels around the league. There's much respect for what Detroit's doing. And they're just legit. They beat another good baseball team in a series, 2 out of 3, and this time the pitching chaos worked.
Well, it's 50 games into the season, and the Tigers have won 33 of them. That's 66%, Doug. That's wildly impressive. I don't care how you slice it, man. To be 16 games above 500 at this point is well beyond anybody's dreams or expectations of this team. I think people by and large would have thought at this point, the 50-game mark, hey, maybe the Tigers might be 5 games above 500.
Yep.
They struggled to start the season because they played so many good teams. But no. What they've won 12 series now?
Mm-hmm.
out of 15 on the season. It's crazy how good they have been, how crazy consistent they have been. And another game where, we talked yesterday about how the top 4 in the lineup the previous day provided all the offense for the Tigers, and the bottom 5 did nothing. And then you look at last night, Carpenter 0 for 3, Malloy 0 for 4, McKinstry 0 for 3. The top 3 in the lineup did nothing, and everybody else down the line did. So they just keep getting it done, and they manufacture runs with the best of them. You get on base, you don't want to walk the Tigers. They're going to come back and haunt you. And I think there were 3 walks that turned into runs for the Tigers last night. And Riley Green went 1 for 3, but he walked twice, and he scored 3 times. This is what happens. These guys run the bases really well. They're very aggressive. It doesn't always work out. I mean, we've seen the last couple of games, there have been times that Torkelson has run into an out, but it's okay. They're getting the run across, and they end up winning the game. And here's what's great about the game last night, or yesterday afternoon. Pitching chaos worked.
Yep.
And it had not worked the previous couple of occasions. This time it works. The Tigers pitchers combined for 9 innings and 5 hits, 1 walk, and 1 run. I mean, you limit the opposition to 6 base runners in a game, you got a really good chance of winning that baseball game.
Scott, we got a big series with Cleveland in town. 4 games starting tonight. We will get into that at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, baseball is back in the D, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all the Detroit baseball action starting the season the way they ended last year. There's a lot to be chesty about. Solid pitching, solid hitting, solid fielding, guys stepping up. It's an entertaining team to watch. Why go to Twin Peaks for baseball? Why not? For starters, each lodge boasts over 50 TVs. You'll never miss any of the strikeouts, stolen bases, or grand slams. Each lodge has upgraded their entertainment package, boasting 98-inch TVs for your viewing pleasure. Pair all that with the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. All that with extensive bar, your high-end bourbons, tequilas, craft cocktails. Shot specials are $4. Jack Daniel flavors, Screwball, Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve. They're available every day to jumpstart your evening, and you won't want to drink on an empty stomach. Their cooks in there at 7 a.m. preparing tons of scratch-made favorites like the house-smoked brisket, ribs, wings, hand-cut New York strips. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so here come the Guardians, one of the weirdest teams in baseball. And they have messed around near the top of the division. They're 4 games over, but they have a minus 17 run differential this year. Scott, what are your thoughts on this series?
I think this is it's one I've been waiting for a long time. I thought before the season began that Cleveland was going to be the biggest competition for the Tigers in the division. I thought there'd be lots of competition, but I thought Cleveland by far was going to be the toughest competition. And for a while they were, and now they've kind of fallen off. They're 3-7 in their last 10 games. Their lineup is not very potent. They have 4 players that have an OPS above 700 right now. Jose Ramirez is always a problem. He's a Tiger killer. I would, pay extra attention to Jose Ramirez and also Stephen Kwan. Both of those guys just really get things done. And, if I had the opportunity to walk Jose Ramirez in a situation where it warrants it, I'd do it. I don't want to pitch to him because, like I said, he's the killer on that team. And you want to limit their potency, and that's how you do it. One of the ways you can do it, certainly. But I like where they're at right now. Cleveland's coming off a doubleheader they played yesterday. They're tired. They're going to come to Detroit tonight. It's going to be the weather we have right now. It's not very comfortable to play in. But Tigers are ready to roll. They're treating everything like it's no big deal. It's just another game, another series. They don't pay attention and put any extra mustard on it because it's the Guardians of Cleveland that knocked you out of the playoffs. That's for us to do and fans to do. But that team just keeps it even keel thanks to A.J. Hinch. And they're facing 3 more right-handed pitchers this weekend out of 4 games. They got a lefty in one of them. I like their chances to win this series. And why wouldn't you? They've won the vast majority of the series this year. But if they could take 3 out of 4 against Cleveland, that's a huge, huge step towards really confirming what we all think about this team. It's a very good baseball team.
What's weird is it feels like, okay, here comes a team that eliminated the Tigers, right? It feels like there should be a lot of welled up disdain and hatred. But Class A isn't as good as he was last year. Josh Naylor's gone. Remember last year in the middle of that series we did, hey, is somebody starting to irritate you from the Gribe?
Right.
Naylor got a lot of votes, but the winner was that little twerp Rocchio. Do you know where Rocchio is right now?
I don't.
Rocchio's in the minors.
Aren't they playing him on Monday?
Who?
Oh, it's a Roku game on Monday. I'm sorry. The game on Mondays are television broadcasters through Roku. Sorry, Doug. I was playing didn't mean to sail it over there.
Anyway, so Rocchio's down in the minors. So the guy that people had some welled up disdain for isn't even around. And Naylor's not even around.
His brother is.
It would have been really, I was surprised when we did this because I find Rocchio to be just a twerp. And now he got sent down.
Yeah, rightfully so. He's hitting $165. He was -1 in the WAR category, and his OPS was a robust 433.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. What? Nothing for the Roku game?
Oh, damn. God, no.
A little harsh. But this is a weird team Cleveland's got. They've I don't know how they've won all these games. They win them late, dramatically. And then when they lose big. It's a strange team. There's nothing. Obviously Jose Ramirez is still a special player.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an 883 OPS still, despite the fact he's on this team right now. But this team's winning. Not lately. Right. I think it's a good time for the Tigers to face him, but this is not the only time they play. This year. Obviously they'll face each other. I think 3 more times beyond this. So 3 more different series. Be honest, but it's the first time we get to see them. It's the first time the Tigers will play an in-division game in nearly a month. So it's a good time to see the Central Division again. And okay, if Cleveland's not playing well and the Tigers are, good, even better. Take advantage of it.
I feel pretty good about the Tigers versus the Tribe. Excuse me, the Gribe, the Guardians, former Tribe. Like when I look at what Cleveland has done this year and I look what Detroit has done this year, I mean, I feel like it's a pretty safe bet that the Tigers are better than Cleveland. I just think they're better than Cleveland now. And, you know, this series is a chance to prove it. Nothing is a must-win in May, but if Detroit really takes care of business, they can dig a pretty big hole for Cleveland here in the early going. Again, a lot of baseball to be played, but I really see a chance here to send a message to a team that bounced them last year. You said something at the beginning about that's not up for the Tigers to talk about, or they're not talking about it, or
right?
Yeah. Whether they're talking about it or not, I bet they feel it. I bet they know. I bet they want. I bet it's in their heads that, and I don't mean bothering them. I think the backdrop of this series is these are the SOBs that ended our season last year, and the Tigers were this close.
So let me ask you this. It was when A.J. Hinch comes out, as he did after the game yesterday, and said, we're not thinking about this as Cleveland. We're thinking about this as the next team.
Yep.
And, that's all for you guys to do. But for us, this is how we approach it.
Yep.
Do you believe him, or do you think that behind closed doors he says, hey, don't forget. Remember what happened?
I don't know if he does that behind closed doors. I think it matters to the players. And like last year when it was all said and done, I couldn't help but step back and feel like, you know what, Cleveland's just better than Detroit. Months later here, so October to May, I feel like Detroit's better than Cleveland.
See, I get the feeling that A.J. Hinch is preaching the same message to the team that he does to us. So that,
I agree.
And at this point, because the team is 33-17, and you add to that the crazy stretch, this is very similar to their crazy stretch. What was it, 31-11 or something? That the team probably is listening more to A.J. Hinch than listening to themselves when it comes to Cleveland.
I don't think there's any doubt that A.J. Hinch is trying to set that tone because he just wants consistent performance regardless of who the opponent is. And if you start building up one opponent, then you invariably are downgrading the next series. And I don't think he wants to do that because you just want your team to be the same all the way, especially when you're playing well. But they can hear that message. I think these guys know. And obviously the fans do. Weather's supposed to start getting better because it couldn't be much worse.
What do we have? Like literally the other day, like 2 days ago, it was the coldest high temperature recorded on that day in over 100 years.
Yeah. Was it Grand Rapids? It was Grand Rapids.
It was like 50 degrees what it was here.
Oh, was it here too? I know that because Jimmy burst in the studio and tried to
say Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
But in the state, I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
that's what we've been.
Weather's been terrible, and it's supposed to get a little bit nicer each day this weekend. So hopefully, and I suspect it'll be good crowds for Tigers and Cleveland coming up. I did something that I found interesting. I like to do this every once in a while.
Oh.
Hopefully, you'll find it interesting as well.
Well, I will.
1 year ago today, what were we talking about?
May 22nd. What were we talking about? It would have been a mini camp of the Lions. Was there a new Pistons the Pistons fire a coach?
No. We will get to what we were talking about 1 year ago today. It's kind of funny to look
Why don't
back.
you just tell me?
We will at 10:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers, big series with Cleveland coming up. Open the show talking about their series win at St. Louis and how great that was. And now, what's on tap? Cleveland in town, 4-game series. Love the 4-game series, and hopefully the weather does cooperate because the weather's been crap. Absolute crap. We will actually got a topic built out around that at some point today. So 1 year ago today, Gator, we were discussing some things on the show. You know, we're in that time of year where we sometimes venture a little bit away from sports.
Yep.
And 1 year ago today, we were talking about how Tom Hanks sent a text to his son. Can you explain the Drake-Kendrick Lamar feud to me? We did that 1 year ago today.
Okay.
And then what we did is I texted my kids to get them to explain it to me, and we had listeners text their kids and then send us how their kids responded. We had some fun with that. But here were 2 topics that came up.
All right.
Yep. Baez was horrible last night. Grounds into 2 double plays, goes 0 for 4. He's hitting 203. I don't know if this was a cut and paste from your show sheet or I wrote this, but here's what was written. I'd love to drop him right now, but they don't have anyone ready to play shortstop. Is there any way they should make a concerted effort to trade him? Any type of trade. So that would have been we'll swallow 70 of the $95 million.
Yeah. We'll have to eat 70% of the salary.
That's 1 year ago. Now, a year later, he's one of the best players in baseball. Also, Kerry Carpenter can flat out hit. Does that make him tradable?
This is what we were thinking about a year ago, right?
A year ago.
How do we improve this team?
Yep. This is what we were doing a year ago.
I'm glad we're not there. You know what I was thinking about? I didn't put on my show sheet today with the Tigers and yes, I was thinking about this in the shower. I get most of my great ideas.
Here we go.
Sorry. Is it time that we talk all the time about the Tigers extending Skubal? Got to extend Skubal. Got to extend him. What about Riley Green?
Well, how many more years do they have him under club control?
Well, that's a good question to ask.
It feels like it's very pertinent to the.
Yeah, and I think it's probably similar to the Skubal situation. Maybe not as dire. Let me take a gander here. He is
3 more years. After this one.
Earliest free agent is 29, so he's going to be arbitration eligible for the first time this upcoming season.
Yep. So he's going to get a bump there, but you're talking about 3 more years.
Yeah, he's getting a bump, but he's making like less than $1 million.
It's crazy.
And Colt Keith they gave him a contract already.
Yes, they did.
Which hopefully will be incredibly team friendly after a couple of years.
I mean, that's the hope, right? And then when you actually do that right and you give somebody a contract ahead of time, say we're going to reward you now, but we also think we're going to save ourselves some money long term. You just hope that player doesn't get mad and say, I don't like my contract anymore. But anyway, yeah, Riley Green's got 3 more years of club control. So that's probably something. I mean, they may do it anyway, but
I just wonder if this is the way that professional sports are going. And with baseball, it's, your free agency is so far down the road. Mm-hmm. Once you make the majors, it seems that, more and more teams are giving contracts to players earlier, like way earlier, like the Tigers did with Colt Keith. So I'm just wondering if this is something they would consider with Riley Green, given how well he has played.
You know what's funny is Kerry Carpenter will become a free agent at the same time. These 2 contracts up in the same year.
They have a really good situation.
Dude, it's a great situation.
They have a really good situation.
You think about, we were talking today in the office about how much we really need to just every once in a while stop and say, well done, Al Avila. You drafted extraordinarily well. You really did a hell of a job. Now, your downfalls, of course, were veteran acquisitions and trades that netted not nearly enough when went through various purges. But, man, the player acquisition or the player drafting and development portion of your era has worked out pretty good, huh?
I mean, some of it has.
Yeah.
It hasn't always worked that way, but I do appreciate to an extent what Al Avila has done.
Yeah, the Avila. There's a lot of Avila, guys here getting the job done, and no, nobody's perfect, of course, and I'm not saying here he shouldn't have been fired. I really like what Scott Harris has done. Scott Harris has done some damn shrewd things, and the waiver wire acquisitions have been really good. They've gone out and find useful players, the Tyler Holtons and the Will Vests and the Andy Ibanez's of the world.
Yeah, but they also missed on the Derek Hills, the Bo Burrows, the Matt Mannings, the Alex Faedos.
Of course.
Well, I know, but I feel like we've given Al Avila enough credit. Okay, I think he's
okay. I'll do it. Gator doesn't want to. I'll do it.
I'm getting a little tired of the Al Avila.
Are you really?
Yeah, I am. Okay.
Why?
Because we've constantly done this now for
I
a
don't
few
think
weeks.
we have.
Where we've recognized, great, you got Scooble and Kerry Carpenter. You found a couple of nuggets there. You picked the 1-1 guys, and now that's starting to pay off. But you did pick first overall, after all. That's fine. I can acknowledge that. But to constantly acknowledge that means that you also have to constantly acknowledge the failures. The inability to find anything in return for the trades of the blue chip players that they had, or all the epic misses that he had in the first round as well.
Hold on. Kang, would you describe what I just did or what I've been doing as constantly acknowledging it? Or because if I've been constantly acknowledging it, I'll stand down.
Why do you hate Al Avila so much, Gator?
Uh-huh. How many times have we talked about this in the last 2 weeks?
I don't think so. I don't think
at least
somebody just
times.
posted. Doug wasn't here for the Avila talk. Rieger was.
Oh, was that it, Gator? Maybe that was it.
Maybe. I'm sorry. If that's the case, then I'm sorry, Doug. But I've had it. It's enough. I think he's gotten the appropriate amount of love for making a couple of nice later round selections. Good for him.
Good for us.
Yeah,
great for us. Yeah, but I'm just not going to.
I don't mind if people think it's been constant acknowledgement of Al Avila. I'm pretty happy with Al Avila, and I don't mind talking about how he has helped this team stockpile it for what it's. Because I'm hoping we're doing the same thing with Yzerman. Except I hope Yzerman's still here, but I hope all his drafts pay off. And certainly there's always misses. Drafting is not by any stretch of the imagination a exact science, but man, they got a lot. They're as you put it, they're in a really good situation, and Avila's work is part of it. Sorry.
You apologize, Doug, now.
Yeah.
Avila could be what Yzerman was to Tampa, and Yzerman could be Avila what to the Wings, what right that Avila was to the Tigers.
Avila could be, yeah. I mean, if they go on to win a championship, he helped build it.
And then if Yzerman can't, doesn't stay here, and then that
I think we better stop. I think we're about to lose him. He's about to check out for the day.
Come on, man. You got that nice tracksuit jacket on. I thought you'd be in a good mood.
It's a station tracksuit jacket.
I like it.
Yeah.
I didn't get one.
Is that a spring training trip? I think it was a spring training trip. Yeah. Is it one of the spring training ones?
Probably. I don't know.
Anyway, yeah,
this whole thing.
But they got a lot of good young players, and they will have, as you mentioned, 3 years from now, Carpenter and Riley Green's contracts are up at the same time. They'll probably get news done prior to that. All right, so we mentioned how bad the weather has been this spring. I went down yesterday. We had a baseball doubleheader scheduled. We had a doubleheader scheduled Tuesday. We played one game. They called the second game. This is my son's high school team. Called the second game because of rain, because it was just raining. It was miserable. It was cold. So they moved. They had a doubleheader Tuesday, single game Wednesday. They moved. Basically, they played the single game Tuesday and moved the doubleheader to Wednesday. They rained out the doubleheader yesterday. Called it off. I was supposed to go hit balls yesterday, golf balls. Get a lesson. Called off. They
don't have covered tees?
Not where I was going, no. We have a doubleheader schedule for today. In this. We have a doubleheader schedule for tomorrow. This isn't the way it's supposed to be, but all these doubleheaders keep getting pushed back. We have played 32 baseball games. My son's team has played 32 baseball games this spring. 32.
It's a lot of games.
Well, it's kind of typical for a high school team, but yes. 6 on days that I would say were nice days. 6 of the 32. I went back and looked at it. I said there were 6 nice days. 2 of them were hot. Okay. One day we played a doubleheader. It was hot. Other 4 games have been played on nice days. I would say 5 games were played in not particularly nice, but not dreadful weather. And 21 games have been played in dreadful weather. I believe our opener was in late March. Gator, I remember talking to you about it. The weather today for the game that we are going to go to, it's almost Memorial Day weekend. We're getting close to June. The weather today is going to be no better than the weather was in our first game in late March. I don't remember a spring where the weather has been this brutal. Now, I do the bundle up thing, and I know I say all the time, no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing decisions. I'm getting sick of bundling up like I'm about to make an assault on Everest. And it's raining, and I guess the question is, what has the weather this spring ruined for you? 248-539-9797. It has been awful for spring sports. I think if you got a kid in track and field, lacrosse, soccer, some of these spring sports that are played, you know how bad it has been.
Probably ruined the fat guy relay.
But there are other things that people do outside. The weather this spring, I don't remember it being this bad. You said we're setting records for the lowest highs on a day. Like the high temperature on a day might be 51 degrees. That's the lowest high it's ever been. That's happened in a couple places around Michigan. What has the weather ruined for you this spring? 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls and feedback. You want to keep talking Tigers, we'll do that as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This is the worst spring I can remember as a baseball parent. And I went through and I looked at our schedule and figured out that we basically had 21 awful weather games where we either had, it was either cold or rainy. And I think more than ever, we're just like, screw it, we're playing in the rain. But what has the weather this spring ruined for you? Is it cut back on anything you do?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there were a couple of things. And for me personally, I like to do a lot of walking. But if it's like this, I don't want to go out and walk. This is crappy out there. And it's been like that for far too long. I really haven't taken many walks this year outside. The other thing it does is with my pond in the backyard, every year I have it, it gets cleaned out to start the season. So typically that happens middle of April. So that's changed dramatically because it literally just got cleaned out last week.
Yeah.
So, we've had all this rain, so that slows down the company that wants to do it because, there's some things they can't do and everything gets pushed back. So it's just where it is. And it's no fun dealing with this, man. I mean, we want to, when you're done with winter, you want to be done with winter. Spring is great. Usually is. Right? And it gets warm each day. You feel like, we're getting closer and closer to summer, and here we go. And, we're May 22nd. We should be enjoying 75 degrees and sunny. We should enjoy that. And we're not having it. And I'm not happy about it.
It's like every morning I'm watching the local news, and what do I hear? I hear, well, we're 13 degrees below. The high is 13 degrees below the average. Like it's a constant reminder of how bad this spring has been, and the data supports it. Kang, has it cut back anything with you in terms of how bad this spring has been?
Well, what has it ruined? My mood. My overall spirit has been broken.
Yep.
So that's what this weather's done. But more personally, just taking my daughter to the bus stop in the morning, like she's like bundled up. This is ridiculous. She should be in a t-shirt at least, maybe even shorts. Past Memorial Day weekend type weather's been a lot warmer. So that stuff, it's just, I think it's bad for everyone. So when I actually go pick her up, we're all standing out there freezing our butts off. So yeah, selfishly, it's ruined that stuff for me. I don't like that.
To the point where they're probably like, I don't want to play sports. I'm going to have to do dance.
Damn it. It is an indoor sport.
When does watermelon shark season start?
Yeah, we're taking, I think we took a break from the spring session. We might be doing indoor. This dance thing is
taking root.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Not happy.
All right. What is the weather ruined for you this spring? 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, one of the things that's ruined for me is walleye fishing.
Yeah.
It's the high winds. It's been one of the windiest springs I can ever remember. And when you're out on the river fishing for the walleye, you're drifting, and the wind just wants to blow you across the river like a sail. And it's made it very, very difficult. So that's the thing I look for is the wind, not so much the temperatures, the wind. And it's made it really, really rough this year.
It's been brutal. So typically, do you just not even go now, or you go anyway, but it's just tough?
I usually try and wait till the wind dies down, so I might go in the evening, or I just might not go certain days.
Yeah.
Because it's just too brutal.
Yeah.
It makes the water real choppy, and it's real hard to control your boat. And you have to be able to control your boat to catch the walleye who are there at the very bottom.
And the thing about it is, one of the great parts about being a Michigander is all the outdoor activities. We're getting robbed. It's like days go by, weeks go by, a month goes by, and we've had one hot day for baseball. 248-539-9797. Tom, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Same thing. Got a boat in the driveway I don't want to uncover, and a pool in the yard I don't want to uncover.
Ugh.
And then it's going to be like this, and then tomorrow, the next day, we're going to wake up, and it's going to be, why didn't I open the pool?
Right.
Yeah.
Because usually I know that like summer clubs, they open them up. Usually it's Memorial Day weekend is the big weekend, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
So Tom, when's the pool coming out?
I have no idea. It's not going to be anytime soon.
It doesn't feel like it's anywhere close to worth it. Here's the feedback coming in I'm a groundskeeper at a school. Baseball and softball was canceled often for me. Yay! LOL. Other than that, the grass continues to grow at the school I work at. Endless grass growth has canceled other plans like trimming bushes. I think it's going to kill Thursday Mo today.
Oh no.
The weather, I think Thursday Mo is out. Curtis writes in, the weather has ruined my golf game and the opening of my pool. We had a couple of 80-degree days. I thought it was going to stick around. John in Lake Orion says, the weather at Cedar Point has been brutal. I've already postponed 2 trips. So, like on a colder day, isn't like the real, one of the big hacks is go on a bad weather day and you'll have the park to yourself. Now, if it's like rainy or too windy and some of the rides are closed, that sucks. But weather has ruined us up opening up the cottage in Petoskey because of the winter storm up there going this weekend, though. That's from Kevin and Gallianos. It's going to look different if you haven't been up there yet. There are some areas that look like they barely got touched by the ice storm. Others look completely different because trees are just gone. It looks like forests are gone. In many areas, like the top third of trees are gone.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to warm up there anytime soon.
Yep. I had a series of yard projects I wanted to get done. I'm still in the early stages. It rains every damn weekend. That's from Scott. 248-539-9797. What is the weather this spring ruined for you? Feedback here. My kids' end-of-year concert Tuesday, they refused to move it outside until we were all set up in the rain, and then they moved us inside. That's from Hellborn Elfchild. What else do we got here?
I just did the 10-day forecast for Petoskey.
Yeah.
Actually goes through Thursday, June 5th. The high between now and then is only 72.
Yeah.
The vast majority of days are in the 60s.
What about does the dog mess you up with paw prints? Mud?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, well, it hasn't been a ton of mud, but I mean, it's a lot of wet paws and wet dog, which is no fun to deal with. But yeah. Now, the good news is this. Because we have gotten all this, there are some dead spots in my backyard because of the dog.
Yeah.
That are actually kind of getting filled up a little bit because we've had so much rain and we haven't had those hot days to just bake the sun and then take everything out. So some of those areas are now getting filled in with grass, which I'm very thankful for. But once you get to the summer, that'll change dramatically again in the other way. So there's some give and take with it.
Doug, what are we going to do today?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Are you?
I'm gonna try. We'll see. If it's too wet, no. Like cutting wet grass is the worst.
Yep. Thursday mow is one of the greatest ideas you've come up with, and I love it. But I think I'm going to have to pass this Thursday. Now the grass is growing, like it is growing a lot because it's constantly watered.
I should be able to mow it today.
Maybe.
I mean, it's not. It may not rain. I mean, it's actually the percentage is low that it's going to rain.
Yes, but what I'm going to run into here is time. If I have some time when I get off work, I might be able to get it mowed before I go to baseball. But if I let it dry, if I need to let it dry any longer, I'm not going to get home till 8:30.
How long does it take you to mow it?
Probably about 25 minutes, 25 minutes. It's not too bad. How long does it take you to mow yours, King?
45 minutes, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Something like that. I got a corner lot. That whole side of my house is just, it's like a 40-yard dash. You know what I mean? It's like Rich Eisen's lining up. He can line up on the side and run for charity.
You edging all the time, weed whacking all the time?
No.
You get the blower out all the time?
The weed whack, yes. The edging, no. That's more like on a bi-week, twice a month, bi-monthly.
Yeah, it's me too.
Yeah.
But what is the weather ruined for you this spring? 248-539-9797. Hey, a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. Anytime you want, anywhere in the United States. There's going to come a time where one of our teams does something big. And you're going to say, man, I wish I knew what they were saying in Detroit. That's why you're going to be glad you have the Odyssey app. So get it today.
Are they signing Mitch Marner?
That's an example of a future show. We might be talking about something like that. It's not him making an announcement. We also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. We stream with video. Go to youtube.com and twitch.tv if you want to watch what we are doing. In the meantime, a NFL team might have a spare part at edge rusher. Gets a lot of attention here in Detroit. Clearly, it is probably the number one point of angst out of Detroit Lions fans. The question is, would this guy make sense in Detroit? We'll get to that at 11:01 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. Tigers welcome Cleveland to Comerica Park tonight for the start of a 4-game holiday weekend series downtown. Tigers enter Memorial Day weekend 33-17 on the season, and for the first time since 2006, they've got the best record in baseball through 50 games. Guardians, meantime, fourth in the Central, 26-22. They're 6 games behind Detroit. Jack Flaherty takes the mound in Game 1 for the Tigers. Tanner Bybee for Cleveland. That first pitch at 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1. Thunder point guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has won NBA MVP. He beat out Nuggets center Nikola Jokic, who finished third in 4 seasons. I won 3 in 4 seasons. Last year was his final one. Pistons Cade Cunningham finishing 7th in voting. IndyCar is exploring the creation of an independent governing body absent of any Roger Penske employees in the wake of the Team Penske cheating scandal ahead of the Indy 500. Penske fired his top 3 racing executives this week after 2 cars were illegally modified before the second round of qualifying. And in the NHL playoffs last night, Stars scored 3 power play goals in the last 5 minutes of the third, beat the Oilers 6-3 last night. That was Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talk some Tigers to open the show.
You know what you need to change your mood?
I need a lot to change my mood. But what?
You need a puppy.
I gotta laugh too, Doug.
Yes.
You need a puppy.
Yeah.
You need a puppy.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Get yourself a puppy.
No, thank you. The kids have been begging for a dog for years. I'll take care of it. I swear I'll take care of it.
Close to avoiding it.
Yeah. I can see
one more to go.
If once we become empty nesters and a few years or decades go by and we find ourselves bored, and with nothing to do, I may consider a dog at that point, but there's no way. The kids, I kept saying, I'll take care of it. You don't have to do anything. And I'm like, and then you go to college.
Right.
And then who takes care of it?
Well, you do. Let me let you know a secret. If the kids were living at home, you'd be taking care.
Oh, I know.
Who took care of the cats?
It's World War III just to get them to put their dishes in the dishwasher. You think we're going to get them a dog, a living creature, that we're going to leave dependent upon them to feed and to walk and to bathe? No, there's not a chance. How many times do I have to tell you not to leave trash in the car? And it doesn't sink in. And you're going to get up every morning before you go to school and walk the dog? No, you're not.
Let me rephrase what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Because I knew you weren't going to do that. It will put a smile on your face to go to a dog rescue and play with a dog and then walk out of there without a dog. Although you'll feel sad.
So let me tell you what my short-term plan is to make myself feel better.
Yeah.
Okay, and get into a better mood. My short-term plan is Busch Light Apple. Which is less expensive.
Alcohol.
And way, way fewer responsibilities than a dog. Yep.
Facts.
Yep.
Facts.
So there you go.
Hey, has this weather ruined white guy in shorts?
Good question.
Total. I mean, I got what
Kenny just yelled out yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
Kenny's total white guy in shorts.
I think I've had 3 days this year so far. That's it. And
Yeah.
Kenny won't put them on until he's because when they go on, they stay on, right, Ken?
Kenny's
Yeah,
got this
look at the
policy.
weather. I looked at the weather forecast moving forward, and I said, there was a time last week where it was Friday, and it was beautiful out, 70s, great weather, and I said, maybe today's the day. Then I look at next week's weather, 52, 55, 58. No, I'm out.
Kenny, just so you know, Kenny's policy is once he puts the shorts on, they don't come off until fall. That's all he will wear. It's his policy. Is it ridiculously restrictive? Of course. But that's Kenny's policy.
His policy, man.
So anyway, regarding the weather, we said, what is the weather ruined for you this spring? The weekend rain is limited by visits to the cemetery, signed Heather.
Oh, boy.
Next text. I'm a sports photographer. I go to a variety of events, 5 a week. The weather's been brutal here in northern Michigan. I think we've had 1 day of summer. Scott in Canton, the weather has hindered my mountain biking. Since Easter, there's only been 3 days that I can mountain bike on the trails near my home. Because of the rain, the wind, the trails are too wet. Because of the rain or the wind, the trails are just too wet. Ugh. Joey in a truck. Getting our garden started has been difficult because of the overnight lows. Pippa in Fenton says, the spring has ruined kayaking for me. Not just the rain, but the cold and the wind.
Yep.
Yeah, everything about wind blows. There's nothing good about it. Yeah.
It's nice to have a summer breeze when it's 80 out.
Yeah, I was about to say, we haven't had summer yet. So.
Yeah.
All right, I mentioned before the break, team might have a spare part. Reading a blogger out of Buffalo who is just speculating that the Buffalo Bills, who love to rotate their edge rushers, have a guy who's in a contract year. It's already a crowded room. They extended Gregory Rousseau. They signed Joey Bosa and Michael Heck. They drafted London Jackson in the 3rd round. And that, given that he's in a contract year, they may be wise to ship out A.J. Epinesa. A.J. Epinesa, who has only had, I think he's had 6.5 sacks twice in his career in Buffalo. I looked it up yesterday because we were going to talk about it yesterday, but never got around to it.
6 last year. In the previous 2 years, he had 6.5 each of those years. So he's been consistent the last 3 years.
Yep. His tackle totals have gone up. You got the stats in front of you?
I do.
Yeah. Am I right on that?
Yes, they've gone from, it's remarkable. They had 6.5 sacks and only 16 tackles one year. 16 to 20 to 39.
Okay.
So he's coming out. This is his best season by far.
And they really rotate their edge rushers a lot. His contract, I believe, would pay him $5.5 million, which I believe was roughly what Zadarius Smith was going to get. So the question becomes, is this something, he's not a great player, but he's a good player. And he might be better if he gets more snaps. And he might be better if he's opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And he's younger than Zadarius Smith. I don't think this would cost much in terms of draft capital going the other direction. If he is a spare part and they're looking to unload him, I actually think he makes sense in Detroit. Scott, what do you think of A.J. Epinesa?
I mean, if the cost is so low, I'd be willing to take a chance. I just worried that is this another guy that just looks like he fits the part but doesn't fit the part because he's 6'6", he's 260, looks like he should be a force, but really isn't. I mean, it's not like he gets a ton of pressures. The other stuff that doesn't necessarily show up on the stat sheet, you have to dig for those kinds of stats. So again, what are we talking? A 6th round pick?
Yeah.
I mean, something like that, yeah. But I mean, anything higher than that, rather take a chance in a draft on somebody.
Yeah, well, I don't know that I like the idea of having A.J. Epinesa this year more than having next year's 6th round pick, right? I mean, they're and this is a player that they'd be able to fit under the cap for now. Essentially, what this comes down to is, does he have any of the stuff that Brad Holmes and company looks for? Like, what did their scouting report say about A.J. Epinesa when he was coming out? Is he a football guy? Is he that guy that watches film all night long? Is he that guy that is in the weight room when he's not watching film? Is he that guy that skips his sister's wedding to go watch a playoff game? Like what is the football? How dedicated is he to the game? Because if he's that guy, this could be a move that makes some sense.
Yeah, and again, this past season, his jump in production was pretty substantial. Not in the sack department, quarterback sack department, but in the overall tackles, he doubled his total. So that's impressive. But what is he really on the field? I mean, I can't speak too much to it, but again, a 6th round pick, if it's something like that, it seems like that's easy to give up to acquire him. But what's the money he's making?
I think it's 5.6. Hold on.
It seems to be a lot.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they cut Zadarius Smith, who I think was due. I think the number was $5.6 million. Maybe that's why it's in my head. But it was roughly the same money. Epinesa is younger. Epinesa probably has more left in the tank.
But he hasn't come
5.76.
But Epinesa hasn't come close to being a guy that you think can be a partner on the opposite side. I mean, 6.5 being your high quarterback sack total is nothing to brag about.
Well, no.
And you played in the league for 5 years.
But there's a lot of guys that are that playing opposite Aiden Hutchinson might see their production go way up.
Well, who is he playing opposite of in Buffalo?
Oh, Gregory Rousseau.
Von Miller there too.
He's at this point. Sounds like you're talking yourself out of it.
I kind of am. Well, because I don't like the salary part of it. I'd rather give Zadarius Smith the money.
So you'd rather have Zadarius Smith than AJ Epinesa?
Yeah.
Okay. To be fair here, this is just a blogger who's piecing this together. Kang, what would you think of AJ Epinesa for a 6th-round pick?
Obviously that's not much to give up for a player that can help you right now. I kind of agree with Gator though. I might more be inclined to just bring back Zadarius Smith if he wants to come back, but I feel like they're a little too. They're two different type of players. I think Epinesa sets the edge more than Zadarius does. I'm a little worried that Zadarius is just a specialist at this point. Especially with the Lions, they love guys that can be on the field for all 3 downs, right? 4 downs if necessary. I think Zadarius is one of those guys just get to the quarterback type guys. Overall, though, I'm all for improving the team right now. So in the end, I would do it. I think the window is now. Not that the window will be closed after this year, but there's clearly they can win it this year. And anything to help win this year without completely compromising the future, which a 6th-round pick doesn't, I'm for.
Yeah. I'm trying to find snap counts. All right, so last year, this is hard to read. Snap counts for... this is completely useless. Never mind.
Well,
Epinesa doesn't play a ton of snaps.
No.
He's it looks like 30 to 35 a game, something like that. 35 a game, maybe.
According to Pro Football Focus, I believe he was 48th in snap counts among 211 edge rushers.
Yeah. Hey, would he get more? I don't even know if he'd get more time here, but something to consider, something to keep an eye out. A new name, supply and demand, added to the supply potentially for those after edge rushers. 248-539-9797. Okay, we talked about something yesterday. As details came out, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And I can't believe what happened. We will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. Here's the other thing, too. Customer service, top-notch at Michigan Auto Law. It's a huge differentiator. They call you back. Many people will call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from the current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them, and Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. Call my guy Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law. To learn more, go to autolaw.com. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Are you interested in AJ Epinesa if he is available? Just saw a blogger out of Buffalo write about it. Could be anything, but there's something to keep an eye on. The weather this spring, what has it ruined for you? What outdoor activities? What job? Anything you were hoping to get done? What has the weather made it intolerable and you just can't get it done, or just not nearly as much fun because the weather sucks? And it sucked for weeks, hell, the whole month. It's just been awful. 248-539-9797.
Doug, are you any closer to getting one of those pods?
So it's funny because when the season first started, you guys talked about the little translucent pods that you can get, these zip up, where you can sit basically inside a little bit, sheltered from the elements. And I made the comment that I just won't use it enough because, yeah, the weather's bad now, but it'll be fine in a couple weeks. And this is our last kid that's playing. We aren't going to be sitting outside in bad weather games any longer. Had we purchased a pod when the baseball season started, I think I would have used it, by my math, 21 times. It would have been well worth it. It was a big miss.
How many pods did you see from the parents on your team?
On our team, not one. I've seen other teams' parents have them, and I've noticed other sports. There's a lot more of them at other sports. But I don't think anybody in our team.
How do you think it would have been received?
I don't care.
Who do you let in your pod?
Well, it depends who's nice to me. Wow. It would be the wife, of course.
How big is is it just a pod built
you
for
can
two?
You can get a pod built for one. Little singular zip up.
Good God.
Yep.
The pod people are precious.
Dude, you just need to be a father. Because you need to.
Right, because I've never had to attend sporting events outside. I wouldn't possibly know what it's like to sit outside.
He doesn't know.
Cold weather.
He has no
It's
idea.
not like I coached baseball for a couple of years or anything like that.
No.
I don't know what it's like.
You just need
I
to
have
be
no
a father.
idea.
You just
no
need
idea.
to be a father.
You just sit outside.
You are clueless. You're right.
I'm completely clueless. I have no idea. You're right, Doug.
You are exactly
Couldn't
right.
possibly know what it's like.
He doesn't have
Never
any
attended
idea.
a single sporting event for any niece or nephew over the years. I wouldn't know what it's like.
Not 21 times in 3 weeks.
No,
I'm sure.
no. Yeah, and you know what nobody's done to this point? Gotten a pod. Even you haven't gotten a pod.
I haven't gotten a pod.
So don't do it.
There are people with pods. I've seen people with the pods.
And they're precious. You should look at it that way. You're tough.
I was
The rest of the parents on your team are tough. I was tough.
I'm
Right?
sick of it.
Did you go sit in the car?
Every single time baseball season starts, I expect bad weather. The weather today is going to be no better than it was when the season started. It's awful. But enough of this. Anyway, if something gets ruined in this spring, let us know. Okay. Yesterday we talked about it. I was hoping that the league would vote the tush push out. I was hoping the league would vote the tush push out. They did not. And I was disappointed. And I read something in the course of while the vote was going on that Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, who have famously run the tush push twice as much as the next closest team, he got up in front of all the owners and gave an impassioned plea that some people said he's been talking for a half an hour. By the time it was over, people said he was talking for almost an hour. Then he turned it over to Jason Kelsey, the retired Eagles center, who helped execute the tush push. After the meeting and the tush push passed by a 24-8 vote, wasn't that what it was? 24-8? And it needed...
No, it was
22 to 10. 22 to 10. It needed to be 24-8 to ban it. 22 people voted to ban it. 10 voted to keep it.
So it stays.
So it stayed. The Athletic talked to people who were in the room, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to tell how it went down. Here's the summary of Jeffrey Lurie talking to the rest of the owners. Lurie began by emphasizing the need to clean up the process around the play rather than the play itself, pointing to the fact that no data supports the idea that it's inherently more dangerous than other plays on the field. Quote from Jeffrey Lurie, It's the safest play in the history of the game.
No, probably not.
He continues. Lurie pointed out the need for owners to consider the fact that they are stewards of the game itself instead of voting based on what helps or hurts their specific teams. We are owners, not members. I'm sorry. Why are you in favor of it then, Jeffrey? If you're not supposed to vote on what's good or bad for your team, you're just voting for what's good for the game. Why are you so adamant about keeping it when your team ran it twice as much as the next closest team? Why, Jeffrey? One high-ranking league official who was in the room said Lurie sounded like a guy who was trying to convince his girlfriend why she shouldn't leave him. Okay, Gator, I want to know, do you think we can say that on the air? You see where my thumb is?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Give it a shot.
Give it a shot?
Yes, I think you can say it.
He said the fact that his team came up with a play that is so unstoppable that the rest of the league has no other choice but to try and ban it was like a wet dream for a teenage boy. He said he was aroused by the fact that they came up with a play that's so unstoppable that the league is trying to vote to ban it. He's aroused by that.
He's really happy. Really happy.
Then, towards the end of his address, he told assembled owners that regardless of this day's result, me and my franchise are walking out winners with Super Bowl rings to show for it.
And he's still got 10 people or 9 other owners to support him after saying that.
What an insufferable, superior, condescending numpty. I mean, who does this guy think he is? And they voted. Why wasn't the vote 31-1? I can't think of a presentation that would want me to give him the bird any more than that. Oh, you go through and you say we're supposed to vote on what's good for the game, not what's good for our team, yet you're the one lobbying for it. You say you're aroused by the fact that your team has come up with a play that is so unstoppable that all the rest of the owners are trying to vote it out. That arouses you. Then you say it doesn't matter what happens. We're winners. Are you kidding me? And people supported this?
Well, some teams will support it because they have a similar personnel and they want to run it. Buffalo runs it a lot. I'm guessing that they support it. But what's disheartening is that the Detroit Lions voted to keep it because Dan Campbell's old school and he thinks it's up to us as coaches to devise a plan to get the players in the right position to defend the play. That's how he was brought up, and I'm sure there's a lot of other coaches that feel the same way that would tell their owner the same thing. Hey, we don't have a problem with it, and you know it's the most boring play in football. It's rugby, it's not football.
That's how if I were in
that room, and you know the privileged session or whatever it was, actually in the room, be disgusted by what he was saying. Like I'd say, it's get over yourself, relax a little bit. I got it. We don't need to hear from Jeff Lurie to go on for 48 minutes, you know, extolling the virtues of how great the Tush push is, and then please God, do not bring in Jason Kelce.
Well, did you hear what he said? Quote: "If I could run 60 Tush pushes a game, I'd come back."
Oh, as a player?
Yeah, he'd come back. If you could run it 60 times a game.
Well, let's bring it back. Yeah, come on. Do it then. And by the way, you can, because there's nothing that says you can't. You're allowed to run as much as you want.
I think what happened here is the owners got their walking orders on this from the coaches. The coaches didn't have to sit through this and hear all that, and the owners just voted the way their coaches told them to vote.
Didn't he get admonished for saying?
Yes.
What he
I
said?
think it was Troy Vincent who really said, hey, the arousal comment was a bit much.
He's up on the nocturnal admission.
Well, 248-539-9797. I very rarely am disappointed, and I suppose in many ways this doesn't matter. Because the tush push, you can go through a whole season, it doesn't impact you. But I can't believe the Lions voted for this. Voted to support Lurie. I just can't believe it. And the only thing I can think of happened is that the coaches, because
they voted to support the play.
They voted to support the play, but Lurie lobbying for it would have made. I know you would have voted against it based on that alone.
100%.
Yeah. And now, how bad has this gotten? And how weird has my life become? When the Eagles play the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
For the first time in my life, I am rooting for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, my. Oh, my. You just said that. That was out loud.
I hope the Cowboys
You got that log,
beat
King?
the crap out of Philadelphia.
11-28.
I hope the Giants beat the crap out of Philadelphia. I want Philadelphia to be that Super Bowl team that goes from the team that goes from the Super Bowl to missing the playoffs.
Nope. Not for me.
I hate the Philadelphia Eagles.
I don't like the Eagles either, but I don't want the Eagles to get better because they have high draft picks. Like that's the benefit of sucking, and they have too good of a personnel. So no, I want them to make the playoffs, and I want them to lose in the playoffs.
I'll worry about the draft picks later. I'm wanting them to lose every game. I would root for the Knicks over. No, I wouldn't. That's too far. But I can't believe they voted for this. Now, there is a theory out there forwarded by The Athletic that has nothing to do with my theory, that they just did what their coaches told them to do, and the coaches didn't have to hear this insufferable tool. We will get to that theory at 12:30 or 11:34. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right. So one of the working theories as to why the vote wasn't 31-1 after Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelsey spoke comes from The Athletic. One league source said, people don't like the NFL telling them what to do. Health and safety were cited, but Alan Sills, the NFL chief medical officer, wasn't there. Another high-ranking front office source said that several NFL teams felt the Packers were being used by the league because of their lack of a principal owner. With Green Bay's name on the Tush Push proposal, other teams and owners didn't want to throw their support behind it because they didn't think there was a single owner doing it. They thought the league was doing it, and they were being used by the Packers. And they don't like being told what to do by the league. Another theory is before this week's meeting, the Packers resubmitted the proposal, broadening it beyond just the quarterback sneak, prohibiting, quote, an offensive player from pulling, pushing, lifting, or assisting a runner, except by individually blocking opponents for him. Multiple league sources felt that alienated some teams. Quote, sounds like the Packers hurt themselves by adding some other pushes versus focusing on just the tush push. Whatever. Can't stand the Eagles now. Lurie is acting, I feel like Lurie thinks this is an attack on the credibility of his Super Bowl. That's what I think that to say some of the things he said, that's what it feels like to me.
Well, he's doing a victory lap here. I mean, they won the Super Bowl. Now they win this, even though the vast majority of teams didn't want it.
Yep.
But, he feels vindicated. So I think it's ridiculous. I don't like it. And when you get voted, I can't believe it's a 75% vote needed to overturn it.
Yep.
You had 22 of the 32 owners say, no, we don't want this. And they're like, sorry, it's not 24. Wow.
All right, here's feedback coming in regarding the weather here in Metro Detroit over the last week/months. I sell beer for a living. This weather is not helping at all. That's from an unnamed texter.
Right.
Unnamed texter, golf has been horrible. I haven't played a round.
I haven't played a round yet either.
Ryan in Walled Lake says, have only one great day for golf league. And again, crap weather tonight. Next text, I work for a beer distributor, and the weather this spring has ruined beer sales. Unnamed texter, car shows, darn weather, it's like October. I'm a builder. The weather has ruined everything that I do every day.
Yeah, can you imagine you're trying to pour foundations, and you can't do it because the rain's there and doesn't jive with the cement?
Yeah, anybody working outdoors.
Yeah.
I feel for you, man. The weather has ruined my life. That's from Smitty in a car. Wow. Sorry to hear that, Smitty. This weather has wrecked my plans for opening my pool, but it's also been lighter on my DTE bill. It's from Mike in a car. What, no AC?
Open the windows.
Yeah. Just went on a 3-day golf outing. You have to play because you've already paid for it. It was absolutely brutal with the wind and the rain and the temperature. It just stunk.
I can understand. Yeah, you plan a weekend up at Boyne or something like that, or Gaylord or wherever, and next thing you know,
yep,
you're playing in 40-degree temperatures with high winds and drizzle. No fun.
Regarding if A.J. Epinesa is available, would you be interested for him to come to the Lions? Edge rusher out of Iowa, contract year in Buffalo, could be dealt. From an unnamed texter, I loved Epinesa out of Iowa. I think he'd be a great fit for Detroit. I would take him for a 6th in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I thought he was a great college player. Really hasn't made his mark as an NFL player.
No, I mean, he's one of these guys that looks like one of those second-tier edge rushing guys who, if they think he fits in what they're going to ask him to do, and he would do maybe more with more snaps that he got, but playing opposite of Hutch could make him even a more productive player. I don't know. I mean, I think it's an interesting discussion.
Well, why does a team like Buffalo want to move on?
Because they're not going to get anything for him, and they've got a crowded room. They drafted a guy, signed a couple. Basically, they brought in Bosa. I have a pod, and I don't care what Gator thinks. I was at least semi-comfortable. In fact, I'm probably going to have to use it today. That's from Canada Desk.
Good for you.
I agree, Ken. I don't care what Gator thinks.
Yeah, and yet you're not getting the pod.
I do not have a pod. No. Well, most
you're
of
tough.
No, I wish. I really wish
Getting
this
street
spring I'd
cred.
had it.
Well, you keep whining about it, but yeah, you're toughing it out.
Canton Cup is this weekend. All those kids running around in the cold rain. Canton Cup is one of the biggest youth soccer tournaments in Metro Detroit.
It's going to be 65 on Saturday. It'll be fine. Kids don't care.
Kids care way less. Yes, you're right about that. I think games start tomorrow, though, so it's not going to be great tomorrow either. Thank you, Dan Campbell, for your ongoing support. Signed, Eagles fans. Yeah. If I have a list, Gator, Jeffrey Lurie is on the list.
He's on your list now?
Yep. Here's Doug's list. Jeffrey Lurie.
Jalen Brunson.
This weather.
Yeah. Gator.
Talking about Doug not.
Yeah.
Not
No,
being
I'm
built
just
for this
on.
weather.
it's just
definitely
Jeffrey
on his
Lurie.
list. There's a host of
Jeffrey
reasons why I'd do that.
Jeffrey Lurie is. I just can't get over the arrogance on that guy. Unbelievable. 248-539-9797. The Tigers open up a series against Cleveland, coming off this series win in St. Louis. Excellent job by this team. Continues to win. Coming up in the noon hour, if you missed John Morosi from Fox Sports, he was on an MLB Network. He was on this morning with the morning show, and he'll be in town for this game. He was calling from Boston. A lot of interesting national perspective on what this Tiger team has done so far. So keep it locked in to hear the best of what he had to say in the noon hour. It does appear, as for now, follow up to a story we had a couple of days ago, that on the FanDuel network, we are going to get these weird hybrid pregame and postgame shows. I'm not quite sure why, when a national network has to preview a game for both teams, it seems to work. This is kind of an uncomfortable watch, is it not?
It's very uncomfortable. I don't enjoy it at all. And now that we're back home, so does this mean that Cleveland's crew, they're going to send one of Cleveland's crew here so we can combine the two again? Kill the two birds with one stone?
So is it going to be Daniela Bruce and somebody from Cleveland?
Along with another, what they did with St. Louis was two St. Louis people and then Todd Jones.
Yeah. So maybe it's Daniela, Todd, and somebody from Cleveland? Is that how this is going to work? I don't know if every FanDuel affiliate doesn't have, has done what ours just did.
I will tell you this. It takes away my enjoyment of watching the pregame show.
Yeah.
And it makes me less inclined to tune in any earlier than opening pitch.
248-539-9797. Scott Anderson, a local story I can't wait to read for you. We will get to that coming up today at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up in the noon hour, back to some Tiger baseball stuff. First, saw this on Click on Detroit. An organization has found that a father and son who reported seeing a Bigfoot in a marshy area of Monroe County are credible. They are credible.
What do you mean credible?
So, according to the father and son in Monroe County, they saw a Bigfoot this very weekend. The BFRO report,
what?
Bigfoot Field Research Organization, the BFRO report says that a 47-year-old man and his 12-year-old son were bow fishing around 11:30 a.m. Sunday, May 18th in the area of I-75 and Lapliance Road.
I'm sorry, they were bow fishing?
That's what it says, BOW fishing. They were in a wooded area behind the Monroe County inmate dormitory facility and near a quarry, according to the report. It's illegal to hunt there, but fishing is allowed. 100 yards into the marsh, the dog scared of something that was bedded there, the man told BFRO. The trees were shaking. We thought it was a group of deer. We continued on 200 more yards to the creek basin in the marsh. Around that time, again, according to Click on Detroit, around that time, the man and his son heard sirens, so he stopped to pull out his earbuds and listen to a police scanner app on his phone. All of a sudden, I heard rustling in the tree to the left and a huge thud hitting the ground from the tree. The report says a big, heavy animal hit the ground and crouched and started moving towards me through the brush. My dog fired off from the right of me toward the creature. The dog almost got to it, but the creature shot off extremely fast through the trees and the brush. The dog chased the creature up the slope and over the train tracks, and then I called for my dog to come back. During the follow-up investigation, the BFRO investigator said he found the man and his son to be credible. The investigator wrote, I asked many questions about what they saw and what the animal did. I asked enough to discern that it was not a bear. It was a large, dark, furred primate that ran up a slope on two legs, looked like a gorilla from behind. Yes, that would be a Bigfoot. The BFRO says dude and his son in Monroe County, credible.
Well, I know that I, for one, will trust the take about a Bigfoot sighting from the group that formed itself to find Bigfoot. I mean, it's not the state police. That's not it. It's not, DNR or anything. No. What it is a group that is finding squatchy areas. The BFRO. Is anybody determined if the BFRO is credible? That's the question that needs to be asked. Come on. No word about footprints or tracks or any hair left behind or anything like that. They didn't. No actual research or evidence took place. It's just we talked to the 47-year-old and his 12-year-old, and we determined that they're credible. Now, did they say? They didn't even see it.
Well, they said they saw it. The BFRO didn't, but.
No. I mean, they didn't. I thought the story you read said that they heard some thud, the dog chased it out, and something took off. And then it's a BFRO that says, must have been a primate, something like a gorilla.
Oh, no, he said a big heavy animal hit the ground and crouched and started moving towards me through the brush. I think that would imply that he saw it.
He didn't see anything move through it. He's not seeing anything in the brush. You're seeing the brush move, and you're praying it's not a bear. And the thing gets scared off by the dog.
Now, here's what I'm wondering, because there's details in this story that make me wonder.
Are lacking?
They are near the Monroe County inmate dormitory facility. The story says that they heard sirens. They listened to a police scanner app. Suddenly, a creature that moves on 2 feet that looks like an animal falls out of a tree and then takes off running. Did an inmate escape and dress like a Bigfoot?
Oh, my goodness. That's a new one, right?
Yes.
Hey, make sure you leave. Did you leave the bear costume out there in the woods? I couldn't find a bear, but I did get a Sasquatch. You know what? That'll work. All right, plan still set for me to break out of here at midnight? Yep, okay. Come Come on.
You're not buying it?
No.
But the BFRO says they're credible.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. All this Bigfoot stuff it really makes me laugh. It's so funny. Like, this has been, since I was a kid, this has been a thing.
Bigfoot?
Right? Yeah, it's always been a thing. Ooh, there's a Bigfoot somewhere. Oh, is there? And here it is, 50 years later, and we are no closer to finding any real evidence of any Bigfoot. Like, come on. With all the technology we have today, you don't think you could flush a Bigfoot out? I mean, come on. They don't exist. It's a farce.
You know what they need, and the way that we would find the first Bigfoot is, you know how, like, during deer season you have to get a license? Make these people buy Bigfoot licenses, pay for them, and then just go shoot one. But nobody wants to shoot anything without a license, right?
Well, you need a license.
So
yeah.
But that'd be my solution.
How is squatch meat? Is it tender?
No idea.
Is that red or white?
That's a great question.
I probably would pass, just for the record. I'm not going to
sure?
eat that. Yeah.
What if it's really high in protein and bendy?
Well, most
Really high in
meats are
protein.
most meats are high in protein.
What if it's white meat?
I probably would pass.
Why?
Because I don't know what the hell it is. Do you know what the hell it is? Would you eat it?
Yeah, I know what it is.
With the proper seasoning.
I know exactly what it is. Made up.
Made up meat? It's fake meat?
This is fake. This whole thing is fake.
I've got the incident report from BFRO investigator Matthew Moneymaker.
Oh, here we go.
Come on, man. If you're going to be an organization, don't make your name Moneymaker.
Come on. And his cohort, Harry Suit.
This incident happened so fast, there was no time to even consider trying to photograph it. The whole encounter lasted less than 10 seconds from beginning to end. It happened totally by surprise. No one would have gotten a photo of it in the first shock interval. This area around the marsh for Tamarack Creek is full of deer. No hunting is allowed. Only fishing is allowed. Consequently, there are herds of deer in the marsh and woods year-round. There are a lot of cattails around the marsh as well. Therefore, two things Bigfoots consume, especially in the winter: cattails and deer.
Okay.
They are likely other food sources around this marsh as well.
Cattails and deer. That's a nutritious meal right there.
Yeah.
Have there been any sightings of, like, just totally gnarled up, discarded deer carcasses out there? Must have been from a squatch.
Not from this
No?
BFRO report.
Not hearing that?
No.
Not hearing that, huh?
No.
It's all fiction. It's imagination. Moneymaker. Come on.
Moneymaker is originally from the Los Feliz district of Los Angeles. He's got his Bachelor of Arts from UCLA. He's a founder of the Bigfoot Field Research Organization in 1995. So he is available for private Bigfoot expeditions and conferences.
Has Doge already purged this group, or are they still, getting paid by the government?
I doubt they're getting federal money at the BFR.
Who the hell pays this group?
Well, it's a passion project.
Who's paying for this? How are they funded? Are you on the website?
I'm on the website.
How are they funded?
Home features report, media, frequently asked questions. Let's see.
Oh, I want to read the questions. Is there anything worth reading the answer to?
Do Bigfoot bury their dead? How to become a member of the BFRO? How come no one is trying to shoot a Bigfoot with a tranquilizer gun? Do Bigfoots climb trees? Aren't some of the reports hoaxes? Why do you want scientists to recognize?
Some you mean 100%, yes.
Why do you want scientists to recognize the Sasquatch species? Wasn't this all shown to be a fake? What is a Bigfoot or Sasquatch? Where is their physical evidence? How many Bigfoots are there? Oh, we got miscellaneous. No, there's nothing under miscellaneous. Are they dangerous? So there you go.
Come on. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I just thought you might be interested in it, but Gator's not buying. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, John Morosi, Baseball Insider, joined the morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say.
The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization is primarily funded through donations and expedition fees. They accept donations via PayPal, by mail, or through donations of equipment. They also charge expedition fees for those participating in their field expeditions. So, does that mean that for a fee, I can go and hunt this mythical creature as well?
Yes, you can.
Is that it?
Yep.
But I gotta come up with money.
Well, they know where the squatchy areas are.
Sure.
Cattails and deer.
Yeah.
Apparently Monroe.
They love power lines.
All right, coming up, we will get to, like I said, more Tiger Talk.
Good God.
With John Morosi here, the best of what he told the morning show. And we have an update on the escapees at the New Orleans prison. And an interesting trend with the escapees. We'll get to that at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. For the first time since 2006, the Tigers have the best record in baseball through 50 games. They're back at home tonight. It's the first of a 4-game holiday weekend series against Cleveland downtown. Tigers also winning 12 of their first 16 series in a season for the first time since 1984. Tonight, they welcome in Cleveland, who's fourth in the Central at 26-22. Right now, 6 games back of the Tigers. Jack Flaherty starts for Detroit. Tanner Bybee for the Guardians. That first pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. The Lions signing first-round defensive tackle Tyleik Williams to his rookie contract. The 4-year deal worth over $16 million. Second-round guard Tate Ratledge is the only Lions pick who still needs a contract. Thunder point guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has won NBA MVP, beating out Nuggets center Nikola Jokic, who won his third in 4 seasons last year. The Pistons' Cade Cunningham finishing 7th in voting, and the Thunder look to take a 2-0 lead on the T-Wolves tonight in Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. On the ice, Panthers-Hurricanes Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals also tonight. Florida looking to go up 2-0. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, can you loan me about $400?
Sure. What for?
Well, I wanted to join one of the BFRO expeditions. Apparently, it costs between $300 and $500. So
you pay $400 and they take you on a search for Bigfoot. Is it guaranteed? Is it like one of those deals if you don't see a whale watching cruise, if you don't see the whale, you get your money back?
Oh, I don't think so.
No?
No. I mean, you know that Bigfoot's very hard to find.
Well, they've only been searching for like
years.
60 years.
Yeah, still haven't found one.
Gator, do you think you know more than them about Bigfoot?
No.
All right.
No, I don't.
That's what your money goes towards, man. These guys know.
That's why I'm asking Doug for money.
Yeah, they're credible.
Well, Duda Monroe and his son are credible. They saw a Bigfoot.
Well, they're credible because the BFRO said so.
Yes.
Can I use the BFRO to be a character witness for me if I'm ever in trouble with the law, so they can deem me as credible?
You can give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine
what crimes do you plan on committing?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking. It's like in general, I'm trying to find ways for the BFRO to continue doing what they're doing. So they're going to have to fund themselves. Look, times are tough. The economy's tough. They're going to have to expand. So maybe if they can go ahead and verify that the man in Monroe and his son, that they are quote unquote credible, then maybe we should start thinking I'm just helping out some attorneys out here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yep. Auto Law, Bernstein, Feiger, whomever, right? All these people. Maybe they need to contact the
Jamada
BFRO.
K-Roos.
Right. 100%.
Let's go.
My buddy Barton Morris. Let's go. Let's make this happen.
We're up.
We've got a group that can vouch for the credibility of people. You may want to contact them. I'm just saying. And you can thank me later.
Gator's searching for billable hours here.
Well, yeah, for a percentage.
All right. So I mentioned it. Yeah, the story on Click on Detroit if you want to read it. I mentioned it earlier that John Morosi, who was on morning show, national writer, but lives here locally and is really dialed in with the Tigers and the sport of Major League Baseball. You'll see him on Fox. You'll see him on MLB Network. All right. Are the Tigers getting respect around the country? Here is what John Morosi said. So I hadn't thought about the comparison between this Tiger team and the 2006 Tiger team, but I started looking at it. While that team had some more established big names like Pudge Rodriguez and Maglio Ordonez, the numbers are stunningly similar. Like, they also had a bunch of guys that were basically role players and guys that were, had bounced around the league a little bit, like Craig Monroe and Brandon Inge, who was kind of a role player, and Sean Casey. Like, they're not. It's not a collection of superstars in 06. And I guess I look back at that 06 team a little bit more romantically. But yeah, I think this offense might be better than that one. That lineup, everyday lineup, had 4 players with an OPS over 800. The Tigers currently have 3, and Gleyber Torres is at 794. So, as time has gone by, I've looked at that 06 team, and I probably held it a little bit more higher regard in terms of, being filled with stars. They really weren't. They had great pitching like this team does, and they had Pudge and they had Maglio, but this team's got, Riley Green, who is a star, and they've got a guy who I guess was a star at one point in Javi Baez.
Well, what that team had, here's what I see as the big difference between the Tigers and the 06 team, is that the Tigers currently, a lot of homegrown guys. The 06 team didn't have. The everyday players that they had, Brandon Inge was homegrown, and Curtis Granderson, I think, was homegrown. Outside of that, no. Everybody else was maybe Chris Shelton, I guess, or maybe Shelton may have been traded. But the other guys, Polanco, Guillen.
Yeah, they went outside a lot.
Outside a ton.
But they weren't, they weren't filled with stars off the everyday lineup.
No, there was a lot of solid players, right? When you look at the home run totals on that team, Brandon Inge had 27, Monroe had 28, Maglio had 24, Marcus Timms had 26, Curtis Granderson had 19, Carlos Guillen had 19, Pudge had 13, and Chris Shelton had 16. Those are the guys with double digits. It's a lot of guys in double-digit home runs. It was kind of like sneaky. They had sneaky power on that team. But yes, it was built on the pitching. I agree with a lot of what Morosi said. The only thing I would say is that, in my opinion, it's just different because of the homegrown talent. This team has a ton of homegrown talent.
Yeah.
And this team is a lot younger than that team was. That team was pretty veteran laden.
How they got here are different. What's on the field, though, is similar. All right, more from John Morosi from the morning show. Can the Tigers win the American League? Here's what he had to say. So, it's funny because, and John Morosi from the morning show, I think back to last year, and I just looked it up this morning. The Tigers, late in the season, took 4 of 6 from Baltimore, and they swept Kansas City, playoff teams. And every time they did something like that, I would ask the question, how are they doing this? And then they got to the postseason. they just like the stunned feeling of they just beat the Astros in this series.
Totally stunned the Astros.
They're up 2-1 against Cleveland. Like everything they were doing was surprising. I said it earlier in the show. They're going to line up against Cleveland, 4-game series this weekend. I think they're better than Cleveland. I think the reason they beat St. Louis, who is a hot baseball team, is they're better than St. Louis. They took series from first-place teams New York, Seattle, San Diego was at the time. Why? Because they felt like they were better than those teams. That's the weird thing. Like a year later, it's not surprising. They look like they're a better baseball team than those teams.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they are a better baseball team. And the American League has 7 teams right now that are above 500. The National League has 8 teams that are above 500. There's not a ton of disparity there. You know, I think when he brings up the AL East, because everyone wants to look at the AL East, that's where the big bad Yankees are and the Red Sox, and he mentions that only Yankees are above 500. Right. What he didn't say was that there are 4 teams in the American League Central that are above 500. And it's not because they all beat up on Chicago. It's because they're beating up on everybody. These are good teams. This is a tough-ass division. And I don't think John Morosi is taking any credit away from the Tigers. I think he's amazed, like we all are, what's happened here and looking at it. And I like what he had to say. The roster it's formidable. That they might have one of the, I'm reading between the lines here, but it sounds like he's saying that they have like one of the top 5 rosters in all of baseball. You know, they might have a better roster than the Yankees, maybe not, but obviously the Dodgers is a different team. And then the other teams you got to figure out a better roster than Philadelphia or the Mets or the Padres. I don't really care because it doesn't matter till the World Series. What matters right now, this team is damn good, and they are young. And they are growing together. And this team has a rather large core of players that's only going to get more impressive as the years go on. You know, in 2 years, when you've got Max Clark knocking on the door to come play on this team, that's going to be fun. You know, McGonigal knocking on the door to play on this team, if these guys aren't traded by that point. But, you know, they've got a lot of these younger players that are really flourishing in the minors right now. And they got players in the majors that are flourishing at the majors right now.
Well, he did talk about the American League Central, and we'll get to what he had to say about that race. Coming up today at 12:20, it's Carson Anderson, big series with Cleveland. John Morosi was on the morning show a little bit later on this hour. A lot of fun stuff planned, including an update on the prisoner escape down in New Orleans. Another one captured. Interesting trend with what's going on with that prison escape. Again, we'll get to that in the back half of this hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to be better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with a purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. We love our filter. I think you will too. 855-339-4242 or cgcwater.com. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Carson sent you. It's kind of an interesting highlight to play in a promo for a game.
Yeah. What was the highlight?
Baez was going to be out by 5 feet. Tigers, and they threw it away.
And it's a fielder's choice.
Hey, that's a balk.
Tigers, Guardians. Comerica Park tonight. We're all here for it. Let's go.
And that's going to move the runner over.
That's going to get Tyler Holton up in the bullpen.
Tigers, Guardians.
I think we might have some actual highlights we can put in. This team's winning a bit. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe use a double for an RBI to win the game. Maybe a home run. They've hit a few home runs this year. Have you noticed that? Gotten some big strikeouts.
Baez calls time at the plate.
Let's see if A.J. Hinch is going to challenge. He won't.
Tigers, Guardians.
Pre-game, 6:45.
Be there. It's odd, yeah.
Checking the out-of-town scoreboard. Tigers, Guardians. Just pull anything Dan Dickerson says.
Oh, we got pitch count problems. And the umpire is going to have to get some more baseball. Tigers, Guardians. Don't miss it. Hey, anything could be a highlight.
Anything could be a highlight.
Anything could be a highlight.
Just put it to music and
Lindy Waters for 3. Pistons, Knicks, game 6.
Also an interesting choice of a highlight for a promo. All right. Let's get back to it. John Morosi on the morning show. We heard him talk about the Tigers getting national respect. We heard him on why the Tigers can win the American League. Who's the biggest threat in the division? Here's what he had to say. So here you go. Naylor gone, Class A, more like Class B.
Oh,
and,
wow.
And Rocchio in the minors. Rocchio's in the minors. God, he was so, like, I was looking forward to booing him this weekend.
Were you?
Yeah, not really. But I was looking forward to rooting against him. I'm not a boo guy. But he was one of the annoying little twerps in that series last year. But he's down in Columbus. I think it's Columbus. I don't know where they are. Anyway.
He's a Clipper?
Yep. He still thinks it's Cleveland, and I just think the Tigers are better than Cleveland. I guess we'll find out. There's so much baseball to be played. If they're playing at this level, they're going to win the division, and they're a strong candidate to win the World Series. That's how good they're playing. And it's more than April and May. It's basically last August, September, October carried over into April and May. And they just seem to be picking up steam.
Well, Class A has only given up one run in his last 10 outings. So maybe Class A is back to being Class A.
Could be.
But he got roughed up in a couple of outings in April. And as we know, when you're only throwing 20 innings up to this point, a couple bad innings can really throw off your ERA. But he's still formidable. But look, the Tigers, you can get to him. Or what happened against who's the guy that throws 104 miles an hour? Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah.
First time Aroldis Chapman faced him, it was trouble. He was lights out against him. Then they went to him the next night, and all of a sudden his velocity dropped 4 or 5 miles an hour, and the Tigers were able to get to him.
And they did.
Tigers can get to anybody.
Well, big series starts tonight down there at Comerica Park. Everybody buckle up. Should be fun. All right, so Aiden Hutchinson just gave an update on his health. We will get to that coming up today at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently or maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine your live prop bets in the same game parlays for a chance to win big. You know what I do? I take advantage of the profit boosts when they're there. Not with the same game parlays, but with just with normal bets. They'll offer a profit boost. Then you can bet on a favorite, and on the money line and still get a decent return. That's what I do. In the meantime, if you haven't joined FanDuel yet, now's a good time. FanDuel.com/Doug. You get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So again, bet on a favorite on the money line. You'll get those $200 in bonus bets. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonuses issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you going to be sad? Apparently, the Treasury Department made the final order for pennies.
Am I going to be sad? No.
Won't have something that says like 2027.
No, I'm good. Does that mean we should save our pennies? They become collector's items?
I don't think they do. I think we've been trying to get rid of them forever.
It'd be interesting if this penny became worth more than a penny by being pulled out of circulation.
Sounds like a podcast for Ken Collects.
Does one need to start collecting pennies?
Spoiler alert. The answer is no.
Okay, good to know. Okay, at this hour, Aiden Hutchinson has stepped to the podium and is speaking with the media. So it is the Lions offseason program, and the players are in town, and so everybody's gathered around. Everybody gather around. And a couple of updates here. One, our Birchie kid tweeted out, I got cleared a while back, and now I'm just rolling with the boys. Feels like I'm back to being myself again. This is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. Longest hiatus I've had without playing ball. I am so pumped. Like that.
Okay.
Yep. He says he is fully cleared for all football activities. So, now, does that mean he hits the ground running? Is he 100% right away? Probably not. But they don't play a game here for almost 4 months. If he's fully cleared, he could be ready to go. The opener, there was some fear. And look, there's no guarantees, right, when somebody gets hurt. But it was by all accounts, this was a typical, clean, broken bone in the leg, which I'm no medical training whatsoever, but been around long enough to hear that they say the clean breaks are the best ones. The clean breaks are the ones that you can come back from. And so if it was a clean break, I didn't feel like there was reason to panic. Panic had set in with some fans. And look, we're kind of conditioned over, I'm not mad at anybody, for 50 years. The rule was if it could go wrong, it would go wrong for the Detroit Lions. It doesn't look like at this point this is trending in anything other than Aiden Hutchinson being back to the way he was.
Which is great.
Yep.
That sounds great. Says he's got no restrictions. He's ready to go full bore now. Is that what he said?
Yep.
So it's May 22nd. I mean, you got June to July. You've got 2 months really before training camp starts for these guys. So that bodes very well for him. I like to hear that.
Tim Twentyman also tweeted out the following, again with Aiden Hutchinson at the podium at this hour. Hutchinson was on pace. Hutchinson was on an MVP pace before he got hurt last year. He reminded today he's only 24 years old, and he's nowhere near where he expects his peak to be. He's highly motivated to come back even better in 2025. These are just words. But these are words I like.
Well, some of the words are fact. When you're 24, going to be 25, your career is just getting started. Mm-hmm. And it's already been a very tantalizing beginning to his career. I'm very excited about what he can become as a player. Stay healthy like everybody. Stay healthy, and great things are going to come your way.
So there's also this, DJ Reader at the podium. This according to Corey Woods, the Lions beat writer for MLive. DJ Reader said he's still in a group chat with some of his former Bengal teammates, like Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, here we go.
Said it's been a bit quieter while Hendrickson is going through his contract situation, but he's supportive of him getting paid what he feels he's worth.
Well, he also spoke about Ali McNeil.
Mm-hmm.
And said that his spirits are high. He said, quote, he's working hard. From what I see, he's looking good. That also coming from Corey Woods. So I don't know what that means. I don't expect to see Ali McNeil until maybe the second half of the season. And I hope he just get healthy, recovers, on your time. But he's obviously a plus player for this team and needs to be healthy for this team to be where they want to be, which is Super Bowl champions.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's an interesting point about Hutch that it's kind of easy to think about where he is in his career and forget that, like, if you look at J.J. Watt's career, okay, here's J.J. Watt at 23, 24, 25, 20 and a half sacks, 10 and a half sacks, 20 and a half sacks, 17 and a half sacks. This is right in that little window where Aiden Hutchinson is right now. How many sacks did Aiden have last year before he got hurt? Was it like 6 or 7?
Something like that.
And it was game 5 he got hurt?
He had 7.5.
Okay, and was it game 5? Do you have it in front of you?
It was game 5. Played 5 games.
Okay. So was he on his way to a 20-plus sack season?
I mean, maybe. You don't know because
of course
extrapolating is crazy. But yes, I think it was safe to say double-digit again. So he had 9.5 his rookie season, 11.5 his second season, and had 7.5 through 5 games last year. Yeah, he was tracking and trending in a great direction.
And he says he's nowhere close to where he thinks he's going to be in terms of his career arc. Physically, he's cleared to play and he's fine. But he thinks he can be even better than he was going to be last year.
Well, of course. He's played 3 years of football in the NFL. I mean, he's just getting started.
God, I can't wait. It's the first time it's hit me. Like the end of the summer, and that just feels like great news.
It's because it's fall, because we have fall weather right now.
Yeah, that's true.
That's probably what's happening.
We haven't even hit the summer yet. What if we're going to have summer?
Don't say that. Don't be mean. Don't ruin it for me.
Somebody put on Twitch, Doug wants to call up Mother Nature. I'd like to speak to your manager.
Doug is not allowed to talk to Mother Nature.
Probably not. 248-539-9797. Mike is on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Pro Football Focus, I think, just a couple days ago released their top 25 players under 25 in the NFL.
Yep.
And rightfully so, Penei Sewell's number 1. But one name not mentioned on the list is Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, because he'll be 25 when the season starts.
Yeah,
that's why he was left off the list.
Gotcha. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Oh, that was it?
Well, he was pointing out the irony of that, but he didn't know. So
yes. Okay. So when we brought this up a couple days ago, we were like, "Why isn't Hutch on the list?" And we got to the reason. We got to the bottom of it. It was because he was not eligible for the way they do the list. 248-539-9797. Okay. Get to the update on the inmate prison break. Coming up today at 12:46. I had to push it back with the Aiden Hutchinson news, stepping to the podium saying he's fully cleared to play football. Kang, you did something last night you're ashamed of. Something that you felt immediate shame.
Yes, it was immediate.
Did you clap back at the younger one for shaming you?
No, because then she would probably do something even worse to me. I don't even want to, taunt that bear.
Yeah.
That's a credible,
That's a credible source.
Yes, telling me that she's rough on me.
You don't need
credible threat.
Yeah, you don't need the Bigfoot Society to tell you about that. What happened?
Moneymaker, no. What was it? I was watching the Knicks Pacers, and when Halliburton let that shot go and hit the back of the rim and went straight up in the air, and then went through the net, I pumped my fist and yelled yes, and I felt immediate shame.
Wow.
But I don't like the Knicks, man. And I can't. I'm not rooting for the Pacers. I'm more rooting against the Knicks.
So your reaction was to pump your fist and say yes. Doug, what was your reaction?
I couldn't believe it went in, but I didn't. I hate the Pacers.
So what was your reaction?
My reaction was.
Were you happy or not?
No, I wasn't really happy. I just was like, oh, okay. I kind of laughed a little bit because that's a terrible way to lose the game, and I thought it was a 3, and I flipped over to the hockey, only to realize that the game went to overtime and flipped back. But
I laughed.
Did you?
I laughed.
At the pain of Knicks fans?
Yes. And like I said, because I don't care who wins this, right? I have no horse in this race. Doesn't matter to me. I don't like either team. So I can take joy in every single painful loss, whether it's to Indiana or it's to New York. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it.
You're going to focus on whoever loses.
I hope you lose in heartbreaking fashion.
You just want pain.
I want pain.
It doesn't matter who.
Yeah.
You just want pain.
I want to see Spike Lee hang his head low. I want to see Halliburton's dad get ushered out. I mean, I want it all.
I mean, I'm not mad at you, man. I mean, it's Knicks and Pacers. You know,
I want Reggie Miller to complain about the officiating, and I want Patrick Ewing to shake his head. Yes, I want it all. Every bit of negative energy, I want to absorb and laugh at these two teams.
Yeah, it all comes with positive energy. You know, that's there too. Like the Pacers were having a very positive moment, but you were able to compartmentalize and just focus on the pain of the Knicks.
That's right.
That's quite a mind trick.
Well, when they're choking away a 14-point lead with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was under 3.
You can't help but start to laugh. Your smile gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they've got a chance to tie or win at the buzzer. And Halliburton, looks like he's going to drive to the hoop. Nope, comes back out, launches his crazy 3 up in the air. Hilarious.
Did he make a comment after the game? I knew what was going in.
He said it felt good, and he thought it had a good chance of going in.
Wonder if he felt the one in overtime was a good chance of going in too, when it was wide open and he missed it, and then was quickly dunked by Evan Turner.
Dude, this is really funny. He is fine. He is really compartmentalizing well. He won the game. He made a classic shot in Gators. Remember that 3 he missed wide open?
Yeah, he just goes right back at him after he praises him, or not praise him, but give him credit maybe. No, that shot going in was like out of a movie. You don't see that.
No, you don't.
Like it went straight up in the air.
Yeah.
Like this
You're
was like a
right. You're
movie,
100%
man.
right. It's like the last free throw in semi-tough, right?
Semi-pro.
Or semi-pro, right. Will Ferrell at the free throw line. It's the same thing.
Dude.
Bounces up, goes
Yeah.
out. They're not sure if you're going to make it.
Improbable. Like it's.
Is Jimmy Chitwood going to make that last second shot? Every basketball movie ever made that comes down to a last second, this is what it was. Everybody jaws wide open. Is this going to go? Yes. But it was for 2, not 3.
All right, Carson Anderson, we got an update on the escapees in New Orleans. Another one captured. We got how some of them have been captured.
Yeah.
And a very interesting trend. I want you to interpret what it means, Gator. We'll get to that story today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. And then there were 5. 5 of the inmates that broke out of the jail close to the French Quarter. 5 of the 10 have been apprehended. 5 still on the run. Scott Anderson, details emerging of the captures. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay. This is day 6. Still at large are Antoine Massey, Lenton Van Buren, although there's a story there, Jermaine Donald, Leo Tate, and Derek Groves. Captured, well, let's work our way through these. Latest capture came Tuesday. Corey Boyd was taken into custody. He's 19 years old. He's caught in an area of New Orleans called Treme. A couple of people were helping him. 2 ladies in their 30s, I guess, were harboring him in their apartment. I don't know how they figured out that he was there, but police closed in. Now the 2 females are under arrest.
Sure.
And looking at 5 years.
Aiding and
prison.
abetting, yeah.
Yep. Late Monday, Gary Price was taken into custody. He was hiding in a vacant home on Price Street in New Orleans.
Name was Price. He was on Price Street.
Yeah. Let's see. Then there was Kendall Miles, he was 20. Kendall went on Instagram Live intentionally to talk about being out.
Yeah, why not?
He eventually was recognized through facial recognition technology in the French Quarter.
Mm-hmm.
It was a brief chase before he was apprehended.
There you go.
Robert Moody, 21, was apprehended to a Crime Stopper tip. Declan Dennis, 24, was apprehended near Chef Mentor Highway, for what it's worth. So let me go over the roster of escapees. Tell me if you notice a trend. Corey Boyd, 19, captured. Antoine Massey, 32, still at large. Robert Moody, 21, captured. Jermaine Donald, 42, still at large. Declan and Dennis, 24, captured. Leo Tate, 31, still at large. Lenton Van Buren, 26, still at large. Gary Price, 20, captured. And Robert Moody, 21, captured.
You mentioned him.
Did I already?
Yep.
I missed one of these guys. The other one that's still at large is Derek Groves. 10 of them, he's 27. Out of the 10 of them, the 5 oldest are still at large. The 5 youngest, all captured. Gator, is this a coincidence?
No, I don't think so. You know, these guys were 19, 20, 21 years old, and they got captured.
The average age of the guys that have been apprehended, 21. The average age of those still on the loose, 32.
Yeah.
So experience?
There's that. Yep. Young and stupid, and, going on Instagram Live is not wise.
No.
Yeah. And these guys, we'll see when they capture the other 5 where they're captured, but these youngins been all nabbed right there close to in New Orleans, right?
Yes.
So we'll see if the other ones are captured in Mississippi or Alabama or Texas. Did they go elsewhere? Did they get out of there, or do they try to blend in like you were suggesting they do in New Orleans?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens to the other 5, because if they all got out of Dodge and the 5 of them have all tried to blend in thing or hide nearby, all of them are captured. So this may shock you. It's quite possible I would have been a terrible criminal and a bad escapee. Might shock you. Here's the follow-up, though. The one kid who enlisted some I'm assuming they're going to be friends. He was 19. There were 2 women in their 30s that were harboring him.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone in your life where you would actually help them? I mean, like a close family member.
Probably. Yeah.
Isn't that a hard question to answer?
Yeah, it's a really hard question to answer. But, I mean, you're thrown in different circumstances. Like a family member, I tend to think that most people would help out a family member. You know? At least, at the very least, all right, settle down, stay here, let's figure things out, okay? Let's look at your options. And then try to help them make the right decision.
So Derek Grove's aunt came out and encouraged him publicly to turn himself in. Immediately, Kang said,
he's hiding with the aunt. That's exactly what I want my aunt to say if I'm hiding at her house. Hey, auntie, do me a favor.
Go public?
Yep, go public. Tell everyone I need to turn myself in. And thank you for the food.
Thank you for the food.
It's not a bad plan.
This is a real tough one for me because I'm a big loyalty guy. Like big.
Yeah.
To a fault. This is putting yourself in some serious trouble here if you get caught. I mean, you already mentioned the story about the other 2 that helped the one, right? Escapee.
Yep.
And I don't even know if they were family members. They might have just helped.
This list is short. This is a very short list.
Oh, okay. You got a list for this,
it's
too.
a very short list of people that I would. Yeah. Very short list of people.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody that I'm friends with that I would help. Because I'd basically say, look, man, I got a family to take care of. I can't. But if it's your family that comes to you, if it's one of my kids.
You got to do it in a way where you don't incriminate yourself a lot.
What's
you know
your
what I mean?
plausible
Like,
deniability?
no, this is what I would do. Honestly, I would call up and say, I'm calling up my brother. And I would say, hey, this isn't who you think it is. You know, like you don't identify yourself, but like you try to get some help without saying who you are, what you're looking to do, and they don't need to know any information about where you're going or what. You get a way to them help. Hey, leave. You might want to leave this here, right? You know what I mean? Like, hey, there's an ACO over, a gas station down the street. You may just want to go inside and leave your car running. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Something like we're a way that
sounds to me like Kang's got an escape plan with his brother.
I got a few of them.
like
I got a couple
first thing, if I call up your house and I start saying, hey, it's not who you think it is, then you know something's up.
No, this is what I do. I call up your house and I say, go Knicks. Then you know I'm in trouble. Like that's
Here's
my
a sign.
Yeah,
Something's
that's my,
gone seriously wrong.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like if I would call, the first thing is, hey, how are your kids doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, or you say, yeah, I like kids.
Well, it's not the Gator I know. What's up? What do you need?
It's like I say, Brunson's not a flopper.
Yeah.
Kang's in trouble.
You got a pod?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, I suppose if you're going into a life of crime, thinking of your escape plan might actually be something a smart criminal would do.
But beyond immediate family, I mean, you really...
It's a no. It's a no for for everybody. For everybody.
I mean, you have the conversation with a person, but I mean, like if you were to call me and say, hey, man, I'm in trouble. I'm on the lam right now. I need to hide out for a while. Like you and I would have a discussion. It'd be a long discussion.
And it would be one of those things.
Me in a terrible situation.
I'm not going to risk my family and my ability to be with my family, but I'm also not going to turn you in. Okay, you do what you're going to do. Don't tell me what you're going to do, but I'm not going to turn you in. I don't want to know any details.
Unless there's prize money.
But go, Scott, go. Well, there is in this case.
Prize money.
There's
prize.
There's right.
What do they show up with a big check at your door?
Right. Congratulations, you turned in your friend.
Right.
Here's $50,000.
Well, it's $20,000, so there's $100,000 worth of inmates still running around out there.
The Michigan Lotto thanks you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there a lump sum payout or
should there be a billboard next to the Mega Millions and Powerball? Also prize money
guys.
for helping the bring back the prisoners.
Prize money.
Well, tough question. Should we do 10 texts? Would you help a family member if they were an escapee? Remember to sign your text. Tell us why you would or would not. 248-539-9797. Maybe by signing your text, you're outing yourself for a future case. But would you help a family member? There are people cooking up trade scenarios for this guy, Scott.
Ridiculous.
Detroit is mentioned. We'll get to that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up this hour, maybe the most ridiculous lawsuit in the history of sports. So we have that to look forward to. In the meantime, we will get to this crazy trade stuff. Here's your 10 texts. Would you help a family member or anyone if they were one of these escapees? Some people have ended up in some hot water for helping one of them. 5 still on the loose. No way. It's just for them to face the punishment. That's from Joey in the car. Matt writes in, I would help one of my family members hide depending on the severity of what they did. Jeff in Pontiac says absolutely not. Keith in Fraser says depends which family member, LOL. Ben in Bloomfield says for $20,000, yeah, you're toast. From Ben the groundskeeper, I would definitely help a stranger escape prison if it meant that the Lions would win the Super Bowl. No monetary amount, though. Brian in Canton, family member, no, but if my dog got into trouble and escaped the pound, I absolutely would help him. Zach at work, I would not help a family member. You got yourself in there, get yourself out.
He's trying.
From Al, without a doubt I'm helping. From Jeff and Trenton, I'm not helping a family member. I'm looking out for myself. Too much to lose trying to help.
Gator, there was an interesting one in there that Doug just read. Would you go to jail for Lois?
No, because if I'm in jail, then someone else has to take care of it.
No, she goes back to the pound or wherever she escaped from.
Oh, you're saying that the option is my dog goes to the pound?
Well, this is the.
I'm trying to figure this out. So go.
The text was, if my dog escaped from the pound, I would definitely help them stay out.
Would you break a law to help them escape from the pound?
And then
would you break Lois out?
Dog?
Would you break Lois out of the pound?
I would do everything in my power.
All right. They're both going to jail.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. I don't think I'd break a kid out of jail. I think I would.
Something tells me it's a lot harder to break a kid out of jail than it is to sneak a dog out of the pound.
Something tells you that, huh?
I could be wrong.
Yeah. All right, so look.
Why would my dog be in a pound? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, why would one of my kids
Yeah,
be
you're
in
right.
jail?
She's well behaved. What am I thinking?
Right. Thank you. Maybe she got out.
She'd never run away, would she?
Never. It's been years since that happened.
Hasn't even happened this week.
Hasn't happened in years.
All right, here we go. So this Paul Skeens stuff, I don't know how these trade rumors got started.
The pitcher for Pittsburgh.
Yep.
The phenom.
So John Heyman talked to someone in the Pittsburgh front office who said, no way, no chance, no how. Which is exactly what you'd say to try and drive up the price, right?
So this is trade talk.
Yep. Paul Skeens. Now, why?
Paul Skeens, who is not arbitration eligible until 2027. He's not a free agent until 2030, just so people understand.
It's just, I saw it going around on social media. So John Heyman took it to the Pirates. He said, the Pirate source he was talking to said, no way. But when Bleacher Report put together potential trades, they proposed a Detroit trade. So Gator, I'm just going to read you what the proposal was.
Okay.
Trade proposal is Paul Skeens to Detroit for Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Tyron Lorenzo.
I'd do it.
So my thought is, I think everybody would. Like, to make it something that on Pittsburgh's side that you would actually pick up the phone, it has to hurt Detroit, right?
Yeah. You would say Max Clark, Riley Green, Kevin McGonigal, and
Reese Olson.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Throw in a pitcher, of substance.
Riley Green, Reese Olson, Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark. Would they say yes to that?
Would Pittsburgh?
This is all fantasy talk.
Of course.
I get it. We know what we're doing here, okay?
I don't know. This hurts.
It's story ends up there. What it would take to get Paul Skeens.
Here's why. just my quick retort on why this is dumb for anybody to try to cobble together some sort of trade.
Mm-hmm.
You're Pittsburgh. You're one of the top 5 worst teams in baseball right now.
Yep.
And you may be that for the next couple of years.
Yep.
You know what you get with that? Top 5 picks in the draft.
Yep.
All the while, you don't have to pay Paul Skeens until 2030. You've got him under contract until then. He's not a free agent until 2030. You've got 5 more years before you have to worry about paying him big time money. In those 5 years, you can accumulate plenty of good draft picks, right? You have to hit on them. You better hit on them, but that's the same for any team that's bad. In baseball, it's hard to do consistently, but it can be done. So you're not going to do it.
It's just a fascinating exercise. I mean, whenever you're coming up with like trade ideas, if you always think of it from if you're the other team, if you're a fan of the other team, what would make you say yes? Paul Skeens is pretty much like the most valuable asset you can have in baseball. A absolute dominant young pitcher. Is he 22? I think he's 22.
He's 23.
He's 23.
But he is not what he was last year. Last year, he was dominant. This year, I mean, he's still really hard to hit off of. He's only got 43 hits and 62 and 2/3 innings. But something's changed. Last year, he had 170 strikeouts and 133 innings. This year, he's got 62 and 62. His ERA has gone up. It's ballooned up to 2.44. He's still great, right? But there is something that's a little bit different. And because he's off to this start, and it's not a slow start by any means.
No.
I wonder if that's the impetus of this. Oh, he's 3-5, like some idiot's just looking at a win-loss record and saying, got to move him. No. You don't move Paul Skeens. You hang on to Paul Skeens, and you build around him.
And even so, let's say they were going to trade him. I'm not even sure the trade we came up with that we think Pittsburgh might say yes to makes sense for Detroit. You know what I mean?
I can make it make sense. If they got a logjam of players at certain, like an outfield position, right? So you're looking at, the outfield the Tigers have when it's healthy, is it Parker Meadows, Riley Green, and Kerry Carpenter?
Yeah.
So I'm losing one of those guys. I'm losing a guy I would replace him with Max Clark. But what I'm also gaining is a pitcher that I don't have to pay. So, and I've lost a guy that I would have to pay in a couple of years, both of them, and I should say just one of them in Riley Green. I could end up spending that money and replacing it easily.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking about from this year's standpoint, I'm not sure it makes them like Skeens is great.
This year,
but you're carving out holes in your lineup. Anyway,
plus the pitchers are destined to get hurt.
It's all fantasy talk. 248-539-9797. Kevin, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Oh, hey guys. Great topic. I was thinking about this yesterday, and I saw this trade proposal. I love Paul Skeens. He's great, but I would not do this trade for the Tigers at all. First of all, pitchers are one guy. You pitch them every 5 days, and they're destined to get hurt, destined to lose at least a couple years for Tommy John or what have you. And you're giving up a top 10 prospect in Clark, a top 20 prospect in McGonigal, and I think Lorenzo's a top 100 prospect. And that's that could be in 2-3 years, a third of your lineup. So the value to me is not there. I'm not saying I wouldn't trade for Paul Skeens, but I'm not giving up that. That is such a ridiculous haul. That could be.
I think the ridiculous haul is getting the Cy Young pitcher candidate for guys that have yet to step onto a Major League Baseball playing field.
Yeah, and by the way, to get Paul Skeens, guess what it costs? A ridiculous haul.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Joe is next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, boys. How we doing today? Love
Good.
is long listener.
Thank you.
So I was actually kind of given a little bit of a trade talk here. So, and it may be a ridiculous haul like some of the screeners were saying, and it could be, but I was looking at giving up. They were serious of getting Paul Skeens. Injuries, of course, are a thing. I would be okay giving up Jackson Jobe, Max Clark, and potentially another piece to get someone who's already proven, already Rookie of the Year. and someone who could go a couple with a right lefty 1-2 punch with Tarek Skubal. I mean, that could be a young rotation.
I don't think Pittsburgh would do that.
You don't think Pittsburgh would do? What about one more piece though? What about you throwing one more piece at secondary?
One more piece,
as well?
Riley Green.
What about Reese Olson, or maybe that secondary prospect? I can't think of his name. Right below Matt Clark.
If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm saying no.
Pittsburgh, I'm more intrigued because you're throwing in Jackson Jobe and you're trying to replace Paul Skeens, but you're not doing it. I hate this article. It's already been shot down. No way, no how, not going to happen.
Yeah, and Nick Saban's never going to coach Alabama.
Oh, God, would you stop?
All right, straight ahead. Maybe the craziest lawsuit in the history of sports. We'll get to that today at 1:18 here on 97.1.
All right, here's the deal. It's not warm out yet, but it's going to be at some point, right? And when it is, you don't want a hot house. You want to make sure that your air conditioning is running nice and cool for the summer. If you got a pool in the backyard, you want to make sure that it's running nice and warm. And right now, maybe nice and warm sounds great for a pool. Here's what you got to do. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to come out and they're going to make sure that the AC is all set, your pool is all set, right? This is what you want. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way to help you out. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Got to shift gears here a little bit and talk some racing. Now, one thing that has occurred to me here, Gator, since we learned earlier in the week that the Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles, and there are 6 of them, we're going to race around the track at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we have now tripled and far surpassed all of our racing talk of the year added up combined. There is a picture that has been tweeted out by IndyCar race winner Rinus VeeKay. And he's got a picture of the Wienermobiles on the track.
Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
I am skeptical that this race is going to take place.
What?
And now that I've seen the picture of them actually on the track, I'm even more skeptical. There's no room, man. There is no room for these things.
Wait a second.
They're huge.
I want you to go from being skeptical to being excited. Look at what a great race this would be. Yes.
You can see the picture at Doug Gator 971.
You got, I mean, these are massive vehicles.
They are massive.
That take 2 wide, take up the entire track. You are not going 3 wide, trying to pass one. Oh, when you get up on a bank, let's go. Come on, man.
This looks like a...
Oh.
Yesterday I said it's in the back of my mind, I can't shake this feeling that this race might not happen. Today, I'm a little bit stronger in the conviction that it might not happen. I don't know how they're going to get around the track without there being wieners rubbing up against each other.
Oh.
There might be...
Wieners trading paint.
You can't get the wieners through a corner. I don't think you can fit both wieners through a corner if they're side by side. They're wide wieners. They're long wieners.
Are you saying they should just do a drag race with the wieners instead?
On a runway.
Like a Fast and Furious
I
runway?
mean, be honest,
that never stops?
when you saw the picture, they're shockingly big, aren't they?
It's a big wiener. And there's 6 of them.
Listen, it's not the size of the wiener that's going to win this race.
Well, this one is how fast they're going to go.
Yes.
And none of them are going to go very fast.
Well, I think it's pretty fair. They're all the same wiener.
You think?
Yeah. Well, at least on the exterior. They all look the same. And we're not talking about growers and showers here. I mean, they're all the same thing.
Okay, let's just presume that this race is going to go off. Okay, me bringing out this thought that they may have to cancel
How dare you?
this.
That's just mean.
Do you think there's any chance that the wieners in the rear have a chance to get to the front?
Yes.
How are they going to get to the front? There's no room for them.
They got to penetrate the field somehow.
This is where racing comes involved, Doug.
Yes, Doug.
Skills.
Forget there are drivers.
Yeah.
It's about the motion in the ocean, man. You got to maneuver through. You can't just go stampeding towards the goal. You got to have a plan.
Pace yourself.
You got to weave in and out.
Yeah, take your time.
You don't just jab and stay right there.
You find an opening and you shoot through it?
Yes.
There's going to be helmets, right?
You have to.
For the
Well, you got to be
drivers.
safe. You got to be safe.
You gotta be
Protection.
protected.
You want
Always
protection.
protected.
Protection
Safety,
for the drivers.
Don't want an
Safety
accident.
first.
Yep.
Yep. I'm curious, are any of these wieners going to pull out and just not race at all? But at some point, somebody's going to have to withdraw, I would imagine. What you don't want, I mean, if there's an accident, you certainly don't want an explosion.
No. These things, when that happens, it could take it takes some time to sort them all out.
Yeah, like a false start to reset takes a little bit.
Takes
right?
more time. The
A
pace
real-
car is going to
Yeah,
have to stay on the track for a little bit longer.
Just give me a moment.
Hang on, I'll get there.
Right?
Real
Got to
accident.
get reacclimated to what's happening here.
Real accidents, you pay a price like 9 months later. Anyway, yeah, you can check out the picture at Dungator 971.
This
This is
If this takes place, all right, let's, because we're throwing that thought of, I don't know if it's going to get that out of your mind.
Yep.
How much more interested are you in watching this race now that you've seen the 6 Wienermobiles lined up at Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Okay, so am I gonna watch it? Maybe not live. Am I gonna seek it out to watch it later? I might. I will make this comment. I think this has a chance to be very exciting at the beginning and, quite frankly, very boring. I think they're going to look. I think there's a chance that it's just going to be slow wieners, side by side, slowly.
Someone's going to try to pass, though.
Going around the. I don't think there's any room to pass.
You got to drag. Use the drag coefficient, right?
The drag coefficient, he says.
What it is?
You're talking about drafting?
Drafting,
You
yes.
want him to draft, Gator?
Yeah, draft.
Also known as the drag coefficient.
Not drag coefficient is something different. That involves. Never mind. Yes, drafting. What about drafting? Learn that from Days of Thunder.
Right. DRS? Are they going to use a DRS?
I'm just saying, man.
From Formula One. I don't know if these cars are equipped for DRS.
Did we determine this is tomorrow at 2?
I think it's tomorrow at 2. Ed Wright said a lot of rubber will be burned here. Perhaps. Check out the picture at Dungator 971. Okay, so you're going to watch this. You're definitely going to watch this.
Yeah.
Can you say the same thing about the actual Indy 500?
No, I cannot. So this is taking place tomorrow at 2:00. It'll be streamed live. It's streamed live on apps.
So you can only get it on the app?
You might not want to Google search this at work.
You might want to be careful with it.
Yes.
What's the app? Fans only?
Well, it's the
Or
Fox.
only fans, sorry.
The Fox.
It's
Tells you how much I use it.
It's only buns.
Fox Sports app and also at IndyCar on Fox social media accounts.
Do you have that app?
I don't have that app, but I can go to like at IndyCar on Fox.
Well, you got about 24 and a half hours to get the app. All right, well, there you go.
This is going to be so great. I'm all, King, are you all in now?
I don't care about the real race. This is the real race, right? This is the people's race.
Our show is done tomorrow at 2:00.
Mm-hmm.
I probably don't plan on leaving here until maybe 2:30 tomorrow. Maybe later. I don't know. Have to find out.
One lap could take a half an hour with these things.
Well, is there going to be a whole lot of,
there's been no reporting.
Pre-race stuff that says, okay, I can get home and watch it by 2.
Are they going to sing Back
2:30?
Home in Indiana before this? Is there going to be a national anthem? Is there going to be an introduction to the drivers? Is there going to be Gentlemen Start Your Wieners?
Wow.
It's a good question, Gator. It's a good question.
The Wiener Circle will include a hot dog and a condiment spray instead of racing's traditional champagne spraying celebration, or in the case of the Indy 500, the iconic.
Milk,
yeah, well, they said instead of the milk. I don't think you should. Do not show. Guys, giant milk.
Yes, don't do that. Do not do that.
The condiment spray sounds awful.
Condiment spray?
This is condiment spray. Are you sure you want to do that?
Wiener 500 tomorrow at 2 on the Fox Sports app and through, what was it, the IMS website? Is that what you said? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Here's a story for you. Rocky fan sues organization citing long-standing poor performance after being struck by a foul ball in 2023.
It's Colorado Rockies, not like Rocky fan, like fan of the Rocky movies.
A Colorado man is suing the Rockies after suffering catastrophic and permanent injuries when he was hit in the right eye by a foul ball against the Yankees at Coors Field on July 16th, 2023, according to the Denver Post. The fan was in a luxury box as a guest of the box owner when he was struck in the first inning of the team's game. The lawsuit claims architectural elements of the luxury box made it impossible to see the incoming foul ball. The suit also claims the Rockies' poor play was a factor as it was easy to ignore the action on the field.
What was the date on this? The July
18 hours ago?
No. The date that this happened.
July 16th of 2023.
All right, so July 16th, it was a home game against the Yankees, and they actually won it in extra innings. He missed a good game. They were 36-58 at the time.
Okay.
This whole story is beyond ridiculous. Now, if you're going to say that they haven't taken enough safety precautions to protect people in luxury suites, I'll listen to that argument. I'll take a listen to that. And let's take a look and see, what are the sight lines there? Is it, completely improbable this happens? Or is there like a legitimate, hey, why isn't there netting up here? Or why is it so exposed? Somebody's going to get hit. I'll listen to that argument and you can do the research on that. But the idea that you're going to sue because the product on the field is no bueno to the point where people are just not paying attention. And you add to that, well, I was a guest of a luxury suite, and you know how it is. It's just more about the party up there. So are you kidding me?
Well, here's what the attorneys at Nielsen Wise wrote. The defendant's longstanding poor performance on the field has contributed to a game day environment in which spectators, particularly in those luxury suites, are less engaged with the action on the field.
That's not an argument.
They don't give me a reason to watch.
Then don't go.
But I want to go. And I got hit by a ball, but it's not my fault because you suck.
I've heard
you don't think this makes perfect sense?
I think this is like, if this was straight from The Onion, I would say, okay, this is funny. Right?
Yeah.
This isn't funny. This is legit.
This is legit.
This is what this guy is doing. He is.
Oh, it's funny.
There's a lawsuit.
It's funny what he's trying to get away with. So do you know that teams get sued all the time about injuries?
Yes.
Yep. And the people that sue usually lose.
Right.
Because there's assumed responsibility on the back of the ticket.
Yeah.
Or everybody assumes a responsibility when they enter a stadium.
Yes.
We're going to be aware of batted balls.
Pay attention.
But my man is saying it's impossible to pay attention because you suck. So I should be able to sue for you not giving me a reason to pay attention.
You know what? If I were the judge, I would say it's a very creative argument. I'm ruling for the defendant.
Right?
Get out of here. Get out of this courtroom.
GTFO.
Yeah, if you don't leave this courtroom in the next 30 seconds, I will hold you in contempt and start fining you $1,000 a second for every second that you spend in this courtroom wasting our time to get to the next case.
Mm-hmm.
Get out.
So you don't think he's going to win?
No, I don't think he's going to win. Like I said, unless there's something that shows that, is there a trend?
Well,
is there something we don't know about that? Oh my God, their fans are getting hurt at Rockies games all the time by foul balls. Does this happen? Is this an epidemic?
Yeah, I mean,
which I highly doubt.
I highly doubt it too. I'm trying to think of a scenario where the architecture of the stadium doesn't protect people in luxury suites. Now, at that level is where the press box is. It's amazing how many baseballs actually do end up in the luxury suite level. It's kind of at the right height and the distance behind home plate. And I actually think the architectures that did Comerica Park also did Pittsburgh and also did Colorado.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. So I guess note to all of us, if you get hit by a foul ball in a luxury suite, Well, in Detroit, it might be the same thing.
I mean, it's just common sense where you're sitting. Some spots are more susceptible to getting hit than others, and you recognize that pretty quickly.
Well,
but if you're not paying attention to the game,
if it's like your first game,
if you're not paying attention to the game, that's on you. Sorry.
I don't know, man. I think this case might be legitimate. They suck.
They do suck. They've won like 8 games this year. They're terrible. They're god awful.
If this works,
let's
think about the precedent.
8-41.
Think about the precedent this sets.
8-41.
So bad. Like that's the 84 Tigers inverted.
Right.
Yep. The precedent this would set. If you could sue for stuff that happens in your life because your team sucks. I have Lions tickets, but I didn't go to the game because they sucked and I got in a car accident. I'm suing the Lions.
I was depressed because of the Lions.
I'm suing the Lions. You get laughed out of court. And this will get laughed out of court.
This is laughable, but I mean, it's
billable hours.
Yeah, attorneys are making money off of this. I can't believe that they're taking a case like this.
I can't either.
This is just so awful.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy on my list because he was bringing up the law. It was suing. It was because of the bad officiating in the one game.
L.A. attorney New Orleans attorney Frank D'Amico?
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Who's on the list because he filed suit. Whatever happened to that case? Was it back in 2015?
It was probably more recent than that, but yeah, I imagine it got thrown out because it's ridiculous.
Well, there you go. Tigers in action tonight, 4-game series. If you're in a luxury suite, be careful. Of course, you won't have a case. Tigers are good. So you have to watch the game.
All right, you got to pay attention.
But feels like a reasonably large 4-game series. It's funny, you think about where we are right now, and we keep getting to circle back to a good baseball team that we're talking about, 33-17. 1 year ago, I looked up what we were talking about a year ago. Topics were, how do you get out from under bias contract? This is literally 360. It was actually 366 days ago. We did a topic of how you get out from under bias contract. And is Kerry Carpenter a good enough hitter that you could get something for trading him? These are the things that we were talking about 1 year ago. But the Tigers now, best record in baseball. Everywhere you turn, people are telling us, yeah, they're credible. They're absolutely credible. They are really, really good, which is just confirming something that many people here in Detroit already believed and we've been talking about all season long. But yesterday, they went back to pitching chaos, and it worked the way it worked at the end of last year. They also manufactured runs. It was an attractive way to win a baseball game. I felt like those are the kind of games in which you can point at the manager and say, this is the manager winning a game with what he has on a day.
Yep. That's there you go. Pitching chaos has not worked as well this year, but it sure as hell worked yesterday. Good for them.
Yep.
Got it done. There are consistent items with this baseball team. They consistently work the count really well. They consistently draw walks.
Mm-hmm.
They consistently stay aggressive on the base paths. They consistently go from first to third or second to home or whatever the case is, or tag up from second to third or from first to second. Whatever the case is with base running, they are consistently aggressive, and it pays off.
All right. I want to talk a little bit more about that Knicks blown lead last night. Oof. It was record-setting, and the Knicks are down 1-0 to the Pacers. Kang, ashamed, he cheered for the Pacers. He actually pumped his fist in the air when Halliburton's shot at the end forced overtime. Gator reveled in the pain. He's amazingly being able to compartmentalize who is suffering while watching this series and ignore who is celebrating. This is one hell of a Jedi mind trick you're pulling off over there. We'll get into that a little bit more coming up here and how it's something make you feel a little bit better about the Pistons. We'll get to that today at 1:46 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, that car buying experience, it's not always fun, right? I mean, you don't want to have to negotiate going in, and you're not sure what's real, what isn't real. I'll tell you what's great. The folks over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they make it easy and they make it fun. And right now, they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are incredibly hard to beat. How about this? You can drive home a 2025 Equinox EV for only $249 a month, and that's just for 24 months with only $1,499 down. Or if you need a truck, that works as hard as you do. The 2025 Silverado 2FL is also just $249 a month for 24 months. Same low down payment, and that includes taxes and fees. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they've got over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options, and they're open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointment needed. All this is great, and you can heads up. I just want you guys to know about this. Their Memorial Day sale lasts all month long, so now is the perfect time to make your move. You're going to see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield and that they treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
Okay, so I think every once in a while, the fact that we're new to something becomes kind of obvious. And all of us included, I'm talking about Gator, myself, everybody. You do get up in arms when you blow a lead. But when you conclude that blowing an 11-point lead, which the Pistons did in a playoff game against the Knicks, blowing an 11-point lead in 8.5 minutes is a sign of their inexperience. The reminder that we're new at this is there have been like 10 of those since the Pistons Knicks series ended in the first round, where veteran teams had double-digit leads and blew them. No collapse is quite as epic as the Knicks last night. They were up 9 with a minute to go. In the NBA playoffs, that situation had played itself out 1,414 times before, according to ESPN. And of those 1,414 times, the team with the 9-point lead with 1 minute to go won exactly 1,414 times. Last night was the first time, and the 1,415th time this scenario happened, the Knicks were the first team to blow a 9-point lead in 60 seconds.
Amazing.
It truly is amazing. It feels like every series with teams far more veteran than Detroit, there are examples. And then what the Pistons have a 7-point lead with, I don't remember how it was, a minute and a half to go in the final game and lost it to the Knicks. That was painful. And you don't want to blow. But blowing leads includes you helping. You almost have to help somebody get back into a game when your lead is that big and you find a way not to win the game. You kind of got to help. And, the Pistons were in such good shape in a couple of these games against the Knicks. And when they didn't close them out, we took calls and we speculated, is this an example of the youth? No, this happens a lot. This happens a lot in playoff basketball. What happened last night, though, is literally history. And it couldn't happen to a nicer group of fellows.
You just hate to see it.
You do, don't you? And their fans, those poor people.
Oh. It's just awful. It's just awful.
It is.
And I'm loving every second.
You started to laugh when the ball, and look, Halliburton, I knew it was going to go in. Did you? Was that the plan? Back iron straight up in the air and right through? Kang, you said it earlier. It's like, that's what you do in movies. It's not real life stuff.
Scripted.
Oh, is the league scripted?
Yep, they got the ball to bounce straight up in the air.
They knew something about the gravitational polarity.
Polarity.
Mm-hmm.
There's
a movie reference.
Yeah, like
nobody gets.
Hollywood Shuffle. If you go and watch that play again and look at Halliburton's reaction as he lets it go, he looks pretty confident. Now, obviously, it hits that back iron and goes straight up in the air. I mean, that doesn't end up being the shot that I should be confident about, but he did feel confident about it. Now, he had the same reaction when he let one go in overtime when he was uncontested, and it looked like it was going to offer an opportunity to go in. It did not. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, your shooters are going to be confident regardless. But that moment was so great to see the Knicks' hopes dashed right there, and to see how devastated they were, because initially he was ruled a 3-pointer.
Yeah,
and then they have to look at it and say, no, his foot was on the line. It's only 2. We got overtime. But to see that reaction is great. And then, Indiana leaning into it, leading into their inner Reggie Miller with a choke sign is hysterical.
Not for me, okay? Like,
it's
not our team.
Not our team.
I think that is, if Reggie Miller famously did that, right?
Yeah, did that to the Knicks. Yep. So if they're going to do this, not my team, you did it against my team, I'm going to be pissed. And I will harbor ill will forever. I can carry a grudge with the best of them. But I don't care about these teams. So I want these guys to just attack each other every night. I love it. Here for it. Entertainment value beyond belief. Butter that popcorn.
Well, that's exactly what it's about, Gator. This is entertainment. Like, objectively, we don't care about these two teams. In fact, we don't like these two teams. But doing the choke signal from Halliburton was the best thing he could have done. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. He looked to the Knicks crowd and fan and said, you all choked again. It was an epic comeback. At one point, Doug, I think under a minute left, the Knicks had a 98.9% chance of winning that game. That's essentially 99% chance of winning that game, and they lost the game in overtime. When you do... I was just talking to Kenny about this. One of the great things about professional wrestling is, and Gator, you know this, you usually end each episode or whatever it is with the fans going, I want to see what happens next.
Yeah.
I cannot wait till next week or whatever it is, right? That's what Halliburton did with the choke signal. I cannot wait till game 2. You want this stuff. This is pure entertainment. And the more they do this stuff, the drama, the storylines, it's good for the sport.
Same thing happened at the end of the hockey game last night. Edmonton goes into the third period with a 3-1 lead. They choke it away. They lose 6-3 to Dallas. And at the end of the game, Edmonton and Dallas get into some rough stuff at center ice. And that's what we say. I can't wait to see what happens in game 2. These guys don't like each other.
What's funny is I can't compartmentalize. Like, I can't stand Halliburton. Like, so when he does the choke thing and then it turns out they have to play in overtime, had they lost the game, I would have found it hysterical. They had a premature celebration.
That's great. Lean
yes,
into
it. I would have found it
I would have done the same thing.
Hysterical.
Yes, if the Knicks end up winning that after all that, amazing. Suck it, Halliburton. That'd be great. Either way, you win.
No, but see, you're. I don't know how you could do this.
It's easy.
You are taking. You just said you're celebrating something that didn't happen.
Yes. Let's go. LFG. I would have celebrated if it happened. Whatever the outcome is, I got a big smile on my face.
Because
I hope it went 10 overtime.
Because somebody blew it.
Someone's going to lose. And you can be there to go, ha ha.
You're just here for the
I'm
whoever
just
loses.
Here for the spite. Yep.
Well, we can all agree. Go
Try
West.
to watch it that way.
Go West.
Yes, go 100%. Go Wolves.
Yep.
Thunderwolves.
The
Either way,
Thunderwolves
right?
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Thunderwolves.
I try to lean more towards the Wolves, but either way.
Thunderwolves.
Did you hear the term that Doris Burke used?
No.
Talking about SGA?
No.
Gilgeous Alexander. Called him a free throw merchant. Which goes in line with the unethical scoring.
That's another way to put it.
I love it because and I'm seeing more of this on social media now. I mean, we've talked about it, how awful it is for years with Trae Young and hunting fouls and all that, and how awful it is. It's getting more and more momentum with social media, with other national media pundits calling it out as well. I wonder if we're going to see a change in the next couple of years in the NBA. Where they're going to try to police this a little bit better.
They said they were going to. They said they were, and there is some stuff that they're doing with like a shooter kicking his legs out. But Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. Hello.
NBA playoffs.
Yep.
You guys didn't enjoy the game last night?
I loved every second.
He's managed to be able to compartmentalize and just focus on who's crushed.
Yeah.
I can't
I have
stand
no
that
dog
there's
in
a
a
winner.
fight, and I will laugh when the team has their heart broken every time.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, I was watching it, and I felt as if I fell asleep and went into a time warp, and I was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Saying, wait, this is how the Reggie Miller game
Yeah,
went. This
100%.
is exactly how the game went. Are you guys just going to let them shoot threes and turn it on? And yeah. And then I was wondering, well, who was Halliburton pointing to? I thought he was pointing to Spike Lee. I was like, you don't know Spike Lee that well enough. It was to Reggie Miller, who was pointing back to him.
Okay, because there's a still shot of him doing the choke sign right in front of Ben Stiller.
Right, but then he started pointing.
What's crazy is Halliburton won a game with a missed shot. He missed a shot. He basically missed a shot.
He did, but I think that's going to add to the lore. Like,
probably.
What were you doing as the ball was 25 feet in the air? Because the story's just going to keep growing and growing. Like, it was 50 feet in the air. It hit the rafters. And then it came down.
It should have been ruled illegal because it hit the rafters.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
To kind of play on that, looking at this is the best the East has. Pistons, do you make a move or not? This is the best. It's the Knicks and the Pacers. You're about a player away from this saying, hey, I mean, think about it. The Pistons could have beat the Knicks. We could be talking that shot happening here, and the Pacers broke our hearts.
Yeah.
So
then it's not funny.
It's not funny at all.
Not funny at all.
All right, then it won't be funny.
Yep.
So we got that.
But you're right.
And what can we do to make the winged wheel great again?
All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Tough week for Doug. Welcome in on a Thursday. We're happy to be with you. I can't promise you sunshine or quality weather, but we'll try to give you 4 hours of good entertainment. And we have to begin with something. I went down one of my rabbit holes, and I'm guilty. And I know I'm probably on the verge of being Jeff Rieger in this regard. No, I'm not balding, and no, my voice hasn't changed. But I may offer you an oversell on something. But I was perusing the hockey world last night, and I'm frustrated because I so desperately would like the Red Wings to be relevant and interesting and moreover exciting. So I ended up watching, and I don't know if this is like a food stamps version of American television. Kenny, what is FanDuel Overtime? Is that a Canadian program?
This is the first time I've ever heard of that.
All right.
So but everything's branded by a sportsbook now.
Well, again, it was on YouTube.
Right.
Because I wanted to what's the latest on Mitch Marner? I'm fascinated with the Marner thing. And they had Darren Dreger on, who is I don't want to get into the hockey snobs ranking of insiders, but he's one of the Schefter Rappaports of the ice hockey world. So the hosts, and I don't know if it's a Toronto-based show, but they asked Darren Dreger, what's up with Mitch Marner? And after the soft toss 2 minutes of, high-quality player, and everyone will be asking, the Red Wings came up. And I mean, if Darren Dreger could have pulled his pants down and dropped a grumpy in the face of the camera, he would have. He just was like, yeah, no. Basically, Mitch Marner, Vegas, Mitch Marner, L.A., and it irked me. You like to hearken? This is me irking. I'm irked. I'm really effing irked. Because... And I'm so happy Kenny's with us today again. It just allow me to irk for a minute.
Go for it.
Guys, here is my question, because here's what I feel. I feel like the Red Wings don't matter anymore. I feel like our original six status means zero. Our beautiful building means zero. And maybe most concerning, our superhero Marvel character GM of hockey ops means Ugats. And my question to Kenny Cott is going to be, what do we have to do to make the winged wheel great again? What do we have to do?
Can I hear that one more time, please?
So it's this idea we don't even get to dream about Marner, that the acknowledgement is the Wings are interested, but essentially he ain't. So look, a lot of things can change. Maybe if the Wings came to the table with 13.25, all of a sudden you have attention.
Yeah.
But I need to ask the question to the hockey elite, so I can't, Matterhorn, bat signals up. We need to involve Kenny because, Rico, I'll ask you, David. You could ask your post.
Because I got something about it. I'm not the hockey elite, but I still haven't gotten over the fact when you hit me with the whole, they've been on a playoff drought longer than the Dead Wings.
Yeah, giving away cars at the Olympics.
Right, and that stopped me just dead in my tracks.
Yeah.
Then I had to go back and do some math, and oh my God, he's right. You can't be bad if you're this bad. You got to do one, two things. You got to overpay, or you got to have a future in order to attract free agents, in order to get people who want to come here. You're doing neither. You don't want to give out term. You're not paying a ton of money, and you're not winning. If you're winning, people will go anywhere if you're winning.
But think about the idea. He went on this soliloquy on this Overdrive program of how only thing Vegas cares about is the Stanley Cup, how they're the most creative organization and also the most cutthroat. How if you go there and you don't perform, they will kill you. And they're basically, and he's making this case for a team that's already far superior to the Wings, already has, won a Stanley Cup, gone to multiple finals. And here they're going to be in the mix for Marner through creativity. And we're sitting here asking, so this idea of, and again, it's one man's opinion that Marner's not interested. I want to ask Kenny is, what is the point of Steve Yzerman then, 7 years into this? Because he couldn't get Stamkos here last year. He can't recruit. He's like Jonathan Smith, can't recruit. Can't get anybody here. That's my one. You leave me alone.
So let's say 7 minutes. Okay.
We're good. Can't recruit people. Can't make quality trades. Pro scouting is horse poop. What is the point of Yzerman then if we are now just this complete also-ran? And Kenny, I'm not telling you it's the perfect idea. I'm not. It was the idea that the wings have become the poo-poo platter on the Chinese food menu. No one orders the poo-poo platter. Everyone serves one. I don't even know what's in a poo-poo platter. You order the almond chicken. You order the General Tso's, maybe some sesame chicken, salt and pepper squid. I don't know. Beef and broccoli. But no one orders the poo-poo platter. The wings are the poo-poo platter.
And we make the joke, and I know that eventually it will be made. That too. And we make the joke about, Steve, that's what the money's for. That's not just a funny bit for me. That's not what I'm trying to make jokes here.
No.
I mean, but that's what literally the money is for. What's the point? And by the way, I know you don't care about this, and people outside of the hockey world don't know or care about this, but being an original six team, it still matters.
But it doesn't for us.
That's exactly, and that's part of the problem is that you have that advantage, and it does is counteracted by like, Florida with the state tax, and you have Vegas,
Sure.
and you have Dallas, and you have all that. That has worked directly for them. That's why Florida attracts big time free agents.
But they're also circumventing the cap with the long-term IR thing.
The LTIR thing, yeah, that's a big nerdy thing that they do it pretty much every year. But
Not
that's
trying to lose listeners.
That's what good teams do, though, is things like that. They can attract and they can scout the right guys. And I'm worried. I saw a list on The Athletic of a bunch of people that they could be picking up, and it was like a list of good forwards. And then below that, it was like depth forwards that they could add. I'm like, we're going to be looking at that list for a while because what the JT Comforts, the Andrew Kopps of the world, that's what we're going to be. I had this gross feeling, just like I had with Scott Harris. Granted, it's working, that he would do. And by the way, Scott tried. He tried to get Bregman. I have a feeling Steve's going to give us the poo-poo platter again this offseason.
Yeah, Kenny, because I got to think that if you're a good player, why would you want to go to a team like here where you could go to Florida, you can go to Vegas, and know we possibly can win a cup. If I join them, I could be that piece to help them.
Nice
hoist the
building,
cup again.
Original six, tons of money, Steve Yzerman. There would be my reasons. I'm not telling you they're better. I'm telling you those are supposed to be the reasons. And the problem is I no longer get to say that Steve Yzerman can recruit anyone here.
Right, because Mike, if that's you, you would sit there, and if I'm your agent, okay, are you really going to help this team win? Probably not.
I would.
Or they're not going to pay you a ton of money. So,
well, no,
let's
the
go
money
here.
thing, listen, thing, no, listen to me. You can't do that with a player like Marner. You can't. And certain guys like Austin Matthews didn't require 8 years.
Right.
Marner's going to want 8, and it's going to be probably north of 12.
Right.
Stop me if I'm wrong.
But what
The
I'm
value that
saying
I've seen was, just for clarification, the value that I've seen was at least 7 years, probably 8, and at least 12.5-ish per year.
Right.
No,
My
I'm
only
s-
point to Rico is you don't get to F with a guy like Marner. Now, if you're saying he just won't hand out money.
Right. No, I'm saying, but when you're bad, sometimes you have to overpay. It's what the Lions used to do. I know you can make this here, but in order to come here, what if we give you a little cherry on top? You're not going to get that here either.
What do we need to do to... What do we have to do?
I think it starts with adding a top 6 forward and a top.
But
pairing
you're
defenseman.
hearing now that a guy like Marner, and again, off this overtime show, Canadian hockey show, they said that Marner might be the best free agent available since John Tavares in 2019. I leave that to the hockey geeks. The point I'm making is the Wings don't even get a seat at the table. Steve Yzerman was supposed to matter. You were supposed to have a seat at the table because Stevie Y, the GM of Team Canada, the architect of Tampa Bay, the whole bold move, it feels like, seems like, sounds like it means nothing. We may as well be the New York Islanders, who no one wants to play for.
It makes you wonder, even if, we don't land Marner, there's 31 other teams that would love to have Marner on the roster. They have maybe more resources, maybe a better location to do it. That makes you wonder, though, all right, take Marner out of the conversation. That's your dream boat. That's your Fantasyland Island guy, right? What about the second-tier guy? What about a guy like Sam Bennett? He'd be great on this team. He adds everything that this team needs is a Sam Bennett type. And
are
we a desirable place?
I want
that?
listeners to ask themselves the question of how far have we fallen? I mean, so basically it sounds like, and again, if you roll in and his agent is like the Scott Boras of hockey, he walks all of his people to free agency. I told you, I went down a rabbit hole last night. The point is, if you came in at 8 at 104, which would be 8 years, $13 million per, you probably get a seat at the table. But to Rico's point, Yzerman just doesn't do things like that. Second of all, he couldn't recruit Stamkos here. So, like, why the hell do any of us care anymore at this point? What do we got to do to make the winged wheel great again? What do we have to do to regain our pride and our standing in this league? Yes, winning helps, but the idea is that Steve Yzerman was supposed to help with that, that the building would help. For years, I had to listen, well, we have the Joe. Well, everyone's scouting Sweden now. We don't have Håkan Andersson anymore. Like, that's what the money's for, Steve. And I know I'm triggered by some ridiculous Darren Dreger interview that I watched, guilty as charged. And I'm like, really? I don't even get to dream?
No, because what it did was it gave you kind of a reality check that you weren't ready for. Like, what do you mean I'm not good enough? Because that's really what it came down to. You're not good enough. You're not going to be able to attract somebody like that. He told you no.
That was the wrong drop, and I want to apologize. I went to move the screen, and I hit the board. Sorry.
I'm not hockey elite, so I'll stand down.
248-539-9797. Damn it, I want 10 phone calls on this. I need Red Wing Nation to talk to me. What do we got to do to get the winged wheel back in the conversation? What does Steve have to do? And if he's not capable of recruiting an A-list star, a 100-point star here, then why is he here?
Wow. I knew that was coming.
I don't know anymore. Thank you, Doug. Here's Rico. Booming.
Are you looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models? There's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget as well, including the May Rico deal. Walk into Hamilton Chevy right now, and there's a brand new 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months just waiting for you. You just need to leave $995 down, and you'll get drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Thank you, Kenny. Listen, if you're in an auto accident and you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who don't give a damn about you, you need David Feminino, injury attorney. He will get to work for you the day you call. Get David, get paid isn't just a catchy phrase. It is a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't just sit there and hope things get better. Call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Thanks. We're asking a question. And look, a lot can change. Money does talk. But the idea of how do we get out of this rut? How do we make the winged wheel great again? And what is the point of Steve Yzerman if you can't recruit high-level players here? Look, I don't even consider Steve Stamkos to be a true A-lister anymore. We couldn't even recruit him. He thought he was getting him last summer. You know what you got? The dead body of Tarasenko. He can't recruit. He hasn't made any good trades. What are we doing? And now you can't, it feels like Darren Dreger, you can't even dream a little bit. Basically all but saying Marner's going to go to Vegas or LA. They're creative. They're aggressive. Sure, you got a no-tax state in Nevada. Respect. But all I know is it always mattered that if you were an original six team and you weren't totally morbid like the Blackhawks are currently. The Red Wings aren't totally morbid. Why did we hire this guy if he can't execute free agency recruitment or high-level trades? So what needs to happen for us to reinstill the pride back in this logo, this beautiful logo? Or as Kenny says, David, the ticket text before we go to a full rack of calls on whatever we're talking about. David?
To make the Wings great again, we need to fire Yzerman and get the Florida Panthers assistant GM, Dave in Farmington.
Okay.
Someone else says, I keep going back to it, but watch for Kyle Connor type trade to help, add a secondary piece, and hope the prospects pan out. I know hope is not a strategy, but it needs to be part of it. From Sam in Grand Rapids.
Oh, boy.
The Red Wings are only desirable to players from Michigan. Kopp, Comfer, DeBrincat, the list goes on. We cannot get anyone outside of Michigan.
Yeah, but I also think we limit ourselves here. This is what we always do. Think about this. All we talk about with the Red Wing players, it really has nothing to do with their ability. If I have to hear that Dylan Larkin's a hometown kid again, I don't care. Put him in the back of a garbage truck and drive him. See ya. I don't care. There's no romance to it. I don't care if Andrew Kopp played at Michigan. I do not. DGAF. None of that stuff matters, but that's all the cheap, lazy, insecure Detroit cliche that we fall into in this town. Oh, only players who like us. There was a time where the best players in the league came here. And downtown Detroit was, in fact, the set of RoboCop. So I'm sorry.
And it really was hockey town.
Right, but his job is to recruit. It doesn't feel like his presence means anything anymore.
No. And I think that, Mike, that's the answer that I don't think that texter said, but I think a lot of people know the answer. You just don't want to say it out loud, but it's
like when
him.
Doug denied you mulch. He didn't want to tell you the real reason. Kenny?
Mike, I think you nailed it when you said great players used to want to be here. Dominic Hasek came here. Brett Hull came here. Luc Robitaille came here. There was once an interview that I was watching of Luc Robitaille saying, I'm about to end my career. I want to go win something. Ship me to Detroit. That's where I want to go. You don't have that anymore. There's not one player who views this franchise as a destination. Not just the city, not just the team. I mean, it's all of it. There's not a single player that would rather not go to Florida or Vegas or a team in LA.
Kenny, I got to be honest. This feels, no, don't swing that mic because I need to talk to you. This feels like the Wings have become one of the bottom 10 destinations in the sport. Yes. That's what this, you know what it feels like? When I was growing up, nobody wanted to play on Long Island. Nobody wanted to play for the Hartford Whalers. Nobody wanted to come from the outside to play for the Quebec Nordiques. That's why all three of those teams either threatened to move or did move. That's what it feels like here.
And what did most of those teams have in common, though? It was the way they were run, their GM in the city. And that's exactly what we're running into here. Nobody wants to go to, there's teams nobody wants to go to Buffalo because they're being run like crap. That's exactly what's happening here.
Let's go to the people. Thank you. We begin with Kevin and Macomb. You're batting lead off today. Kevin, how the hell are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Mike. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm frustrated, but I'm okay.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, no, look, two things. For one, we haven't been a destination since 2012, and I remember where I was the moment I found out that Ryan Suter and Zach Parise committed to the Wild over the Detroit Red Wings. Yeah. And I think since then, when's the last – we haven't signed anybody since that time, in my opinion, of, just substance. And I think one of the texters was saying get the assistant GM of the Panthers. I don't think you need to do that. I just think Yzerman needs to follow kind of the blueprint of the Panthers. And I think what he needs to do is he definitely – I'll be honest, I don't want Mitch Marner because I think that you're getting guys 28, and he's, in my opinion, in my eyes, a replica of a Dylan Larkin, and we already have multiple kind of
and
like
Kevin,
that.
let me say this, and I'll give you all the time you need. I'm not dying on the Mitch Marner hill. It was more coveted free agent, as if he would ever go to Detroit. Hey, if you don't want him, I'm not mad at you, and I'm not acting like he's the only good player. It's just the idea that Steve Yzerman can't recruit anyone.
I agree 100%, and I think that also goes back to the people that are under him that he delegates to, and I think that's also the big problem too. I think honestly they should go after Sam Bennett, and then there's a defenseman out of Buffalo who I was seeing wanted to get traded, that Bowen Byram. I think you need to start with the defense first, and honestly I'd be all for packaging up Larkin. That's not an unpopular opinion. That's not a popular opinion, but I would be all for that.
I just think when you haven't made the playoffs in 6 years, there are no sacred cows. And under Yzerman, it's 6. And I just feel like there should be a meeting at the world headquarters. There should be a meeting where no one's name isn't discussed.
Exactly. No, I agree 100%, Mike. And another thing with Stamkos, I read something, it could be like all BS, but they said that Stamkos was going to come here, but Illich held back. He didn't want to give Yzerman the money to pay for him, which...
Well, then here's what I'll tell you. If that were true, then here's what I'd tell you. Then if that's true, Stevie should have walked. Period. He doesn't need the money. You know what? Then you embarrass the man. You say straight up, if this is true, hey, guess what?
Looks like, seems like, feels
then
like.
When we hang up this phone call, I no longer work for you. So that's where, Kevin, I get to a point. You got if that stuff happens, you're Steve Yzerman. You're not some nobody. You're not some nerd analytics kid who got his first shot. You're Steve effing Yzerman. You don't need it. Leave. And if you don't leave, then you co-sign it. Then you're partisan to it. But I'm not getting into it, whether it's real, not real. I don't care. I am past the point of caring or absolving or making excuses for. I'm just done. This has to be a big summer. And when you hear stuff like that, it's such a bummer, man.
Well, it cuts you at the knees before the summer even starts.
It's like MSU football.
Lower the bar.
Let's go to Philip.
Do you want to just do an MSU football topic at 3?
At some point in
and
July.
Get it out your system.
No, in July.
Let's just get it out your system.
I can't. It's like a sickness. They make me ill. Let's go to Philip, 97.1.
I stubbed my toe. It's like MSU football.
That's right. Philip, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
What's going on, man? What's good? Listen. We got to make the Red Wings go very, very fast again. We have to go fast.
Philip is back.
Here's the problem with the fast. There's people around who still don't really understand that we're not talented. We look like the bad news bears out there. So what am I saying? We have to spend money. Mr. I is rolling over in his grave because you and I both know we can close our eyes and just think of all the times he said, I'm going to make a guy an offer he can't refuse, okay? And rarely did he not get the guy. He would get dudes. He would spend money. Yzerman, he's acting like it's his wife's money. I don't get it. You've got to spend the money. If you pay them, they will come. If he doesn't think the cat will come down from Toronto, he's insane.
Well, the problem, and Philip, you know what we really need? We need players that are about to
go very, very fast, skilled not offside, not offside. They can pass the ball. I mean, they can pass the puck from the red line to the other red line. They don't miss people. We look so slow. When you look at the playoffs now, you gotta see how disorganized, how slow, how we're not crisp. We don't do anything well but be mediocre.
No, and that's Philip. Appreciate it, and you're a legend, and you know it.
I was about to applaud David, like, how did you turn that around so fast? But it was live because you went to the board, and I'm like, wow, David.
No, we had the real McCoy. But he's not wrong. And listen, if you disagree and you want to yell at me and say, oh, we can't do anything stupid, we got to take our time. Look, I'm not going to yell at you. I'm done.
At a certain point, the
I'm
time
just done.
runs out.
Like if I had to hand out a 10-year contract at this point, I would probably do it. Why? F it. I don't care anymore. I'm honest. I don't care anymore. You know, like whether it's Marner, I don't even care who it is. Here, whatever, YOLO, 10 at 125. I can't keep doing it. And it's like you want to get positive about the offseason. You start looking around and automatically it's like what Kenny says. Here are the 10 best free agents. And then it's like Red Wing fans, scroll down. You get this. Oh, awesome. We just signed Benoit Hogue. 248-539-9797. We get more of the calls coming up next. Moran Buick GMC, you can lease a 25 Buick Encore GX, $199 a month. A 25 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, 4-wheel drive, $211 a month. Both are 24-month leases. Both are just $999 down. New inventory arriving daily. Fast online ordering at MoranExpress.com. Simply put, they have what you need. And don't forget about the certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. If you're just joining, welcome in. We have started with some frustration. A show, I believe it's on TSN in Toronto, 1050. Darren Dreger was on. And it just, again, the Red Wings getting dismissed and not a major player for Mitch Marner, even though they want him, and how Marner will end up in LA or Vegas. And you just sit here and go, what are we? The Hartford Whalers now? Is that what we are? Like, we're just nowhere. And then it makes, and again, if you think I'm being unfair, you can call. There's no yelling. I'm not mad if you're mad at me. I just don't even understand the point of Steve Yzerman anymore right now. Like, if you can't recruit big free agents here that we desperately need, and you can't, thus far, execute high-level trades, and your pro scouting is horse bleep, then what is this? And we had joked around and we're like, Kenny, what do we got to do to? Because it just feels like we're in purgatory. So, yeah, you got a whole off season. Hopefully we're doing happy shows and standing and applauding and going, that's what the money's for, Steve. Bravo. But, man, Marner is one of those free agents that, look, whether you love him, hate him, or are lukewarm on him, he is, by every measure, one of the top 3 or 4 players available, a guy that would really help this team out. You don't have that 90, 100-point guy, and I don't know what else to do at this point. I can't handle another Andrew Kopp,
Because what you don't want to hear is, allegedly, you're not even in the running. Like, I'll go any place but to Detroit.
Yeah.
That's what hurts. It's like, I'll quit hockey before I go to Detroit.
Let's go to the people. Go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir.
I don't really know how to follow up Philip's call, but I will start by saying Friedman and Dreger are like the it guys in the hockey insider world. So I take what they'd say seriously. Also, you said something that really shocked me. My 2 favorite teams, Red Wings, MSU football, they're kind of in the same place right now. They kind of need to show some signs of life to attract any top talent.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And like,
Mike, is this you calling on yourself?
No, this is Connor. This is my guy. No, Connor, it's true. I mean, like, there's no juice. No. There's no interest. There's nothing interesting. And you're wondering why the people at the top are the people at the top.
Yes. What you have allowed, Connor, is apathy to kick in where folks just don't care anymore.
Oh, you should see MSU football scenes on Twitter. But anyway,
is there an MSU thing on Twitter? Like, does MSU exist?
No, it's straight apathy.
Like, it's a funeral over there. I consider myself pretty well connected to it, and it's the message boards are a funeral.
Connor, hold on, let me help you out here, Mike. It's basically if you were on social media with memes and sayings and jokes and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's just, it's as he said, there's just nothing. There's nothing to get excited about. So it's just like, let's just pray Nick Marsh doesn't roll his ankle.
Okay, then. So, Connor, what do we got to do to make the winged wheel great again?
I don't know. I hearken back to the Kane negotiations on the contract extension last year. And players remember, agents and players remember how you treated, legends of the game like Kane. They were ready to come to blows over an extra year on the contract, and that really rubbed me the wrong way. But of course, all the Steve bots lined up and said, "Oh, well, he's playing it smart with the money, and he doesn't want to be caught up in the money." But players and agents, like Marner's agent's going to think about that and say, "You're going to get beat to crap, have to pay state tax to what? Go to Detroit?" And I wouldn't be mad if we lost out on Marner, unless he went to like another dead team like the Blackhawks or the Kraken. If he went there, I'd be a little annoyed because that would show you a lot. But like Chicago's in the same place right now in terms of like they can't put anyone around their star Connor Bedard. But if they were able to get Mitch Marner, then I'd be really mad.
Yeah, I think the difference is, and Connor, whether it's fair or not, it's just where I've arrived at. We have Steve Yzerman. They don't. And unfortunately, it really doesn't feel all that different.
I think he might be a negative asset at this point. I want to be wrong, but he could very well be a negative asset himself.
Well, considering he borderline fell asleep at a press conference, that doesn't really bode well. When you openly admit you were daydreaming, I accuse you of napping.
And Connor, it really kind of boils down, did we just overvalue Steve Yzerman coming back to run this team? That we thought it was going to be this, and it's our fault because we overvalued it.
6 years in, I don't know how we could argue it.
That we just kept saying, okay, but I'm going to give you a little more leeway. And we just, it was the
oversell. I'm
oversell.
Still so annoyed that I am stuck with Peter Mrazek next year. Why? Why are we trading for goalies who haven't been good in 5 years who make $5 million? And yet I have to hear all the Steve bots yell at me about Kosa. Kenny and I got assassinated last year for saying, why did we let Ottawa go get Ullmark? Why didn't we try? Oh, you can't block Kosa, you bearded freak. Okay, all right, my bad. And here we are a year later. Kosa's not here. And you got a $5 million goalie in Mrazek, which means Kosa's not going to be the lead dog. Christ, the guy got benched in Grand Rapids.
I'm sorry, I was daydreaming. What'd you say?
There it is. A live look at the Yzerman effect. I'm sorry, but when you say that at a press conference, what do you want me to do? Right. Let's go to Lamont, 97.1. Lamont, what's going on?
Fellas, what's good on this not-so-glorious Thursday?
What? Am I going to get yelled at here, or do you agree with me? Or
No, not yet. I'll start off. I got a confession to make. I'm like boat guy, except I'm Leafs guy, and you can have Marner.
Okay. I don't expect anyone from Toronto to be happy with any of the core four.
No, he's going to cost you $13.5 for fun for the full term. And honestly, it's not the worst idea for you because he will get you maybe up to that tight 7-8 hole, right? And then you're relevant again. I talked to a good friend of mine, the Don, and I think he had a better idea. I would spend the money on Bowser and Ekblad, a good Bell River boy.
Oh, God, more of this.
Right outside of Windsor.
Oh,
and I think you're better off that way. But I almost needed that lawyer of yours, Mike, because that's Austin Matthews for Dylan Larkin thing. That made me get in a one-car accident.
I didn't say straight up. I didn't say that. I said it would have to be plus, Lamont. You know that. Come on now. Let's not make things up. I made the point. Your fans, after Game 7, turned on that team. Austin Matthews' name got shredded. Canadian journalists, Canadian hockey reporters bantying about, could Austin Matthews be on the block? All I said is, look, your captain needs a change of scenery and so does ours. And we'd have to go plus to pull it off. Let's not make things up. That's all I'm saying. Carry on. Kenny, you're nodding your head. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. The whole Austin Matthews thing, I got shredded for that a little bit too. It's like, it's not that it's a bad idea. It's that kick the tires, and at least I want to hear that we tried something for somebody of note.
But it goes back to what we're talking about. There's nothing bold about Steve, not this iteration of Steve Yzerman. And there doesn't seem to be anything effective. Like, he can't recruit. Who's the best free agent we brought in? Don't say Patrick Kane with B. Arthur's hip.
Free agent, that's tough. I mean, what, Andrew Kopp you want to brag about? I don't know what we're doing here.
You want to launch him to the sun.
I was going to say it probably is Kane.
But again, Kane, 35 with a blown out hip, and he couldn't start the year healthy. You want credit for that?
But also, I'm looking at The Athletic put out a list of potential free agents, the one I mentioned earlier, and I'm looking at the top names. I won't bring them all up. That's boring. But 7 years, $12 million. 7 years, $7 million. 7 years, $8 million. It's when I look at those, and then let's look at the depth ones. The depth ones, 1 year, $1 million. 3 years, $2 million. 3 years, $2 million. Which of those sounds like Steve Yzerman deals?
Choice
and which
B.
of them? Yes, exactly.
Choice B.
Exactly.
And you're just not going to get there with filler. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls. Kenny, I want you to tell me what he's got to do this summer to reinstill the pride in the winged wheel. You take 15 minutes and think it over. David's got a hell of an idea for a topic as well. Last night, Knicks Pacers and how it relates to the Pistons. Just hate seeing the Knicks lose that way. God, heart bleeds for them. It really does. Bing bong.
Not like that.
Victor's Home Solutions. Choosing the right roofer, really, really difficult. Almost as difficult as it is for Iserman to land a free agent. The point is, with Victor's, unlike the Wings, they have answers. Well, for starters, customer concierge team. You're going to have all your questions answered. You have installers who install a perfect roof the first time. It means you can get new windows for your home as well as a part of that roof installation. They offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. That's how confident they are. So call them right now. You'll save $500 off that roof installation or home full of windows. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. Okay, we've got stuff to do. David, hit the music and we'll figure out what the hell you got for us.
Okay, Doug. All right. So
Just
ESPN,
don't ask him for mulch.
Correct. ESPN put together some projections for the rookies this year in the NFL. What their stats?
Tesla, 1,300 yards, 17 touchdowns, and he wears a towel that says F Rico on it.
I am Tesla.
I'll get to the receivers in a second. Let's start with the quarterbacks for passing yards and touchdowns. They predict that Cam Ward's going to have just under 3,400 yards passing, 20 touchdowns.
Hold on a second. Now, look, the touchdowns, I'm not going to go crazy on. Look, you saw Caleb Williams last year, and they had better weapons and a better team, and Caleb ended up with how many passing yards?
Exactly.
Cam Ward going to that franchise?
Yep.
I'd take the under on those passing yards. Yeah. He plays fast and loose, too. He's going to have a real learning curve.
They have
Caleb finished with 3,500.
And that was a far superior team.
Correct. Yeah, so Cam Ward at 3,400. Tyler, I thought it was Tyler Shaw, but it's Tyler Shuck.
It's Shuck, which rhymes with suck.
Yeah.
I hate this kid.
Yeah.
This kid was a cash-the-ticket Chernobyl. This guy was radioactive fallout for Jim or I anytime we needed him, whether it was with Texas Tech, whether it was with Oregon, whether it's with Louisville. F this kid. I hate this kid. I hope his passing yards are 0. Negative quotient.
How do you feel about him?
I hope he's cut in August.
Just over 3,000 yards passing, they believe.
Whatever.
Jackson Dart.
Okay, hold on. Tell me how many starts, because you have the Russell Wilson factor,
You're
and
right.
I'll take a guess at the yards.
They predict 9 starts.
All right, 9 starts. The Giants are absolute dog water. 1,600 yards.
I'm going to say a lot of passing to catch up. 1,800.
1968 is what they predict.
Wow. It's going to be an exciting year in the swamp. All right, go ahead.
And then Dylan Gabriel and Shador Sanders finish it off.
How many games?
Dylan Gabriel gets 5 starts, and Shador gets 4 starts.
Only the Browns. You're playing both quarterbacks you drafted?
Correct.
Okay, I think Gabriel stinks. I will say 5 starts, 800 yards.
5 starts, give me 1,100 yards.
1,205 is what they predict. And Shador with 4 starts.
600.
No. Shador with 4 starts, you're probably looking at 1,000.
925.
Yeah, you guys realize rookies don't just drop into the league.
Oh, I
and
know
throw for
that.
250
No.
a week,
No.
right?
I know that.
What I'm imagining is you're down a lot and you're out there playing 500. Or you're just throwing the ball deep. You're already down by 20 points, so the defense is in prevent. You're going to get a lot of empty calorie yards, which still counts.
So let's get to the receivers here quickly. McMillan, Golden, Hunter, Beck, Higgins is who they put on this list.
I think Hunter's the most difficult one because how many snaps?
Yeah, and they don't say snaps on here, but he has 884 yards, 5 touchdowns is what they predict.
I'd be really surprised at that.
I can see the 5 touchdowns, the 884 yards. It's going to be difficult. But every time you see the training, he's at receiver.
I know that.
He's never at corner, which means they're going to force feed him. Like Trevor Lawrence was like, you're going to move up, you're going to take him, and I don't care what the defensive coordinator says, that's my wide receiver.
And you know what I would have told Trevor Lawrence? Cut your hair or I'm not listening to you. I'm tired of you.
You know what? I wish I lived in an alternate reality where you just got your way to see what this world was.
I'm tired of Trevor Lawrence and that stupid haircut. Cut your hair. Grow up.
That's the difference.
You can't win games. Try it again.
You can't win games with long hair.
He looks like Sunshine from Remember the Titans. I can't take anymore.
You can't win games with long hair. You can't be balding either.
So let's get to the sacks here.
What?
The sacks.
Oh.
Not, you know what? For Abdul Carter, Mykel Williams, Jalen Walker, James Pierce, and Shamar Stewart.
I have to recuse myself from this, so
Okay.
I'll let Rico do it because
Yes.
I know the answer to Abdul Carter. And if this is the case, the Giants will go winless. Go ahead.
Abdul Carter.
Let's start with him.
Sacks. 10 sacks.
6.
Just
what they predict.
Shutter
Okay.
the franchise.
Let me just, David, because you have so many players on that defensive line, maybe it's a pick your poison where he's not that guy. It's some games where he'll get the sacks. It's other games where the other Thibodeau will get the sacks. Like, you don't know which guy to try to really block and double team. So maybe that's why his sack total is so low. I know he doesn't want to hear that, but
I'm ignoring you completely.
Yeah,
I'm not dealing with any of that copium.
Mikael Williams, you're a rookie.
I'm going to go with 9.
6.
6. Okay.
That's what they predict. Jalen Walker and James Pierce. I'll put them together. Same team.
15.
Combined 15, you say?
Yeah.
Nope. Combined 11. 6 for Jalen Walker, 5 for James Pierce. And then Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Moore?
Yeah, Shamar Stewart, who still hasn't signed his contract, not doing anything on the field for them, for the Cincinnati Bengals.
You know what? I'm going to go with the magical number of 6.
It is 5. It is 5. That's what they predict for him. And I'm not going to do the interceptions because it's hard to predict interceptions for rookies.
Don't need it.
But let me hit the running backs real quick.
This one I'm interested
You had a lot here. You had Genty, Hampton, Caleb Johnson for the Steelers, Quinshawn Junkins, and R.J. Harvey.
All right, my guy's Amari and Hampton. So
Okay,
give me
let's go with
something
him.
Hampton. I'll venture a guess.
Let's go with Hampton here.
I love him.
Rush yards or combined?
Rush yards. Okay. Rush yards.
I'll say 1,100.
Oh,
are you guessing or no?
I just thought he was.
Okay, that's cool.
No. I will go 850.
961.
Horrible. Touchdowns. I'll say 12. Harbaugh's going to run him into the dirt.
You're correct. But I'm going to go 11.
They go 9.
I hate everything.
So it's just a projection, but
what about
we'll
Genty?
See. Genty, let's do Genty real quick.
1,300.
1,200.
1120.
15 touchdowns.
11 touchdowns.
I probably went a little too high there.
7 touchdowns.
Oh, my God.
Now, to be fair, you predicted for Marion Hampton 12 rushing touchdowns. They do say that he gets 11 touchdowns from scrimmage. They do predict that.
That's what I had.
And then Genty, they say 9 touchdowns from scrimmage.
Okay.
So, that kind of evens it out a little bit there with that one. And then I'll finish it out with my guy, my running back, Caleb Johnson for the Steelers.
This is Rico's guy more than anything. I don't like this guy at all.
Rushing yards. I'm going to go 1,100.
Boy, I wish.
800.
947.
Okay.
947.
Touchdowns.
Yeah, touchdown.
9.
7.
Combined.
They say 8 for the scrimmage touchdown. So,
Who's your quarterback throwing them the touchdown?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's probably Aaron Rodgers. Who cares?
It won't be.
That is your football today.
I'm just moving right past that. 3 o'clock, great to have you. We've got callers to get to, so I want to kind of reset things and try to bring 2 topics into focus. That way, everybody participates. We started the show, TSN 1050. There was a discussion about Mitch Marner, and the Wings are just an afterthought. I mean, Darren Dreger basically is like, yeah, he's going to L.A. or Vegas. And it irked me because I sit here and I'm like, then what is the point of Steve Yzerman? If he can't recruit a high-end free agent, a difference maker, he doesn't make impactful trades, the pro scouting's been terrible. What do we got to do to – and I'm asking because this is the fork in the road summer. I don't even think the most ardent Yzerman supporter could tolerate another year like this or another summer filled with the JT Comfer poo-poo platter. So, look, I'm not hung up about Mitch Marner like he cures all ills, but he is almost universally regarded as the best free agent on the market and a guy that Dreger says the Red Wings would love to have. Well, I'm of the belief if the Red Wings truly want someone, they should at least be at the table.
Right.
And the fact is, I feel like we're the Hartford Whalers now. So that's one. What do we got to do to make the wing wheel great again? I want to mix this in. I want to bring you and David into the fold on this. David, I thought it was a brilliant approach you had to this, so I want to give you a chance to just go and Rico answer it. You know where I'm at with this. I'm on record. But David has a question that you need to answer.
Yes, I'm watching last night's Eastern Conference Finals, and of course, everyone wants to talk about the comeback. But what I want to talk about is watching that game gave me hope. I was encouraged watching that for the Detroit Pistons. If we make one move, if we make that move this offseason, I'm not afraid of the Pacers. The Knicks, please, miss me with that one. If we make that one move, we are playing in the Eastern Conference Finals next season. But the question is, to move or not to move? Because yes, we have to move. We have to do that. We are in that seat next year. We're not talking about the Knicks next year. We're not talking about the Pacers.
Not talking about the Celtics.
We're not talking about the Celtics. We're not talking about anybody. We are talking about hosting games in the Eastern Conference Finals is what we would be talking about, but we have to make that move.
So no respect for the Pacers?
No, none whatsoever. Did you see them last night? Great. They won. Great comeback.
David, I think the point before Rico answers is just there's a split. A lot of the Pistons hardcore fan or Pistons media is like, no, let it simmer. Azur's going to have a full offseason. Then the rest of us are like, boy, the East looks pretty open. Why don't we push a button here?
Yeah.
So to move or not to move?
You have to make a move. And you have to make a move, and it can't just be, okay, we need to get this three-point artist. We need to get this backup whoever. You need somebody who could help you score because, David, the reason why you should be encouraged, the reason why Pistons fans should be encouraged, you had the lead in all 6 games against the Knicks that you played, okay? Now, you couldn't finish. That was your problem. Cade struggled at the end. Cade threw a lot of turnovers, missed some shots. He needed help. He needed somebody that he could count on. I don't think that that's Jaden Ivey. I know a lot of people are like, we already got our guy, and it's Jaden Ivey. I think you have to make a move. I think you need to get somebody established that can handle the pressure of being there. Because imagine, if Jaden Ivey's with this team next year, it's going to be his first time with that type of pressure, and you can't expect much out of him. You have to make a move, and you have to get somebody that's Cade's equal or better. You can't just go out and get role player. Okay, you got to get, like, I look at the Knicks, and your biggest, they got to get somebody to help Brunson bring the ball up. He was dragging ass at the end of that game. He was done, toast, turning the ball over, trying to get a foul. For the Pistons, the fact that you're almost pseudo living through the Knicks because you gave them the best series they've had so far. I mean, now they're down 0-1, so maybe the Pacers will. I'm with you. I think that they could be a part of the top 4 teams in the East, and you see where it goes. Now, I do have respect for Indiana. I do. I know you don't. I do. But I look at these teams, and there's nothing great about them. There's nothing special about them.
Correct.
There's nobody, man,
There's no way we're going to beat Giannis. There's no way we're going to beat this team. There's no way let's just hope that we get there, and then if we lose to them, it's okay. No. Everything's open, and with the NBA having now going to be, the 7th or 8th new champion, who's to say you can't be the next one? So I'm with you. You got to make a move.
So why do so many people not want to make one?
Scared
you
money,
make
man.
it sound so easy. So
this scared money because Mike, I think you know the reason. You got to break up some of the people that's the fan favorites. You're going to lose some people.
Fan favorites. Team doesn't have any fans. It's the first year they're any good in 15 years. You think they have some deep emotional attachment to Jaden Ivey? You know what that is? That's fraudulent.
You asked the question of why some fans
and
are
I'm
like
giving
that
you my answer to
because
it.
they don't want to lose. Can't we just add players and not like for them? It's like I'd rather just go the free agent route and we don't have to lose anybody. We can keep everybody here.
Free agency are out in Detroit. Okay, cool.
You asked the question.
Yeah, and I'm giving you the answer. If people are that
bold.
stupid, they deserve to never win a title.
Correct. You have to be bold. You have to go out. I'm not scared to trade Jaden Ivey. I'm not scared.
Are you
to trade
kidding me?
Anybody
He's
on
got
this
20
roster.
years of history in this city. Don't you know that?
I don't care at all. Make the move to go get that guy because you said I'm not afraid of any team right now in the East.
So
I'm not.
So people, I want to get the Yzerman people in. I also want to get Piston fans in.
But yeah, David, this is kind of like Mike with his Wyatt Langford moments. You should have thought of me when that shot went in. Because I'm like, that's my guy.
Okay.
No, I give you Wyatt Langford all the time.
Yeah, I know,
give you
but
him.
what did Wyatt Langford cost us? Max Clark and McGonigal. You're saying Halliburton, it cost us Cade. If you draft Halliburton, we don't have Cade. That's a different deal you're making.
No, I still think you would have got Cade. You wouldn't have had Killian Hayes.
Well, that part, no. Okay. I don't care. Fine.
I can't have my moment.
Because I'm just saying I'm happy with Cade. I love Halliburton.
I like Cade. They're different drafts.
I like Halliburton.
They were different drafts. That's the player I wish we would have had. Somebody of that caliber. Somebody who can make the shot.
You don't think Cade is better than Halliburton? You like Halliburton better?
Yeah.
Than Cade, not Killian. Don't do that.
No. But, Mike, I think they're on a similar level. And I'm saying if Cade has somebody that he could throw the ball to and say, hey, they're going to double team me. You're going to be open over there. Take the shot.
All right.
He doesn't have that right now. He's throwing the ball, and it's going out of bounds. He's going to throw the ball, and it's to who? Tim Hardaway? Okay. Junior.
People, I need you to answer it. David says straight up, it's right there. Doesn't fear anyone. To move or not to move? Many of you refuse to want to take a big swing. Oh, this guy sucks. That idea is stupid. Let Trajan cook. Just answer David's question. You know where I stand. I didn't have to say anything. I want to make a move. I'm tired of this crap.
You have to. At the end of the game, if you have Asur on the court, you're playing 5-on-4 basketball.
Right, but they don't care. I think it's every reason they won't make a move.
And that's why you're not going to win, because you need 5 guys who can make a basket, because the other team knows you don't even have to guard him. We're good.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think David's point is going to be used against him. Oh, yeah, we came close to beating the Knicks, who beat the Celtics, and all Piston fans are going to do is, well, we'll just develop and we'll get it there naturally.
Well, congratulations. You got 6 numbers in the lottery, and you know what that got you? Nothing.
Okay, good talk.
You got 3 numbers. It's like, look, it's close, but then take that. I'm with you guys. Take the next step, man. Be a have and not hoping to be on the waiting list to be a have. Just kick down the door and say, you know what? We're here too.
248-539-9797. We've got the Red Wing calls in the mix. What do we got to do to make the winged wheel great again? Mitch Marner thing, some cold water got put on that by Toronto media. And the question is just, what are we doing here? And then for the Pistons, last night's game was incredible. And for David, it just speaks to the Pistons are closer than people think or realize. And if you make a move, maybe it could be, as you put it, Rico, 6 straight NBA champions that are different. There's going to be a 7th. Mm-hmm. Maybe it could be you. But that requires something other than a blood clot-free summer from Asur. Sorry. Or does it? Because many of you yell at people like us who want to move this thing forward. So you tell me. Because some of the reporting early goes right against what you and him and me want. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're not going to rush anything. I mean, hell, you have the owner talking about winning a playoff series. You don't have the owner talking about championships. Tom Gores was talking about winning a playoff series.
Yeah, we heard that.
Like there's some kind of medal for that. What do you get, a silver star?
You're competitive.
All right, Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting, all the time. Lowest prices. And Northville, they have everything you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it, and do it with the best in the game. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by and see their showroom today. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Hey, before I get to the people, I just let the record show I brought this up before anybody else. I don't think it's happening, but I like seeing when other people start to get the idea. So you guys are talking about a move. Do you remember who I suggested would be like the sneaky but really effective player that if I could put him in the backcourt with Cade, I think it'd put you in the Eastern Conference Finals next year.
I remember Zion.
I want you to think picking the Celtics carcass dry.
Yes.
Derek White.
Yes.
Okay. So Athlon has proposed this, and now it's making the rounds in articles. If this deal is offered and you don't take it, burn the building down. I would be livid as a Celtics fan if we traded D. White for this pile of garbage. Literally, the deal is we give the Pistons Derek White, winner. I mean, just dead-eye three-point shooter, on ball, off ball, do-it-all guard, one of the best defensive guards in the league, and a winner, a champion, a guy that understands how to make the winning play at both ends of the floor. Late games, you can move Cade off the ball. Dude, D. White in a Pistons uniform would be amazing. I'd be happy for you guys. I'd be angry for myself. The Celtics get Jaden Ivey and a first in 27 and 29 with heavy protections. Oh, great. I get an extension-eligible guard that I don't even want here. If Brad Stevens calls you and offers that, you take it before the phone call's over. It's simply...
Because Jaden Ivey is the unknown. You don't... And that's what you're hoping that the Celtics will say, okay, we'll take a chance on him.
I'm just glad it was out there. I had the idea last week. It makes me feel special. I'm kidding. I don't care. Bottom line, move or no move? Move. I'm aware. And then the Yzerman stuff with sounds like, okay, then I'm done. We go to the people, go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
So I got 2 points about this Yzerman thing. One, I think it should start. I have two spots. One, start with Chris Ilitch. Look at the Tigers. Look at the Red Wings. The guy does not like to spend money. I think it starts with him. His dad loved to spend money. He don't. I think that's where they need to start. Second, goaltending. My grandfather always told me, if you're going to have a cup team, you got to have good goaltending. If you don't have good goaltending, all the goal scorers won't matter unless you can't stop that puck. He says, look at your top-tier echelon teams. What do they have in common? Good goaltending. I think the Wings need to start with good goaltending and get rid of Morosi.
Well, here's your problem. It's going to be year 7. Kosa's clearly not ready to be a lead dog. And Trey Augustine just went back to college. They have thumbed their nose at any discussion of acquiring a real goalie. So while you're right, Tom, they're not changing. They're not going to do what you want. I'm with you, but, look at how Yzerman's run this.
Oh, definitely. It's subpar, way subpar. I mean, I could run the team better than Yzerman could.
I mean, I can't prove it, but honestly, I think I'd rather see Tom from Warren. At least should be interesting at a press conference. I don't think Tom and Warren would be daydreaming. But no, you could scream about goaltending all you want. For 6 years, I've been yelled at, well, you can't block this guy, you can't block that guy, you can't block Kosa, you can't block Augustine. Just wait, be patient, you idiot. Okay, well, here we are. It's going to be year 7. You know who's not going to play 50 games next year? Probably Sebastian Kosa.
Right. Yeah, you would like to see him come up at least at the end of the year, see what you got.
No, how dare you? He's got to help Grand Rapids. Oh, wait, he's benched. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on?
What's up? They need to spend their way out of this because these middling contracts, Comfort, they're just wasted space, just like the Tigers. The Tigers are spending $25 million on Alex Cobb and Kenta Maeda, $50 million if you include Baez. If they give $50 million to Alex Bregman this past offseason, is anyone complaining? Is anyone saying, oh, Illich doesn't spend? They have to spend on high-quality players.
I think the other thing they have to do, Kevin, is they're in a tough spot. Clearly, they wanted to get Wallman the hell out of here. But when you attach a 2 to get rid of a player who is worth a 1, you need to attach a high-level draft pick to Andrew Kopp's dead body, get that contract out of here. They have to do a lot of stuff. And it does include opening up some cap and then spending it. I agree with you. But, Kevin, look around. I mean, Kenny, feel free to join in. Look, the premium free agents, a guy like Marner, and you're going to be up against it against no-tax states. Kev, they're going to have to offer 13.25. I don't see him doing it.
No. And it's also about term. What have we always complained about with Steve? Is that
doesn't want to give term.
Same thing with the defenseman class, 7 years, 6 years. It's contracts like those.
How bad did you want Brandon Montour? We got made fun of. And look, if you want that level of defenseman, you got to hand out 6-7 years.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's it. Absolutely. Especially in this market that does not have the state tax
Plus,
problem.
the kid's got a full sleeve. I mean, that's the kind of defenseman I want.
This is the opposite of you can't win with a ginger.
So
yes,
ginger, long hair, balding, no.
Full sleeve?
Full sleeve?
Yes. Absolutely. It increases your grit quotient.
I'm so learning.
I think at defenseman helps, though. That's what it does. Him having that at defenseman helps.
Show me a goalie with a face.
Encourage this.
Show me a goalie with a face tat. Vesna, like a Mike Tyson face tat, 10-year deal, automatic.
Okay.
I have my rules.
I see. I'm learning them.
We go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, pal?
Mike Rico, guys, it's what miserable English weather we're experiencing right now, right?
Dan, honestly, in all my years of living in Metro Detroit, I don't remember a spring like this at all.
Yeah, Memorial Day weekend, right? I mean,
yeah,
can you
52.
imagine? Everyone's driving up north, and you're driving to snow.
Get your
Good luck.
parka.
So, I'm a Blues fan. Grew up in St. Louis. Doug Armstrong remade that team, and it was scandalous of Stevie White to sort of almost compare himself with the Blues after Doug Armstrong remade those Blues offer based upon those offer sheets that he was able to steal from Edmonton, Philip Broberg, and Dylan Holloway. I think Stevie needs to try to steal Joel Hofer from the Blues. It seems like they could get him from about a $2.3, $2.4 million offer sheet, and the Blues would probably not. They would probably surrender at that price.
Kenny, you want to roll in? Because offer sheets, I got yelled at for the offer sheet routine.
I started to switch to your side with the offer sheet thing, Mike. Is that why don't you just try? I mean, the player also on the other side has to say yes, which I think a lot of people don't really realize. And it's kind of viewed as like a conniving way of doing business. But
I don't care.
I have no issue with it, dude. If you want to offer sheet Matthew Nyes from Toronto, try it. I don't care.
So reading Jeremy Rutherford from The Athletic, the Blues are going to have to get shaken up. That Game 7 loss to Winnipeg really kind of rattled that team. I think some of the top-line forwards, I think Kyrou is going to be gone. And I just don't know what kind of deal is going to have to be put together. The Blues will probably get a second-tier defenseman, maybe a second-line center, and then Kyrou would be out of there. Maybe that's a guy that CVY brings in here. I don't understand his propensity to bring in players from St. Louis here, but he does. And so, I don't know. We'll see.
Do you agree with me? And I know, look, Danny, I probably took it a little too far, but I got annoyed because it's like we can't even get excited. It's like there's no aura from Steve Yzerman. He can't recruit anyone here. I just don't know what to do.
ESPN is getting rid of Sunday Night Baseball. The Four Nations really kicked a fire, and I mean, they brought hockey back. I don't know why he has the best North American, in the United States market for hockey, and it's a pretty much a flat line here in Detroit.
It's the top couple. I mean, hell, Buffalo's a wonderful market. Unfortunately, that franchise is run like the Cleveland Browns. So no, Dan, I hear you. You get to a point, Danny, when you're a GM or a team president, part of the job, you're supposed to sit at those tables. You're supposed to take those meetings. You're supposed to deliver results. Kind of punch above your weight a little bit. Look, that's why Sam Presti is so damn good in the NBA. He gets players to Oklahoma City, and he keeps them happy. Mm-hmm. Your job is to be able to do more than we expect of you because, Kenny,
that is what the money's for.
Yes. Yzerman is supposed to be able to recruit. We're going to get Steve Stamkos. Nope. Who's he recruited here? Now we're in the 7th summer. Okay, what are we going to do? And now I'm already being told you can't even dream about Mitch Marner.
That was depressing.
I know. And look, money could change it. You show up at Marner's door with an Alexei Yashin type deal that I had to live with. All of a sudden, maybe Marner views I-75 differently. But, I mean, Ken, look, I'm going to say this and I'll take the slander, but, like, I know it's irresponsible, but I just don't care. I'm ready to, like, do something stupid. I'm ready to hand out, like, a Rick DiPietro deal. I can't take anymore. No, I know it's terrible, but I know it's Bobby Bonilla on ice. But I need...
That desperate.
If he did something like that, it would also prove that he's willing to do something like that. I would rather try and fail than not try at all.
Yeah, and Rico, look, how do I say it other than the way I did? I know it's wrong. Mm-hmm. I know it's irresponsible. I just don't care anymore. I can't keep doing it.
We are so desperate.
I can't keep doing it.
You never make moves out of desperation, and that's what that would be.
Yes.
Everything this is one of those, I'm telling you no, but you're ignoring the third base coach, and you're just going to go running home anyway.
Okay. That's where I've arrived at. Okay. I'm now Cabrera rounding third. In the best shape of my life.
Marner, 8 years, $14 million. Sign the contract.
8. I see it and I raise it 10. 10 at 113. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. 248-539-9797. A lot of Piston fans want to talk. Let's do it. East is wide open. Last night's theater in New York, David walked away going, we could beat both these teams, but we got to make a move. So then why are we being told early on, oh, no. You pigeons don't get it. They're going to let it simmer. They're not going to rush. Why? Isn't there a scenario the Pistons could win the East next year with a proper move?
It is. I'll answer that question next.
248-539. So stupid. All right, here's Rico. Or not. Straight to the people. Multitude of topics in play. Open lines. No, you can, honestly, we're talking a little bit about the Wings and Darren Dreger basically making us feel like we're the Hartford Whalers, that, Mitch Marner ain't coming here. And the idea of then what is Steve Yzerman's purpose? If we don't get a seat at the table with elite free agents, then what's the point as we enter year 7? And for the Pistons, last night, incredible game at Madison Square Garden. Rico's guy, Halliburton, with a Kawhi Leonard-esque shot. Yeah. I can't believe that went in. But to make a move or not to make a move, because in the end, the East looks wide open. You can make a case to not making a move. I think that's the general loser Detroit way of doing it. Or let's make a move. The door has been opened. And a move doesn't mean you destroy everything and tear it down. It doesn't mean you do something stupid. And if there's no quality move to be made, then you don't.
Right.
But I think this idea that a move is viewed as negative or you're impetuous for wanting it, no, I just think that's stupid. I think the East is open. I think if the Pistons added a Robin to Cade's Batman, they absolutely would lay claim to being a team that could get to the ECF. So that's what we're talking about. If you want what's your favorite pickle or something like that, I'm sure that's available somewhere on Odyssey Rewind. Yes.
No, I mean, because it's right there. NBA, you're about to have your 7th different team win the finals. You could be team number 8 next year. It's not this, dynasty that you're going up against. Yeah, and you were in every game against the Knicks. So, look, I know momentum does not carry over from year to year, but that is some pride that you can take if you're in the Pistons management of saying, guys, we were this close. We couldn't finish out games. Okay?
Rico's putting up a try-hard banner.
No, it's not a try-hard banner. It's we were so close. We need to do something. We have to do something.
What if we're so close and the kids just grow up? I'm telling you what we're going to be
Then they
facing.
grow up with the piece that we brought in for them.
Ticket text, and we'll go to the calls. David, go ahead.
I want Devin Booker, 24-point average through his career, and I don't think that you have to give up a lot to get him. That is from Rick C.
You probably will, right?
That's a lot. Yeah, sure.
That's where you're wrong. Plus, they're trading KD. They're not trading Booker.
Yeah, they're not trading both. So, yeah. Fellas, I would trade for Zion Williamson. That's my number one guy. Trade Tobias, Fontenecchio, and Clintman, first-round picks, all yada, 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 to get him here. I think that would get it done. He doesn't want to be in New Orleans, and a change of scenery would be great. The Pelicans clearly want to move on. Plus, the Pistons keep their young core. That is from Marlon. Another person suggesting, go get Jamal Murray. He can help bring that ball up the court. He can score. You could pair him with Cade.
I quit. Okay.
Mike, I would say 80 to 90% of the Piston fans wouldn't even trade Ivy straight up for Derek White. That is the current state of these bizarre fans right now. That is from
No, I don't think it's the state of the bizarre fans, but David, I'll ask you, you're a Pistons fan. Would you have felt different going up against the Celtics this year if you had not only Ivy, but also Isaiah Stewart in the mix as well?
Would I have felt different?
Would you,
we could have beat the Celtics.
Do you think they could have beaten the Knicks?
No.
Okay.
No.
You don't think either of those two guys could have helped you get over the hump and win a couple of those games?
I don't think we would have won the series with them, no.
Okay, so now you want to keep everybody.
No. It was a hypothetical question, Mike.
I was like, oh my God, did Rico just go John Cena heel turn mid-segment? I'm like, oh no, we're keeping everyone now?
No, I'm just asking for those who are saying, hey, let's just keep this squad together, because in their mind, we didn't have two pieces playing in the games, so maybe that would be the difference. I'm trying to figure out why you would want to not make a move.
I think the thing I want most is Beef Stew out of town. I think the less I ever have to hear about Beef Stew.
And you probably don't want to watch what the Pistons just posted 7 minutes ago.
What did they post 7 minutes?
It's just all Beef Stew highlights.
Oh, dear God. Okay, fine.
2 words, dog pound.
Oh, good. There we go. Let's just lean into the lazy. Get right in there with those cliches. All right.
I mean, it's almost like you're looking at my screen.
I'm not. Just so tired of it.
There you go. Yes.
Oh, isn't that great? Oh, hey, look, he's starting a fight. That's awesome. That'll get me where I got to go. All right, let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Ant, what's going on, buddy?
How y'all doing today?
Good.
I don't watch hockey, so I'm not gonna act like I'm this hockey purist.
That's okay.
But when I look at Steve Iverson, he's just like an old fart that's stuck in his ways. You say he's a year, 7?
Yes.
I feel like they need to get younger on the ice and in the front office. But my really calling is for the Pistons, though.
Yes, sir.
I feel like there's some multiple ways they can go this offseason, and it's not going to cost them a lot. I feel like when I look at Trajan Langdon, he looked like a James Bond villain, so he looked cutthroat. So he's going to make somebody – the Pistons fans going to be in their feelings this offseason. Someone's going to be the odd man out or two. And I'm looking at Lord Marketing. Can I come off JD and be Stu for Lord Marketing? Can I
plus
call
what?
Boston +1?
No. Keep going. Here's what it would take for Marketing. First of all, Tobias Harris has to go in the deal based on the salary. You have to have that $26 million. It would probably be Tobias and Beef Stew and 3 first-round picks and one of the young players.
I don't know. I'm giving that.
I probably wouldn't either. But I'm just telling you, take it from a guy who had Danny Ainge run his team. The guy's insane, and he's going to hurt you.
And I feel like KD is a good option for a couple years, and you may not have to give up any player.
No.
Before.
No. Kevin Durant, like right now, everything with Kevin Durant that's getting floated, I'll give you an example. Paul George plus the number 3 pick in the draft for KD. No.
No, they out their mind.
Plus, here's the other problem. What has KD brought besides cancer to anywhere he's been the last 6 years?
Hey, but cancer bring me a championship.
He doesn't. The only time he did, he joined the greatest team in the history of the league.
They were already championship caliber.
He had his hand-selected play pals in Brooklyn. How did it go?
Yep.
I mean, come on.
No, when he went to the Warriors, they were on their way for a second title, a back-to-back. He was just a cherry on top. We just want to make sure nobody comes close to winning it this year.
Phoenix was better without him. Here's the reality. KD's a 35-year-old scorer who's lost all of his explosiveness post-Achilles tear. He's a very good player. But there's like 3 teams in the league you would make sense for. 3. And you're not one of them. You don't want that here.
And you would have to gut the team, and that's what Phoenix problems were. They were close and then say, well, let's give it all up for him.
The Zion thing, look, the Derek White thing, I got to see the Celtics make him available. He would rocket to number 1 on my board based on winner, culture, defense, unbelievable clutch shooter, and it would enhance Cade late in games.
And for me, that's the thing that would help me out is because now Cade wouldn't feel like I have to do everything. He would have somebody.
Oh, but he has beef stew, right? Only this town would fall in love with a backup center whose best skill is starting fights and making funny faces. Only this town.
I got you. Hey, I'm just saying, it was just funny. You said that.
I know.
And they posted.
And he is a good defensive player. And I like Beef Stew. But you know what I don't need? 4 at 60 for him.
No.
And I just, this town. They build a statue of him then. Do that. Put a Beef Stew statue on the roof. Since we don't have the LED roof, put a statue of Beef Stew on the roof.
It's just, I wonder if that's why people say, hey, let's just let's let this team come together because you were missing 2 pieces.
Okay, good for them. Hey, you like pizza? Sure. Hungry Howie's has got a deal for you. It's rather simple. No copious legal. Just go to hungryhowies.com. Sign up for the emails. Spend $10. Get a free pizza. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Medium 2-topping pizza free when you sign up for the emails and you spend $10 at hungryhowies.com. Any flavored crust, any 2 toppings, free. So go to hungryhowies.com. It is a limited time offer. It's got to be online. hungryhowies.com. Take advantage of it before the deal is gone. It's Hungry Howie's. Okay, I'm going to tell you I'm going to become physically ill, but I want to defend Rico on something. I was doing some digging. Rico made a statement a couple segments ago. And I want to back Rico's side of this. Look, Rico's been a slap for Halliburton since draft night pandemic. I want to read a couple stats, and here's the bottom line in all of it. As much as I love Cade has two problems. One is a lack of clutch. The second is the turnovers. So let me do this. Don't look at me. It makes me sick enough I have to defend you. Don't look at me. Just turn your chair around. Let me defend you. Just sit there.
Come on in here, Rico. You can stay in here with us.
Pretend I'm Doug with the mulch. I don't want to look at you right now. Listen to me.
That sounds like a you problem, but go ahead.
Tyrese Halliburton is 4 for 4 on game-tying or go-ahead shots in the final 10 seconds this postseason. Now, what I ask you is, imagine if that was Kobe, Michael Jordan, Jason Tatum, whomever you like, Steph Curry. The world would be crowning this player the most clutch player in the history of Earth. Halliburton doesn't get a lot of credit for that. But wait, there's more. This is how disgusted I am. I have to do this. He leads the entire playoffs in assists at 10 a game while never turning it over. 2 turnovers a game. 2. And he is constantly handling basketball for a high-octane, up-tempo team. But wait, there's more. Do you know the Pacers' record since New Year's Day?
No.
59 total games. What do you think the record is?
Let's go 40-18.
43-16.
Okay.
And this is the most incredible one. Don't look at me. It makes me sick. I'm defending you. 11 of 12 on shots that are game tying or go ahead in the final 2 minutes this season. If that were Brunson, if that's SGA, if that's Jokic, think how that's discussed. So when Rico says Halliburton, I'd still take him over Cade. I understand it's not a blowout, but the guy doesn't turn it over. The guy is money shooting late. I got it. I got to at least defend Rico. Don't look at me.
I appreciate that.
I got to defend Rico.
No, you saw it at the end of with the Knicks games where everybody knew Cade
Again
was
with
going to
the
get
eye
the ball.
contact. I don't want to talk to you.
What are you, Stoney?
I've already defended. Yeah, be Stoney. Stare at the floor while you're speaking to me.
Now you must be Stoney because I'm not doing that.
Yes. I hate defending you.
It's that painful.
I just did the research, and I wanted to
question everything that I know about you right now. That you don't even want me looking at you. I thought we were friends. Apparently not.
It's just sickening.
Apparently not.
I think you have a real point there, and I owe you an apology.
I take the time to learn what black eyed Susans are, and this is what I get.
All right, I'll deliver the mulch.
Okay,
keep going.
No, but everybody knew he was going to get the ball. And yeah, he turned it over. He missed a couple of clutch shots at the end. He had 2 times to win the game. He didn't get it done. Even last night, as a decoy, when Obi Toppin in overtime dunks the ball, if you look, Halliburton's at half court. Like, he knew the Knicks were going to send 3 people his way. Like, sure, I'll stand here. Maybe I'll not. Psych. That's Toppin just dunking the ball. And the Knicks are looking like, wait, what just happened here? So, yeah, things just run a lot smoother with him. I like Kay, but yeah, if you can get somebody in that backcourt with him that he doesn't always have to bring the ball up and maybe set him up for that game-winning shot rather than trying to get it on his own, I think that's a different. Yes, I'm down with that. Now, I mean, you wouldn't like the trade, but yes.
Well, it's mythical. I mean, it's like this one. Here, I'll give one to Kenny. You want a Red Wings trade? We were talking about how, all right, Marner don't want to be here. Here's a Red Wings trade, and I think Red Wing, the wing nuts / Steve Bots, I think their heads would explode. So let's see if you can guess the player. Swedish, had a horrific season this year, including a feud with a teammate.
Elias Pettersson.
He's 100 points plus.
Elias Pettersson, yep.
First line center.
I would love it, although I don't fall into the category of Steve Bot.
All right, but do you want to know what the deal looks like? Here's a proposed deal.
Oh, boy.
Well, buckle up for this.
Oh, boy.
So you get Pedersen. Congrats. First line center. You give up Nate Danielson, William Wallander, a 26 first-round pick, and a 27 first-round pick. And in this piece, they describe Danielson, who was number 9 overall in 23. I've said anything I've read, his offense is struggling in the minors. They label him a middle 6 forward.
Who was the first player you mentioned?
Nate Danielson.
Nate Danielson, and then?
William Wallander.
William Wallander. Okay.
Now, you don't need Wallander because you've got Pellica, and you've got Evanson, and you've got Sider, and you've got whoever Steve gets in free agency this year on D.
Right.
And 2 first-round picks. You do it?
So this is where I defer to the boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. Could even be a boat. Elias Pettersson is a boat. Change of scenery type thing. That's the same thing when people say Mitch Marner doesn't perform in the playoffs. Maybe it's a mixed thing. Maybe he just needs a change of scenery. That helps players a lot. It's actually a real thing in hockey.
Hey, listen, he's Swedish. Let's. Ready, Kenny? Let's. More Swedes.
You know, these Euros don't play tough.
You got to get bigger on the blue line.
Got to get bigger on the blue line.
Got to roll 4 lines.
No, I'm down.
I'd make that Scotty's messing with the combinations again.
I'd make that trade in a heartbeat. Man.
Okay, I just had to ask. I don't think Wings fans would.
No.
Their heads would explode.
Nate Danielson, you want to do what to Nate Danielson?
Right, but then, and again, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm watching minor league games, but anything I've read on Danielson, his offense is not developing. Well, why the hell do I need another middle 6 forward? I don't.
And then you have support for Larkin. He doesn't need to be the guy. You could flip them in between 1C and 2C if you want to, depending on what's working.
I'm taking his C. He's done.
No C. Ooh. From 1C to no C.
You're out. You don't even wear the A. Wow. You're out.
You go down to the 3rd line. You're done.
Sit. Taking his number, too. He wears a blank jersey. You earn it. Had enough. You play like you played in the 4 Nations, or you don't play at all. What?
You have to earn your number.
He gets the replica jersey until he earns the real one back. Blank.
He plays in a jersey, actually.
Mom and Dad couldn't afford to iron the numbers on. Blank. I wish we could do stuff like that. It'd be amazing. Make sports so interesting. Right. Be fabulous. All right, we'll get a few of the calls. I know we got to do a blitz. Kenny just traded away every prospect we have. This is a great segment. I had to defend Rico. Don't look at me. 248-539-9797. I defended you. I did something nice for you today.
That was so backhanded. I couldn't look at you as you defended me.
97-1. All right, Dave, a little music, touch table on some football before we get back to business. What do you got?
So let's go through this, guys. These are players with the most approved in 2025 in the NFL this season.
I love stuff like this. All right.
And let's start with number 10 on this list, Brock Purdy. It says you got a 5-year, $265 million extension. You need to take the team over the hump to win the Super Bowl now.
Any quarterback that signs a deal like that makes this list.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to show because everybody's going to be waiting to say, see, you overpaid for him. So he has to go out there, lead that team. You cannot not win the NFC West because it's not looked at as that great. So, yes, I agree with that one.
Next on the list, another quarterback. This one plays in the AFC South, and that is Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud. Says you had a wonderful rookie year, took a step back in year 2. You have to look better in year 3.
He does. I think a lot of people crowned him as, he's going to be the next great, and he struggled. He missed out because a lot of receivers just weren't there. But, yes, in order to reclaim that as he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, you got to lead them someplace. And I would even say you got to win a playoff game.
I only accept this if Trevor Lawrence is on the list.
We'll get to that in a second.
I'm just making a point. If Lawrence is on the list, I think everything Rico said is fair. But if this list somehow doesn't have Sunshine from Remember the Titans on here, then that's void.
Oh, you know why.
Mulch.
Okay, well, I'm going to look ahead for this one. This list does not, but I do have something for you regarding Trevor Lawrence on here later.
Who's got more to prove maybe in the whole NFL than Trevor Lawrence?
We'll get to it. Number 8 on this list, Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert.
You don't have more to prove than Trevor Lawrence. But, yeah, I mean, do you have to start winning big games? I mean, do you have to start winning meaningful games?
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me just get to it. Since you keep mentioning Trevor Lawrence, I'll just get to it. QBA, QBB. QBA, 22 of 38. This is in their first 60 starts. Record 22 and 38. Just under 15,000 yards, 69 touchdowns, 46 interceptions. That is QBA. B, 22 and 37 and 1, 14,600 yards, 62 touchdowns, 42 interceptions.
You want me to guess? I mean,
Sure.
one of them. Okay, one of them's Lawrence.
One of them is Lawrence.
Who's the other?
QBA. QBB.
Somebody like playing now?
Yeah, it is Daniel Jones. So he is comparable to Daniel Jones.
Your career's over. I'm done.
Wow.
If
Just
you are
saying.
compared to that blank-faced idiot, well, your career's on the ropes. Trevor Lawrence has the most to prove in the entire National Football League on either side of the football.
Good. Pull,
David, you've won the day. I'm done. I defended Rico, and now I've given you a compliment. I'm leaving.
I don't see how you're right. I don't see how he's not on the list because
You're telling Stroud he's got something to prove, but not this guy?
right, because Stroud's made the playoffs. They look like a consistent team. And yes, contrary to what David says, Tank Dell not playing for a while.
Correct, but they drafted more weapons for you, so try to improve the
And maybe
offensive
it's
line.
because there's no expectations for Jacksonville. Just pack up and go. Move to England.
Next on the list would be Dallas Cowboy wide receiver George Pickens. Then you now have someone next to you. Go out there and make plays now.
I like that one. I think for him, it's just the 5 inches between his ears. He's got to control his emotions. He's got to lock in and be a pro. And if he does it, he could have an unbelievable few years in Dallas with CD drawing doubles on every play. But the kid has just shown no willingness to be normal. He's insane.
I agree because, David, if he does not, I'm going to lump him in. For some reason, all former Steelers wide receivers just lose their mind and tons of talent, and they waste it away.
That's what happens when you eat those dry-ass sandwiches with French fries on them.
They are disgusting, by the way.
Permane Bros is overrated.
Oh, it is overrated.
I don't get it. Just dry.
Next on the list would be the quarterback for George Pickens. It would be Dak Prescott, seemingly because They give you more weapons to throw to. You now have to prove it. You also have a contract. Prove it.
So Dak's on there.
Yes.
You want
Purdy's
me
on there. CJ Stroud is on
You
there.
want me to defend Rico and Dak Prescott in the same show? Okay, I'll do it. Look,
I still don't understand why defending me is so painful.
I don't want to talk to you. Here's the deal. I think Dallas blows. I think we've way overrated Dallas's weapons. It's CeeDee Lamb and what? The O-line isn't as good as it used to be. The wideout core isn't. The running back core isn't.
Right, you brought back Zeke Elliott.
Right. I'm not telling you Dak is the best. But this idea, like, no, the organization might have to prove to him they can put a competent operation around him.
And
That's
I guess
it. I'm disgusted. I just defended Dak Prescott.
No, and I guess, David, before he got hurt, he was putting up MVP-like numbers the year before. So that's probably what you're looking at.
Next two on the list are also quarterbacks. One is a ginger. That is Sam Darnold. The other is Caleb Williams. They now got you a competent coach. You have to go out there and prove it again.
Well, Sam Darnold is, okay, was last year the one-hit wonder, or did you really turn the page and you're going to be a late-blooming quarterback? Caleb Williams, yeah. You got a coach who made Jared Goff, and now he's coming there. They got you weapons. But most importantly, they invested in the offensive line. So there's no excuses for Caleb this year.
I mean, basically every quarterback has something to prove. That's David's point.
That's what this list seems to say, yes, except for Trevor Lawrence.
I can go with it.
Next one on the list is, well, the last three are quarterbacks. This one, close to your heart, Rico. Quarterback for the New York Jets. Just paid 2 years, $40 million contract, Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is it for him. And you're going to be reunited with some of your old Ohio State teammates at receiver. So if you can't make it there this year, then, yeah, you're off to the UFL. You're off to Canada. You're done. You'll be a career backup somewhere. That's it.
I've been done with him for years. I got nothing for you. I give
You
Rico.
don't believe in AG?
I give you a lot of credit for hanging on.
You don't believe in AG? He could fix it.
No, he can't.
AG can't fix.
He's a defensive
Justin.
coach.
Yeah,
So you're like 0 for 100 on that faith quotient.
he can't fix him.
Fix everything.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
No.
I give you credit.
He was able to take a defense with nothing and turn this
That
team
has
into 15
nothing to do with being a quarterback guru, but I congratulate you. I'm done. This is your guy. This is your Jack and your Rose. You're going to freeze to death on this board with Justin Fields, and I halfway respect it. I can't do it. I can't.
I don't know what the love is for Justin Fields.
It's okay. He likes the player.
David, he went to two bad organizations. One,
I'm sorry.
Caleb Williams even said he didn't want to go there because his father was like, this is a place where quarterbacks go to die.
That's one, but you said two bad organizations.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Pittsburgh didn't know what they were doing. Okay, David, what do you guys, what's your game plan right now?
Next on the list will be
Okay.
Minnesota Vikings quarterback
Thank you.
J.J. McCarthy.
He's the wild card of the league.
Yes.
If he's good, they're a Super Bowl team. If he's not, it's going to be the biggest waste of a roster on the planet. I'm fascinated to watch it. I love stuff like this. I put him on the list for Justin Fields. Fields has got to prove he shouldn't play for the Toronto Argonauts.
Oh, I think Fields has to prove that he's an NFL quarterback. JJ, are they handing you the keys too soon, son? Are you ready for the bright lights and everything that you have? Because the sad reality is you're going to get compared to Sam Darnold and what he did. Not what he's doing in Seattle, but what he did last year with the same group of players.
The thing is, Sam Darnold put more balls in danger that should have been intercepted than any other quarterback in the league.
And fans won't remember any of that.
They should.
They won't. Hey, we were 14-3 with a chance to be the number one overall
But Sam
seed.
Darnold also was handed the most time to throw the ball in the whole NFL. If they give JJ that amount
And
of
that's what
time,
I'm saying.
he'll be okay.
Right. And if he goes out
Maybe.
there and the team is 9-7, I'm like, well, geez, I thought you were better than that.
He meditates, and he's not a ginger. He's got 2 up on Darnold.
And last on the list, I think this is, of course, it makes total sense. It's the Colts quarterback, Anthony Richardson. He's already in a competition with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, right. See right there?
So
that might be a sign your career's over. Second of all, I'd like to add somebody to this list. You know who's got something to prove? I'm being serious when I say it, no slander. Travis Kelce.
Yes.
Prove why you still
Yes.
are in this league and why you didn't just retire and go off with your famous girlfriend. I mean, he looked baked at the end of last year.
I think a lot of that was he was on the Taylor Swift tour. He wasn't taking his job
Well, then
seriously
just
for like the
retire and
first
do
time.
that.
Thank you.
David. I think his own arrogance kicked in, and he thought that he could do both, and realized, okay, I suffered to make sure that my woman looked good, and you can't go down that route.
You hear that, Kenny?
So Anthony Richardson, Justin Fields, you pick one, Mike. Who
Anthony
that
Richardson.
you'll back? Really?
Yeah. He's had less chances to be god-awful.
That's true.
I just got to take a shot. I can't do it with Justin. Plus, he's a Jet. Who have the Jets turned around?
Okay, you know what?
Every quarterback's left the Jets and had a turnaround. So
fair, but he didn't tap out of a game.
You asked the question. We
No,
want to say.
I was talking to David. I'm not looking at you.
Oh, my bad.
that is your football today.
America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 3 levels. They've got it for you. Massive big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll get a couple of the ticket texts. About 10 minutes. I've got a really positive update on college football. Kind of been a decent week. I know there's news now. They're pausing the CEO hire because #politics. I'll stay out of that. But I want to get to the callers as well. So, David, a couple ticket texts. We'll round out the calls. And then I just think a change to college football is happening that no one will disagree with. Go ahead.
Regarding the Pistons, someone says marketing would be my choice to do that. We get that. We are a finals contender.
Okay, so here's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, I'm Danny Ainge. Tobias, Stu, Asor, 3 first-round picks.
Tobias, Stu, yes.
Asor, 3 first-round picks. I'm giving you a guy in his prime who's a stretch 4 who on a good team could average 25. Now, again, I'm not telling you I'm lusting after Lowry Markkanen, but if people are going to keep texting it, I'm going to tell you what the pricing's going to be.
I would do that. I would do that trade, hoping that the 3 first-round picks are going to be worthless.
David.
I'm okay with shipping Ivy away and a few picks. Our time is now. We have to make a move. Regarding the Wings, until we get a legit goaltender, the rest of these conversations don't mean anything.
Okay.
He has to find one.
No, hold on. Here's my problem in this. He hasn't tried to find one. It's as if he has devalued the goaltender position the way that, like, Rico's team devalues certain, like you hate wide receivers, or other teams don't pay their running backs. I don't know what Yzerman's strategy has been, because if it's the wait for Costa strategy, I don't even know if he'll be.
You're right. Some teams don't value edge rushers.
Yeah, okay. That was the best point. He did it. You disgust me. Go ahead, David.
Larkin and 2 firsts for Matthews. They didn't say, hey, Marner, look who we traded for. Gary at work.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be nearly enough, but
I don't think so either.
Thank you for trying.
We have lost the right to be called Hockey Town, and we are nowhere near earning it back for the love of the people. That is Connor in an Amazon van.
Well, if that's the case, then why is Yzerman here? I mean, if what you're saying is right, that's the question I would ask you. It's his job to recruit elite free agents here. Total failure. His job to execute high-level trades. Total failure. The goaltending thing, I mark it as a total failure, but I'm sure someone will yell at me and say I can't block Trey Augustine. One problem. He still lives in East Lansing. I mean, Kenny, you're scratching your head. Like, where am I wrong here?
You're not, and you could always trade for a goalie. I don't think any are going to be available in free agency, and then somebody will be like, oh, which goalie and from what team? I don't know, but that's what the money's for.
Yeah, at a certain point, and I'm not being disrespectful in any way, shape, or form, but it's not Kenny Cott's responsibility to save the Red Wings. It's kind of the guy who's making a blank check fortune on a lifetime contract. Like, we don't need to yell at poor Kenny because he can't tell you what goalie they're going to go at. Like, that's kind of what the money's for, Steve. To the people. We go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, buddy?
Doing good. I mean, with the whole Yzer plan and being a complete disaster and destroying poor Anthony on the anti-KD and Lordy Markkanen, man, I'm starting to get a little bummed.
No. KD doesn't fit who you are, right? He's 35. Markkanen's expensive. So Robert, I'm trying to prepare Piston fans for reality. Like, Danny Ainge isn't going to trade his best asset for a box of Crayolas.
And for me, it's just getting a Robin for Cade. He's a good player. He's turnover prone, yeah, but we got to get somebody for him. And honestly, even getting someone like a Zion, if Trajan really likes him, just somebody, because you can't have Jalen Dern and Thompson on the floor at the same time. There's just a lack of shooting. And we just need to package one of them. Even, I'm blanking on his name, the first-round pick from last year.
First-round pick for who?
Thompson?
You mean Asor?
No, it don't matter.
Okay, go ahead.
Ron Holland?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you meant literally. Okay, that's my bad. I misunderstood. Yeah, Ron Holland. Go ahead.
No problem. No, but even packaging him, like, young players, especially guys that just will not be here for the long term, because you can't re-sign everybody, or you're going to literally run into a less talented version of what Boston's experiencing, and you got a title out of it.
Yes. No, I mean, Robert, you do everything you can do to hope to hang one banner. I truly believe the days of winning multiples or back-to-backs, those are long gone. The CBA, the way it's currently designed, it's no accident there's been 6 different champions, and there'll be a 7th this year, and I believe it'll be an 8th next year. And Robert, I'm with you. I think the Pistons have a right to lay claim to that. But Rico and I are in lockstep on one thing, is that the move that makes the most sense from a cost analysis, right, from a risk-it-biscuit analysis would be Zion. I'm not telling you it's perfect. But I don't want to upend the franchise for Lowry Markkanen, who I don't think is anywhere physical enough to play in this town. You guys would all call him Jim Costa the Catio.
No, but the thing is, Zion, oh my goodness, the second he misses a game,
okay, then cry about it. I don't care. Good. Cry about it. Worship at the grave of beef stew. I don't care. And if he doesn't, and he averages 27 and 10, and him and Cade are essentially in an unguardable 2-man game late in playoff series, well, then where are those same broke bleeps with bumping their gums? So that's the stuff I get so sick of, is like you and I deal with this all the time. Well, what if it doesn't work? And what if it does? Right. It's always what if it doesn't in this town. Always. If it does, I'd like you to argue a better duo in the Eastern Conference headed into next season, 2-man game, last 6 minutes in the fourth quarter of the playoffs, than Zion and Cade. Go ahead. All right, and if he balloons up to fat bastard levels of 600 pounds and he says he eats because he's unhappy and he's unhappy because he eats, what do you want me to tell you? It didn't work. Cry about it.
In the East, yeah, I would still go Brunson and Cat, but I get what you're saying.
Fine. The point is you're in that convo, right?
Yeah.
And that's a pair of all NBA players.
Yeah.
I'm with you. And again, I don't think it would cost you a lot. I don't. Go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good, T. What's going on?
Well, I think outside of bringing Giannis to Greek Town and, having an Opa every time he gets an alley-oop, or, Zion would be interesting. I'm sure he'd enjoy the food. But what I actually want to see is for Trajan Langdon to just continue with his vision. And not be so distracted about the success. Like, I'm really worried if, the Knicks make the finals and us trying to kind of make some sort of approximation that because we won 2 games against them, we're already at X when, I don't think we're there. So I think part of his vision might be trying to see just how good Ivy is when he comes back. But that's where I'm at, because I don't want to get into a situation where we look at what the Clippers do with SGA, where you're listening to players and you trade away somebody. I don't want to see that. I think he knows what he's doing, and I think he's going to make the right move. And we're also going to be paying Cade a lot, so he's going to be a little bit restricted. So it's going to have to be.
But can you work with me on this? Here's my problem. Okay, I'll follow your plan, Tom, but this is where I get angry. Not at you. But what I can't have is, let's say, Tobias at 26, Beef Stew at 15, so that's $41 million. And then we put a cherry on top with a useless player in Fontecchio. I have $50 million in nothing. So I can agree with the premise, but then you have to manipulate how you're allocating your dollars, Tom. Those players aren't getting you anywhere. And even worse, Tom, if they commit to a Schroeder or a Hardaway Jr. or Malik Beasley at a price that is not responsible, now, how do you execute the plan you're talking about when, if you continue this way and you make no major additions, now Ivy and Duren are extension eligible or headed to restricted free agency? So I just answer that for me, because that's where my roadblock lies. I hate the money they're paying some of these guys.
Right. Well, bringing in Bees, I think the idea was they weren't going to re-sign them. So I think there will be some trades. I don't know if Zion is the best trade still. I get a little, nightmares about Oliver Miller, right? Like, I just don't know if that is going to.
But Tom, here's the thing. Listen, but you understand what I'm saying is the cost is going to be low enough, and the reward for the risk quotient is going to be higher than anything else. You're 100% right. We'll all be nervous. I'm trying to find something realistic. I'm not going to be the radio host comes on the air and tells you we're trading for Magic Johnson. You know what I mean? Like, Tom, I can't lie to my audience and be like, listen, hear me out. Nikola Jokic with the Pistons. I'm just not that person. I can't do that to you.
Well, it will be 3 years left on his deal, so it will be like a year, and then a few more years.
I think it's it's a risk reward I'd sign up for. I understand if you don't like him. I'm not mad at anybody who isn't. But what I'm not going to do is tell you that it's perfectly okay to have $50 million in junk if we're trying to win a championship.
Yeah, especially in an open window at East that's going to be wide open. You got to take your shot.
Show me a report the Celtics are shopping Derek White. He goes right to the top of my list. You know I love the kid, and I'm telling you he's a winner. And you guys will make fun of him. He's a goofy-looking guy, but he's a damn good basketball player.
No,
and he's a champ, and he's a winner, and, man, he will fit into Pistons culture.
I mean, think about this. Who's the best team in the East next year?
I can't answer it.
Right.
And that's why you and I are so desperate to say, hey, Pistons, do you mind?
So before you start saying, ask yourself, who's going to be the best team in the East?
And that's why I was encouraged after watching last night, because I'm like,
you
I
guys
don't
a
fear
question.
them.
Real quick. Just, and if you don't want to answer because you're not sure, I won't hold it against you. You want to make a run at Jaylen Brown? I'll take that as a no.
No, I guess
it will cost you everything. And I have the Thanos glove.
No.
Okay, good. We're done. All the jewels. I'm just because what I'm trying to do is live in a reality with Piston fans. I'm not going to throw out names that are just wholly unrealistic.
No, because I don't want to do, not saying he's KD, but a KD-like deal where you gut the team for one player.
Yeah, and again, you get a guy who's been an All-NBA player and an NBA Finals MVP, and he's in his prime. I told you he was playing hurt. Oh, look, the reports come out. Yeah, he's got to have meniscus surgery. But JB is a really good player, really good defender, really good teammate. But again, the list of guys who are available, this is what people kill me with.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like that guy. Okay, well, what player would you like me to trade for exactly? Here, let's go get Cooper Flagg. Want to do that show? Like, what am I supposed to do here?
Give me Anthony Edwards.
We need somebody like Beef Stew, but who can score like 10 more points a game.
Got it. Perfect. All right, FanDuel, best place to find player props. Nobody's got more markets than FanDuel. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can go live prop bets, put those in an SGP, and have a real party. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, couple of ticket texts, and then I have what is, I think everyone's going to agree on, a great change to college football. That's all I can say. Couple minutes. Just I want to catch up on ticket texts, get level set.
Said one name I have not heard in this whole thing is Sabonis. That's the guy I want to get. Don't know if he'll be available though.
Once again, and I apologize if I am not up on my Sacramento Kings beat in the last 48 hours. He's supposed to have a meeting with the front office to discuss, quote, his future with the team. He's behind the scenes furious they traded De'Aaron Fox. I don't know if Sabonis, it's like Derek White. If I read a report that Derek White is actually available or Sabonis actually available. Sabonis is intriguing because he's a late bloomer with regard to three-point shooting. He made 60 of them this year at almost a 40% clip. Now, that's not exactly the volume you want, but considering he couldn't throw it in the ocean 3 years ago from deep, you know what? Okay. Hard worker, good teammate, highly productive post player. Yeah, but as of today, unless I've missed something, I don't know that he's available. You can only go get players that are available. Now, if you want to, here's the funny part. Rico knows where I'm going with this. You want to trade for a guy that isn't available. Here's how the negotiations go. And another, more. Like, it's a hostage situation.
Right, because at some point, the person's going to say, and when are you going to throw Cade in the mix?
Right.
Well, I didn't want to. Okay, well, then get off my phone.
Listen, or you get in the other end of this thing where it's like the Sixers pay you to take Paul George. Yeah, you want to get in the podcast Paul business? No, thank you.
Someone does want to know. They said, you said Thanos, Mike, but can we hear the JB trade?
No.
Frank
no, absolutely not. No.
This one's for you, Kenny.
Show me reports that the Pistons are engaged on a Jaylen Brown deal. I will give you a Thanos reset on that.
Pretty much, I'm thinking 4 or 5 players other than Cade. Take your pick.
Well, then you get the answer that you just got. No, because they probably want
It's
Cade.
going to
You got to remember something. The Celtics are also not in the business of taking on
I forgot
payroll.
about that part. So
the Celtics will require a Ron Holland or an Asur.
Or both.
Right. Plus picks, plus. Like, they can't take on, because if they're trading Jaylen Brown, it's to get out of the second tax apron.
You're right. So they don't want Cade.
Okay.
No. But you could say goodbye to just about everything else.
What about...
And I'll take beef stew out of spite just to hurt you.
I was about to say, what about a nice contract like 4 years?
I would take that.
$60 million.
No. I could take beef stew because what do the Celtics need? Front court help, rim protection. They're probably getting rid of KP. No, I would take beef stew in a gap year where it doesn't matter if I win. I'll let them fight everybody in Boston. I don't care. I'm throwing next year into the ocean.
Wow. See, I don't think you could do that, Mike, because you're...
Why?
Because the East is not... There's nobody dominant, so...
Jason Tatum is dead.
So if you're resetting...
Al Horford also dead. KP can't breathe. Kind of a problem when you can't play and the coach says, yeah, he can't breathe.
Still amazed Al Horford's still playing.
He's not. He's a free agent now. Okay. Dead. We're dead.
This one's for you, Kenny. The Wings should call Vancouver, Quinn Hughes, Patterson, or both. Trade Larkin any prospects they want.
What? Okay, I'm leaving this to Kenny.
I don't think they're going to trade Hughes. That's number one. And I still think you just keep it simple. You do the Patterson deal that Mike said.
And again, Patterson is Zion, minus fatness. He had an awful year. He's not reliable. He fought with a teammate. His reputation is damaged. That's why he's available. If it works, he's a 100-point player.
I think the water was muddied there in Vancouver. I don't think he was ever going to succeed. Change his scenery. You put him with a different coach.
And there was no baby mama drama.
Yeah.
Now, if we could add that, I'm definitely trading for Patterson. That's exciting stuff for radio. Remember when we had Stoney do the dramatic reading? I do. Where is that? Here's here. Come on, Patterson. What do we got? What a day. All right. College football. Just a couple minutes on this. And this is like the no bleep award. But Rico, it's a positive. I think everyone will be happy. They have gotten rid of automatic buys for conference champions.
So
We're
you back?
just going to no, hell no. We're just going to seed the tournament.
This is the olive branch that college football has extended to you, Mike.
Not enough.
It's an olive branch, Mike. It's the
I tell you
beginning.
what, you know what we're going to do? We will do a show this summer. I will make you the list of olive branches I need to come back to college football.
It starts with 1.
No. That's a Brian McKnight song.
No, it's back at 1.
Either way, I require things that are much more grandiose than this.
Right.
But do we agree they recognized how goofy the playoff was last year, and they are at least fixing that?
Yes, the fact that they move so swiftly, because nothing moves swiftly. In NCAA, it takes 5 years, and you got to have 5 different committees. And they were like, guys, this didn't work.
The problem? They're probably going to expand this thing.
I think we all knew that when they went to 12.
But they're going to go to 14 instead of right to 16. Why? Just go to 16
Because,
if you're going to do it.
It's NFL-like. NFL, hey, we're going to go to 17 games.
That's going to 18.
Which will go to?
18.
Which will go to?
No, they can't go beyond 18. Rico, they can't.
I know what you're saying.
They
but
can't.
come on, man. 20.
Round
No.
number. Okay, just like as soon as they did the college football playoffs, like,
okay,
guys,
look.
you know it's going to be 16. It's 12, maybe 14. Just go ahead and say 16 and get this over with.
Now, Kenny, let me ask you a question. Since Rico and I's team has no hope of winning a conference championship, the idea that let's say Georgia wins the conference championship, but you're not getting that added benefit. Are you annoyed as an SEC honk that they made this change?
When they first talked about expanding, I was annoyed by it. And then I realized I realized what Rico's saying to be true about college is that it's only going to get worse. So I'm now resigned to the fact that, all right, I guess we're going to see some teams in there.
If Georgia's not like one of the top 4 teams, it means they had a bad year, but they won the SEC.
Now, are you more resignation with the state of the sport or the state of your team's driving record?
Somebody just...
I think the driving record.
Mike, don't look at me anymore.
Okay.
Strays. Somebody get that out of his hand, David.
All right. So, look, it's a good change for college football. It's positive. There's not a lot of positives with the sport right now.
It's a start. They're saying, Mike.
Well, hold on. We had a
heard your
great start
cry.
with the CEO getting hired. Now look what they did today. Now they put it on pause. They tabled it. They got to get the idiots in government. It's got to be Ted Cruz and Cory Booker got to sit down at a meeting. Do you make a human brain out of those two getting combined like Voltron?
See, I think it's more of they got to get Miss Terry on board so they can just hand it over to Nick Saban.
I really wish they just hired a corporate shark. I don't even care if the person has any experience with college football.
You know who I would love to see? And people may laugh. Because Nick Saban may not keep it for. Give it to somebody like Urban Meyer. Let him have it.
I mean, I'm sure, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care.
He's young enough. He can hold that position for the next 10, 20 years.
Hire Satan. I don't care. Just hire somebody.
I'm anti-Satan, but okay.
All right. Well, good. We'll get some football in the mix. We got a lot left to do, including, Kenny, how do we... Got some reports out of Toronto that are a bummer. We're also going to mix it in with Pistons conversation, too. And yes, tomorrow, a little more Tigers in focus, Guardian series. What we're not going to do is, apparently we had Mel Allen hosting the morning show today. They're breaking it. It was like Twib notes today with Costa. We're breaking down the Guardian series.
This week in baseball.
Right. It's May 22nd. It's not the third week in September.
I used to love that show.
It was a great show. Kids today will never know the joy of this week in baseball.
No, right? Because you didn't get the highlights until it was Saturday and you prayed to God. Your
What
team
about
was
NBA
annihilated.
inside stuff?
Ahmad Rashad.
I know.
Hannah Storm.
You're not going to know any of that now. All right, free pizza. If you like it, listen up. You go to hungryhowies.com. You spend $10. You sign up for the emails. Boom, free pizza. No copious legal copy. No Rico screaming, booming, and things. It's just pizza. You go to hungryhowies.com. You sign up for the emails. You spend $10. You get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Any flavored crust, any 2-topping combo you want. That's it. That's all. Very simple. Rico specializes in complicated. I keep it simple. hungryhowies.com. Take advantage of that deal before it's too late. Go and get your free pizza. It's Hungry Howie's. Okay, we've got stuff to do. David, hit the music and we'll figure out what the hell you got for us.
Okay, Doug. All right. So
Just
ESPN,
don't ask him for mulch.
Correct. ESPN put together some projections for the rookies this year in the NFL. What their stats?
Tesla, 1,300 yards, 17 touchdowns, and he wears a towel that says F Rico on it.
I am Tesla.
I'll get to the receivers in a second. Let's start with the quarterbacks for passing yards and touchdowns. They predict that Cam Ward's going to have just under 3,400 yards passing, 20 touchdowns.
Hold on a second. Now, look, the touchdowns, I'm not going to go crazy on. Look, you saw Caleb Williams last year, and they had better weapons and a better team, and Caleb ended up with how many passing yards?
Exactly.
Cam Ward going to that franchise?
Yep.
I'd take the under on those passing yards. Yeah. He plays fast and loose, too. He's going to have a real learning curve.
They have
Caleb finished with 3,500.
And that was a far superior team.
Correct. Yeah, so Cam Ward at 3,400. Tyler, I thought it was Tyler Shaw, but it's Tyler Shuck.
It's Shuck, which rhymes with suck.
Yeah.
I hate this kid.
Yeah.
This kid was a cash-the-ticket Chernobyl. This guy was radioactive fallout for Jim or I anytime we needed him, whether it was with Texas Tech, whether it was with Oregon, whether it's with Louisville. F this kid. I hate this kid. I hope his passing yards are 0. Negative quotient.
How do you feel about him?
I hope he's cut in August.
Just over 3,000 yards passing, they believe.
Whatever.
Jackson Dart.
Okay, hold on. Tell me how many starts, because you have the Russell Wilson factor,
You're
and
right.
I'll take a guess at the yards.
They predict 9 starts.
All right, 9 starts. The Giants are absolute dog water. 1,600 yards.
I'm going to say a lot of passing to catch up. 1,800.
1968 is what they predict.
Wow. It's going to be an exciting year in the swamp. All right, go ahead.
And then Dylan Gabriel and Shador Sanders finish it off.
How many games?
Dylan Gabriel gets 5 starts, and Shador gets 4 starts.
Only the Browns. You're playing both quarterbacks you drafted?
Correct.
Okay, I think Gabriel stinks. I will say 5 starts, 800 yards.
5 starts, give me 1,100 yards.
1,205 is what they predict. And Shador with 4 starts.
600.
No. Shador with 4 starts, you're probably looking at 1,000.
925.
Yeah, you guys realize rookies don't just drop into the league.
Oh, I
and throw
know
for
that.
250
No,
a week,
no.
right?
I know that.
What I'm imagining is you're down a lot and you're out there playing 500, or you're just throwing the ball deep. You're already down by 20 points, so the defense is in prevent. You're going to get a lot of empty calorie yards, which still counts.
So let's get to the receivers here quickly. McMillan, Golden, Hunter, Beck, Higgins is who they put on this list.
I think Hunter's the most difficult one because how many snaps?
Yeah, and they don't say snaps on here, but he has 884 yards, 5 touchdowns is what they predict.
I'd be really surprised at that.
I can see the 5 touchdowns, the 884 yards. It's going to be difficult. But every time you see the training, he's at receiver.
I know that.
He's never at corner, which means they're going to force feed him. Like Trevor Lawrence was like, you're going to move up, you're going to take him, and I don't care what the defensive coordinator says, that's my wide receiver.
And you know what I would have told Trevor Lawrence? Cut your hair or I'm not listening to you. I'm tired of you.
You know what? I wish I lived in an alternate reality where you just got your way to see what this world was.
I'm tired of Trevor Lawrence and that stupid haircut. Cut your hair. Grow up.
That's the difference.
You can't win games. Try it again.
You can't win games with long hair.
He looks like Sunshine from Remember the Titans. I can't take anymore.
You can't win games with long hair. You can't be balding either.
So let's get to the sacks here.
The what?
The sacks.
Oh.
Not, you know what? For Abdul Carter, Mykel Williams, Jalen Walker, James Pierce, and Shamar Stewart.
I have to recuse myself from this, so
Okay.
I'll let Rico do it because
Yes.
I know the answer to Abdul Carter. And if this is the case, the Giants will go winless. Go ahead.
Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter, let's start with him.
Sacks. 10 sacks.
6.
Just
what they predict.
Shudder
Okay.
the franchise.
Let me just, David, because you have so many players on that defensive line, maybe it's a pick your poison where he's not that guy. It's some games where he'll get the sacks. It's other games where the other Thibodeau will get the sacks. Like, you don't know which guy to try to really block and double team. So maybe that's why his sack total is so low. I know he doesn't want to hear that, but
I'm ignoring you completely.
Yeah,
I'm not dealing with any of that copium.
Mykel Williams, you're a rookie.
I'm going to go with 9.
6.
6. Okay.
That's what they predict. Jalen Walker and James Pierce, I'll put them together. Same team.
15.
Combined 15, you say?
Yeah.
Nope, combined 11. 6 for Jalen Walker, 5 for James Pierce. And then Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Moore?
Yeah, Shamar Stewart, who still hasn't signed his contract, not doing anything on the field for them, for the Cincinnati Bengals.
You know what? I'm going to go with the magical number of 6.
It is 5. It is 5. That's what they predict for him. And I'm not going to do the interceptions because it's hard to predict interceptions for rookies.
Don't need it.
But let me hit the running backs real quick.
This one I'm
'cause
interested
You had a lot here. You had Genty, Hampton, Caleb Johnson for the Steelers, Quinshawn Junkins, and R.J. Harvey.
All right, my guy's Amari and Hampton. So
Okay,
give me
let's go with
something
him.
Hampton. I'll venture a guess.
Let's go with Hampton here.
I love him.
Rush yards or combined?
Rush yards.
Okay.
Rush yards.
I'll say 1,100.
Are you guessing or no?
I just thought he was.
Okay, that's cool.
No. I will go 850.
961.
Horrible. Touchdowns. I'll say 12. Harbaugh's going to run him into the dirt.
You're correct. But I'm going to go 11.
They go 9.
I hate everything.
So it's just a projection, but
what about
we'll
Genty?
see. Genty, let's do Genty real quick.
1,300.
1,200.
1120.
15 touchdowns.
11 touchdowns.
I probably went a little too high there.
7 touchdowns.
Oh, my God.
Now, to be fair, you predicted for Marion Hampton 12 rushing touchdowns. They do say that he gets 11 touchdowns from scrimmage. They do predict that.
That's what I had.
And then Genty, they say 9 touchdowns from scrimmage.
Okay.
So, that kind of evens it out a little bit there with that one. And then I'll finish it out with my guy, my running back, Caleb Johnson for the Steelers.
This is Rico's guy more than anything. I don't like this guy at all.
Rushing yards. I'm going to go 1,100.
Boy, I wish.
800.
947.
Okay.
947.
Touchdowns.
Yeah, touchdown.
9.
7.
Combined.
They say 8 for the scrimmage touchdown. So,
Who's your quarterback throwing them the touchdown?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's probably Aaron Rodgers. Who cares?
It won't be.
That is your football today.
Okay, thanks, Doug. 5 o'clock. Good to have you. Odyssey.com Rewind. And it's been a busy day. Tons of interaction with you guys. And we're going to kind of put two topics together. But we led the show with this, and I want to roll with it. We'll get to the Tigers tomorrow as they kind of start the weekend. And just say it again. It's May 22nd. We're all thrilled that the team start. But you know what this show's not going to be? A daily breakdown of last night's game like we're an effing newspaper. There's 120 games left. It's May 22nd. The show will become that in a stretch drive. So there, to me, are far more interesting things to do on a daily basis. One of them is I'm really bummed out with the Wings, and I need to talk to Wings fan because we had some dreams of Mitch Marner, and he's not the perfect player, but I'm a big change of scenery guy. And I went down a rabbit hole last night, and TSN 1050 in Canada, they had Darren Dreger on. He's an Ian Rappaport type, Schefter type for hockey. And they talked about Marner, and I'm paraphrasing, but when the Wings came up, it was like, oh yeah, the Wings love to have him, but does he really want to go down the highway to Detroit? Basically, he's going to Vegas or LA. And I got to thinking, I'm going, well, wait a second. Now, I know the original six thing doesn't play quite the way it used to. Okay. But we got a nice building. And I was told we had Steve Yzerman. Now, here's my problem. If Steve Yzerman can't recruit elite free agents, and he can't make high-level trades, and the pro scouting's been bad, then what do we got to do to... Because we sat here and we're going, it's got to be a big summer. And people are talking about Marner, that he could be the best free agent available since John Tavares. Okay. Now, I'm not putting all my eggs in that basket. I gave Kenny that Elias Pettersson trade offer. Bold moves can come in a lot of forms. But I wanted to ask fans, have the Wings become like a bottom 5 destination in the league? Because it sure feels like it. And before you lash out against me, name the free agents. Name what Steve has been able to bring here. And before you say, well, he was going to get Steve Stamkos, he didn't. Right. And Stamkos isn't an A-lister anymore. So I wanted to ask the question of, what do we got to do to make the winged wheel matter again? What has to happen this summer? And if you'd like to answer the Yzerman angle of this, like Rico, like John Lynch, your Niners, they attract high-level players, high-level trades, high-level free agents. That's what I thought we were getting with Steve Yzerman. And now I feel like we're the Hartford Whalers. Nobody wants to be here.
The reason why you feel that way, Mike, because you're not overpaying for players and you're not winning. So if you come here, you're not making the playoffs, which means you have no chance at winning a cup. So if I'm not going to get rich and I'm not going to win a cup, then why am I going to go to Detroit?
So that's why I said in hour one, it's time to overpay. You can yell at me, call me any names you like. I don't care. I'm numb to it all. Yes.
Or
I think it's time to somebody dole out an Alexei Yashin deal. Let's go.
Or maybe it's the thing that nobody really wants to say. Maybe it's just time to part ways and move on from Steve.
Well, that's never happening. Lifetime deal.
I know. But yeah, because other than that, I don't think you're going to be an attraction. Because if you win, I remember when free agents and people wanted to come to Detroit. They wanted to be traded to Detroit. Detroit was hockey town. And you had a chance at winning a cup. Now, was it a guarantee? No, but at least you had a chance. You come here now, there's no chance. You got a better chance of getting a bunch of Conies. Seeing J-Mo at the Coney Island, that's about it.
All right, bat signal's up. I want to hear from the fans. And again, maybe if you see a report the Wings are willing to offer full term and $13.5 a year, then Marner could change his opinion. But from the way Dreger was talking, yeah, no interest. Wings would love to have him, but he ain't coming here. So then what's the point of Steve Yzerman? Because on what level, you can talk about the drafting, but okay, who? If the drafting has been so good, why is the team so bad? If his trades are good, why is the team so bad? If he can attract real free agents, why is the you start to get to a point where you go, you know what? Steve wants to do it one way, he probably needs to do it another, which is it time to overpay? Is it time to sign one of those deals that you elitists and droids have made fun of. Because clearly you're not getting anybody else here. And it bummed me out. I wanted to have at least a couple weeks we could dream about Mitch Marner and an offer, and we get some zest. In a lot of ways, Detroit Red Wings hockey feels like Michigan State football. It's just void of excitement, void of interest, and you're starting to wonder why the people at the top are the people at the top. And I wanted to hear from you guys. And we packed the lines with it earlier, and hey, it all plays. I'm not telling you to love Marner. I'm not going to yell and scream at you. But I want to address the real issue is that if Yzerman can't attract a big free agent here or execute a high-level trade this summer, why is he here? What do we got to do What do we got to do? What has to happen? Someone give me the answers. 248-539-9797. The other side of it is more of a Rico thing. Last night, his godson, Tyrese Halliburton, ended the Knicks. And it just reminds you how open the East is. And look, you guys, you know where I'm at. I'd like the Pistons to make a move and take a step forward. I don't subscribe to the, I'll just let Trajan be patient and cook. And okay, goodbye. But bottom line, to move or not to move? Does the fact that you were close to beating the Knicks and the Knicks are on the doorstep of a finals, does that give you confidence that you can do nothing? Or does it move you in the direction we're in, which is, oh no, do something because next year you'd have as good of a shot as anybody making the NBA Finals? Seriously.
You would.
The Celtics are not there. The Cavs will look different. The Sixers are going to look different. You can't talk to me about the Knicks or Pacers that they're ungettable.
Right.
And Milwaukee's getting rid of Giannis probably to the Western Conference. Who did I forget? Orlando. Orlando's going to be a problem. People are going to laugh at that until they realize I'm right. But other than that, why not?
You ask yourself, Pistons fans, who's going to be the best team in the East?
I can't give you an answer.
And I don't think anybody can, which means why not you?
248-539-9797. So, Kenny, what do we have to do to...
So it's between adding a forward and adding a defenseman. To me, the goaltending may be able. I'm not going to do that.
Kenny, please, that's not an option.
I know. I wish it was. But yeah, I think just adding and making frugal trades. And if you ask me, what you want to trade for a goalie? What's the goalie? That's Steve Yzerman's problem, man. That's what I said it before. I say it again. That's what the money's for.
But they can't because they've already got 5.4 locked up in Morosi.
That's fine. You can find another goalie and make him your backup.
So that means Kosa, again, not next year.
Clearly he's not ready. He was benched in a playoff.
Okay, then he's not going to be ready ever, is he?
I don't know when he's going to be ready.
How long? Here, it's like Mel Tucker. He'll be ready when he's ready. Thanks, Coach.
That's why I can't do the wait for the Kosa thing, because I genuinely don't know when he's going to be ready. If you're benching the guy in a playoff game, I'm sorry, but that doesn't exactly scream ringing endorsement. You know?
Is it time for the Wings to overpay for someone?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Okay.
Because this is going year 7. And what do we have to show for it?
Nothing.
Teams have lapped you, gone back, and then lapped you again before you could make the playoffs. Unacceptable.
People.
Argue it.
That's what I'd like. And again, the Marner news, man, I thought when we got Yzerman, I really thought he'd be an impact guy. I thought he would absolutely be able to attract some people here. This is
it's humbling because you got to see how this team is being reviewed outside of the city of Detroit. What else are they saying? Because a lot of times we're so insulated, it's like an echo chamber. Like, okay, we're all saying the same things. What do people outside of Detroit think? And then when you hear that.
Do you want an example? Do you know what Maple Leaf media and fans are saying? You know what they say about Steve Yzerman?
What's that?
I hope he's there for 20 years.
Oh.
Yeah, I keep hearing it from media members and people that are in there, like, have media credentials with that team.
Not
They're like,
the Brian Ellerby plan. Wow.
It's like, as a Maple Leaf fan, the most critical I can be of Steve Yzerman is that I hope he's there forever.
You never want your rivals to say, I want you to have a lifetime contract.
Yeah, but that's here's what they think about you. So that's there, and the Pistons thing. And again, last night was NBA theater. But it either draws you closer to making a move or you further recoil into, no, we're close, grow it organically, do nothing. I just want to know what side you're on with it. You know where we're at. 248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts, and I'll get to the people, okay?
Detroit is no longer hockey town. Red Wings haven't even made the playoffs in the decade, and they haven't been a contender in 15 years. No free agent will come here unless you overpay.
Okay, so is it unfair of me to have an expectation Steve Yzerman is supposed to positively impact that discussion?
No, it's not a problem at all. On the Pistons side, someone says, Troy and Clarkson says, how about trading Stewart for Connect to replace Beasley and then add D. White to this roster? We need something here.
Stewart for Connect.
They would want Jalen Duren. They went after Mitchell.
That's
They'd want Jalen Duren.
They want a center.
They're
So
not
that's what they
taking
want.
beef stew for Dalton Connect. At least Mitchell was drafted one spot ahead of Duren. The pedigree's there, the athleticism's there, and when he locks in, he can play a real high-level game. Beef stew. Look, we've got to stop. He is not a starter in this league. He is a backup center and a damn good one. Please, stop acting like he's Moses Malone.
And here's the thing. If you really wanted Dalton Connect, he was right there.
Oh, boy. You had to say that, didn't you?
He was
all
right there.
248-539-9797. Victor's Home Solutions, choosing a roofer. Not an easy thing to do. Victor's tries to help you in that process. Customer concierge team, they will follow up with you promptly, answer all your questions clearly, and keep you in the loop. And it means installers who install a perfect roof the first time. It means you can get new windows for your home. And with Victor's, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. $500 off that new roof or home full of windows when you call and have them come out and give you that 21-point inspection. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. Straight to the people. You got both Pistons and Red Wings stuff in the mix. For the Wings, it's simple. The Darren Dreger, look, I went down a rabbit hole. I mean, I know it's one report. The money could change everything, but just the idea that the Wings were dismissed, it's just like, man, are we really like growing up? Nobody wanted to play for the Islanders or the Whalers or the Nords. Like, I feel like the Wings are a bottom 5 destination in hockey. And I never thought with Steve Yzerman and being an original 6 team and having the new building, we don't have to hear about the Joe and the death stairs. Like, but that feels like where we're at. And if Yzerman can't change that narrative with a bold trade or a bold overpay in free agency, then why is he here? So that's one. And the Pistons thing is very simple. The results of the Eastern Conference, including last night, either draw you closer to wanting to make a move to get over the hump, or, and I think there's a big part of the fan base who goes, no, we don't have to do nothing. We're just going to win with the gym class heroes. So I want to know what side you're on.
Yeah, for the Pistons, you get Thompson, no blood clots. He'll get a full workout. Ron Holland, he'll be able to work out for a second year with the team. And Jaden Ivey will be back. And Beef Stew wasn't there. So I guess that's how some see it. I see it as you make a move, and you're going to be one of the top 3-4 teams in the East next year.
248-539-9797. We go to Casey in Birmingham. Case, how you been, buddy? Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, doing pretty good, fellas. So on both fronts, they need to make moves. We've fallen down the list of where free agents want to go. So Yzerman, he needs to either overpay, offer a little bit lengthier contract of what other people are willing to give, some way to get a key free agent. Doesn't have to be Marner, obviously.
No.
I would love that. But we need to bring in some people here that are going to put us into the class of playoff. We're going to be a playoff team. Like, that's how you view the team going into the season, how other teams view you going into the season before you're going to start bringing in, key free agents without overpaying. And then for the Pistons, I mean, they need to make a move too. I think a lot of Detroit fans are got the rosy sunglasses on because of what the Tigers have done. But what you're not realizing is we have 2 1-1s that are starting to turn into 1-1s, and then Javi just coming completely out of nowhere.
Here's the other thing, and again, I'm going to get accused of being the worst person on earth. It's also May 22nd. Like, the idea, this team's just going to go out and smoke 115 wins. No, it's still early. Like, we could feel totally different about this team in 10 days. That's all it would take. So, yeah, Case, I'm with you. The false sense of security, yeah, it's an amazing start, and it's been a blast. But, yeah, I don't know that this is who they are. I'm still at 90 wins.
And I think that's kind of the fans are seeing that in the Tigers and thinking that we can do that with the Pistons, which is not the case.
No, I am with you. I think it's a
the
false
NBA
equivalency.
is the league where you have to have stars. We have one. We need 2, if not 3 stars to be a championship level team, and we got to do it. We got to do it.
Well, because that's the other problem is I start to wonder is, okay, in the event, who's developing into a star near term? Like this idea of, all right, let's wait another year. Even if it's Ivy. Okay, let's say Ivy blossoms into something, and you go, okay, well, great. I hope you're ready to have a $100 million backcourt.
Mm-hmm.
Is that leading you to a championship?
It's on Trajan to find the one that we're going to keep. And it's a flip of the coin. Like, you have to make that decision, and you have to be willing to live with that.
I'm with you. That's what the money's for.
What about Jalen Duren?
What do you want me to say?
I don't know.
What do you want me to say?
No. He's not stretch enough.
No, he's a nice player,
he doesn't
but
stretch the court enough.
Like when if we're sitting together watching a game and I flip on Houston and I flip on you, I'm gonna watch Şengün for them and I'm gonna watch Duren for you. You look like you're playing in the '80s with your center. They're playing in the now. So no, I wouldn't be interested in paying him huge. And again, I don't think you can keep both guys. No. So the idea is
Cade needs to space the floor for Cade because Cade's at his best when he's going to the rack, and he proved that against the Knicks. On the games where he was destroying them was when he was playing downhill and had people to kick out to that could make the shots. And when we were making the shots, we were beating the Knicks.
Casey, you're right. When he was able to drive to the basket, that was something. When he was forced to go one-on-one and hit the shot, that's when he kept coming up short. So,
got to make a move. And look, as far as the Wings go, I'm with Case on this. Yeah. Like, you get to a point, you got to get a star in here. Look, I gave this trade to Kenny earlier. You guys can do what you want with it. Again, is he a perfect player? No. Perfect players don't get traded. I mean, here, we can.
Hold on. Please, say that again.
Perfect players don't get traded.
Okay.
Like, one time in history. Okay, Wayne Gretzky got dealt. Congrats. Like,
because people here are waiting for the Shaq trade.
Elias Pettersson. Okay. Had a horrible year last year. Got in a feud with a teammate. All right. But at his best, he's a 100-point player, right? So I gave Kenny the trade that was floating out in the hockey world. Okay. The Wings give up Danielson, Wallander, a 26 first, and a 27 first. And Kenny goes, I'm doing it. I go, that's great. Your fan base isn't. But to me, that makes you better at 2 spots because now Pettersson's your first line center. Mm-hmm. Larkin goes to second. And I'm absolutely stripping the C. That's gone. I'm going to put the C in the rafters. Okay. You get it back when you get your 100th point.
If you take the C, isn't he just going to say, you know what, I want out of here?
Good. See ya.
Bye.
I'm busting balls about the C. I just think it's funny having your captain play second line center because you weren't good enough to be a first line center. Like, I don't care. I'm ruthless. I should be a Golden Knights fan. That's how they are. The Vegas Golden Knights operate like the mafia. You don't perform for them, they end you.
Win a Stanley Cup, flip entire roster upside down, back in the playoffs a couple years later.
Right,
no
and if you don't perform, you're in an oil drum in Lake Mead. And I love how they run their operation.
And also the captain being on the second line. Steve should know something about that. He did that on the super teams. So I don't want to hear about that.
Oh, boy. You can tell Kenny's getting spicy. Kenny's had enough. We go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Hi, guys. I'm a big hockey guy over here in Canada. The Pettersson thing, I don't know if you guys saw the report, but when the coach left there, he actually told Adam Foote that he needs a day-to-day, hour-by-hour schedule for his day. So I don't know if that's going to fix your superstar problem.
Well, I did read Rick Tocchet's comments where he also said, I have full faith this kid is going to get it turned around. He'll have a bounce back year. He has confidence in himself. He needs his teammates to have confidence in him. That was the comment I read this morning. So, yeah, Mike, okay, I hear you. And again, I'm not dying on any specific hill. It's the principle I'm dying on. It is on Steve Yzerman to make a bold signing or trade this summer. Otherwise, Mike, what are we doing here?
That's the thing with Yzerman, too. He has the reputation in the NHL with agents, and this is the key one, agents. He's a hard negotiator for deals, and that also hurts the team.
Well, hell, didn't they have a run-in with Patrick Kane all about the extra year? You know, and again, a lot of franchises would have just greenlit it. It's a Hall of Fame player. It's a guy I got to have and give him the extra year. And you nickel and dime.
Stamkos, the first time he came around in Tampa Bay, he said, go ahead, test the market. And that's when he was still a superstar.
Yeah.
So, you know, you rub a couple big, you know, there's 5 agents that run the NHL.
It's a good point, Mike. And it maybe we end up paying the price for it because all he's done so far has been middle six roster filler.
Or maybe we end up doing nothing. And all those depth players that we talked about earlier, maybe that's our offseason. Maybe it's more confers.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Look,
you win another confer. If you look under your chair, you will find a confer right now. You get a confer, and you get a confer. Rico, angry. Even you get a confer.
He's very angry.
He is. He's close to saying it.
We'll go
and meaning it.
Well, David could just play the drop. It'd be the same thing.
But this time, he'll mean it.
That's not happening.
I'll mean it all the time, but, like, it's never happening, so it's not even worth discussing.
No, we got to give him the summer because, look, 6 weeks from now, we could all sit here and go, okay, he did the things he needs to do, and now it's on the players.
Nope, lifetime contract.
All right, okay.
You get a confer.
I tried. Darius, 97.1. Darius, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Mike. I'm nowhere near a hockey savant. I'm from the inner city. My thing is, I feel like hockey's just down. I mean, the Blackhawks just hired Blashill, and he didn't win anything. So I feel like no one's going to go to the Red Wings because no one knows who Steve Yzerman is. There's a bunch of young kids, never seen the Red Wings win, so they go where they want to go. It's money. That's my opinion.
Right. Well, but hold on. You're making a great point. because Steve hasn't been willing to pay the money. He hasn't been willing to sign players to term. So it's almost like we're working against ourselves.
In my opinion, he's the get off my line guy. He played in the age where they weren't getting paid, so he's not offering any money. He's like, you better play with us because we're the Red Wings or you don't.
Kenny, do you buy into what he's saying?
Not entirely, because they are spending up to the cap once the season comes around.
Right, but it's in a piecemeal fashion with no long-term deals outside of guy he inherited who's a local boy and Lucas Raymond, right?
And Mo Sider.
You're just filling it up to fill it up. You're not paying for real. You're just filling it up to make sure you cover the cap.
Yeah, and I go back. Look, Darius, the problem is I go back to last offseason. They had all this cap space. They had all the momentum. They just missed, and I go, okay, let's get over to hump. Mm-hmm. And what was the offseason? Re-sign Kane, dead body of Tarasenko, and a 50-year-old goalie in Talbot. That's what the grand offseason was.
But then wait, here's Morosi.
Well, that came later.
I know what I'm saying, but just wait. So, no, I understand. I feel like how we're talking about the Pistons right now. Okay, you were there, you're close. You add this player, you're going to be a different team. Nah, we're good.
More Fontecchio. 248-539-9797. We'll get a little football today coming up. Get some ticket text. Take you right into Tiger baseball with the big finish. 97.1. Happy to be with you. I can't promise you sunshine or quality weather, but we'll try to give you 4 hours of good entertainment. And we have to begin with something. I went down one of my rabbit holes, and I'm guilty, and I know I'm probably on the verge of being Jeff Rieger in this regard. No, I'm not balding, and no, my voice hasn't changed. But I may offer you an oversell on something. But I was perusing the hockey world last night, and I'm frustrated because It feels like quite a lie if I tell you spring is here, because it sure feels like fall. But I promise the weather will get better, and with it, the seasonal releases from Old Nation Brewing, including the Tranquilis, their Mexican-style lager. It's meant for warm weather, something that we are yet to have in this state, but I promise it'll be there. It's light, it's crisp, it's really perfect for the patio or the boat, whatever you choose. Get it before it's gone. These seasonal releases fly off the shelves. Respectfully brewed in Williamston, using only natural, high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local. Support independent. It's oldnationbrewing.com to find a retailer near you. 21 and up, Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, we get to a big finish in a couple of minutes. David, a few of the ticket texts. We've run the gamut today. What do people got?
Regarding the Pistons, says you all are not worried about pulling a Clippers possibly by when they traded SGA for Paul George and giving up Jaden Ivey too early.
No, because if you're only going to base your decisions on the stuff that didn't work, then you'll never get anywhere. It's also the most dishonest conversation you can have. Because if we're going to cite the, oh my God, I can't trade for Doyle Alexander because of John Smoltz, then you'll never make a deal again. What about all the deals that
traders are still stuck on that?
Yeah, and how about the team that was on the other side of the SGA deal? Like, great trades happen all the time. It's your job to make them. That's what the money's for. I know Kenny's not sitting in the room right now, but no, I don't fear that. Because if you're afraid of that, you're basically saying Langdon's an idiot. And I don't believe the man's an idiot. Me wanting to make a deal is me saying I trust Trajan Langdon to not have that type of kerfuffle.
And I think the biggest trust of Trajan Langdon is the whole Zion. If he goes after Zion, he knows something. He knows what this man is about. He was there. If they bring him here, I got full confidence in him. If he passes,
same deal.
Then he knows something, and guys, you got to trust me on this one.
Someone says, I'm a little confused here. Steve Yzerman must have changed into something else that he wasn't because everybody wanted to come here and play with him. I can't believe that he can't recruit now. I don't understand what happened.
I don't feel like – I don't know, man. I don't see what's special. And maybe it's just my angst and negativity. But we're so deep into this rebuild. What am I supposed to take away that's special? All the things I thought when they hired Yzerman, I don't know what to tell you. I don't. Even things like coaching decisions or when to fire a coach. He drafted Mo Sider. All right. What does that absolve what we're watching? I don't know, man. I leave it to Kenny. All Kenny wants to do is.
Yeah, because day by day, it's just, man, you start thinking if his last name wasn't Yzerman, he would be long gone.
But it's a big summer, so show us. I mean, honestly, that's all I got.
I know, but I feel like we just said this last summer.
Well, he's still here, Rico. So I don't know what you'd like me to do.
No, I know. That's where the apathy kicks in. Well, it doesn't matter how I feel because you're going to do what you want to do.
Rico is right. I agree with him, by the way. We said that it's a big summer last year. We're saying it this summer.
Yeah, I want to see if we got made fun of for wanting a goalie last year, and now all the stuff we're getting today is how bad they need a goalie. Amazing. Just amazing. Yes, David.
Someone's asking, Kenny, you could answer this if you want to. I need 2 out of the 3 deals this year. I need them to bring up Kosa or trade for Gudis or sign Marner. I need 2 out of the 3. Which one would you choose?
Marner.
Yes, Marner for sure. I still want to see what Kosa looks like, and if he's goalie of the fucher, he needs to play NHL minutes.
Good thing you traded for Peter Mrazek with a $5 million
Thank
deal.
God for Peter Mrazek. I have to tell you.
I can't make sense of any of it.
After watching the rest of the playoff basketball in the East, I think the Pistons are a lot closer to the top than we thought with all the young talent, but I would not make a big blockbuster trade. We have players who are naturally going to be better next season due to age.
See, that right there, that's, I'd say, 2/3 of the fan base.
2/3, you think?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, first of all, 9 out of 10 people haven't watched Pistons in 15 years before the season.
True.
So automatically you get some dumbass discourse. But the reality is this town has this Brad Holmes, Scott Harris, Steve Yzerman. Now they're putting that way of rebuilding onto Trajan Langdon.
It is, because this town, the funny thing is, whenever they won championships, they went out and they got superstars or star players. But it's all about the homegrown, our guys, the grits, we don't need the stars here. We're going to do it our way. Except for every time it's been a championship, you did homegrown, but then you brought in somebody and that took you over the top.
Yeah, it's also, look, the idea that players are going to, quote, naturally get better. No, they're not. There's absolutely no guarantee of that. Some guys cap out. Some guys simply were never that good, and you projected them to be good, and you kept giving them chances. Shout out Killian Hayes. Like, you don't know if Ivy can take another step. You don't know if Asor will ever develop an offensive game. We don't know anything about Ron Holland. I would be I'd be hesitant to trade Ron Holland based on what could potentially be a really good two-way player. I'll give him a little more time. But if I want to get a star, if I want to get a player to put with Cade, yeah, I mean, Asor and Jaden are the two guys that probably end up being on the block there. And if you don't want to deal them, don't deal them. But you're going to need one of them to turn into an all-NBA player.
Someone is asking you, Adam in Clarkston, that is asking you an under-the-radar move for the Pistons. What about Jonathan Kuminga? May have fallen out of favor in the playoffs. It might not cost as much.
You could change the may to did. He basically told Curry to F himself, would look him off and fire his own shot. Kerr benched him.
He only played because
everyone died.
They had nothing left.
Here's what I would say.
He's why you got Javi in center.
I like the idea of Jonathan Kuminga. I just don't know that I like the reality. Also, another guy due a contract.
Correct. He's eligible, yes.
You got to be sure if you're going to bring him here.
That is one you'd have to I'm with you. You'd have to be sure about the man. You'd have to be sure about the attitude. Because if you can't fall in line with the Warriors and you're looking off Curry to fire your own YOLO balls, oh boy.
Right. They got rangs.
That scares me a little. I don't hate the suggestion, but that's complicated.
And then someone saying, would love to get Cam Johnson. Mike, you were right about him all along. We should have went after him years ago.
Yeah, no, it's cool, though. Troy decided it was better to basically be Brooklyn's pleasure pillow, and you took Joe Harris's dead body, which opened up the cap space so the Nets could sign Cam Johnson.
I still didn't understand.
I'd love Cam Johnson. Is he a superstar? No. He's a really good basketball player, and he'll help. He'll make you better. Stretch four, but look,
he's that person that, yes, when you were playing the Knicks, Cade could have kicked it over to him in the corner.
Yeah, and look, Tobias was fine. I just there's nothing more to Tobias.
And he had, playoff experience with that run with the Suns.
I think the most under the radar, lowest cost, but potential all NBA caliber star is the Zion thing. I mean, if the Celtics are going to put Derek White on the block, I'd be all in. I love him.
Yeah.
He'd be perfect in this town.
Zion is that's Trajan. That's where, you know what? Yep. You go this way, I'm with you. You go that way, I'm with you.
248-539-9797. We will get the big finish next. We'll get you to Tiger Baseball. They got a 4-game set against the Guardians coming up, and we'll get you right to it. 97.1. All right, let's get the people to Tiger Baseball 4-game set against the Guardians coming up. Here's the diddly-doo-dah, whatever the hell this thing's called.
So we got to a lot of things today. The first thing I want to get to in the big finish here is the olive branch for Mike for the college football playoff is they're going to do straight seeding now. No bye weeks, no any of that. It is what it is, straight seeding 1 to 12.
Congratulations on common sense, but this is but a small twig in a forest of problems. This is just not meaningful enough. I am glad we can at least get rid of the complete absurdity of what they attempted to do last year. So it is a step, but if you want olive branches, you better go a little bit deeper into the forest and find some bigger trees.
It's coming. Baby steps. It's coming. We'll get you back. Bring Mike back
How long
again.
is that going to take now then, Rico? His baby steps.
David, until either there's a crater in East Lansing or they actually are in the playoffs, it doesn't matter.
He's just nailed it. He's gotten to the bottom. Inspector Clouseau, you've solved the crime. Yes, Kenny.
No, I was just about to say, they're going to do something stupid. It'll piss you off again. We'll be right back to square one.
Correct. It's either crater or playoff. No in between.
See, I think that especially with the CEO, this is them saying.
But it's on hold. Rico, they just put it on hold today. They ruined our dreams.
No,
they hurt us.
I think that it's on hold because Miss Terry is like, wait, what do you mean he's leaving? Nick Saban's wife, for those who don't know who Miss Terry is.
I got excited. I did get excited for the new CEO. And days later,
right, because everybody's pushing
later,
for him, and it's just like, hey, Nick, did you run this past your wife? Actually, I didn't. Okay.
My. So we got to a few things there in the NFL with our blitzes today. First one we did was the rookie stats. We went through some rookie stats, went through the yards. Cam Ward is predicted to have just under 3,400 yards. Not much there for Jackson Dart, just under 2,000 yards prediction there. We had a little fun with it, though. Not so much fun with the prediction for the sack total for Abdul Carter, which is at 6.
Yeah, if he walks in the league and has 6 sacks, the Giants will win a grand total of 2 games. You can't be the best player overall in the draft, and you can't be comped to Micah Parsons and walk in the league and give me 6 sacks. Come on. There's no hope for me, so it doesn't matter. Arch Manning, here we come.
Not if I beat you to it, Mike. Not if I beat you
exactly.
to it.
David and I are in a race to the bottom of the chili pot.
All right, you know what, Mike? You're right, because I was like, how many sacks did Micah Parsons? He had 13.
I mean, like, you just got to get me a middle ground there. I mean, if the kid walks in a league and gives me 8.5, 9 sacks.
I was about to say, if he gets to 9 sacks.
6 sacks. Jesus. Undrafted free agent could give me that. Al-Mandine Muhammad could give me that.
I mean, we're going in. We haven't seen him play, so.
I don't care. He's Superman.
I would take the over on that, David.
We also got into the players with the most to prove in 2025. And yes, there were a number of quarterbacks on the list, but the quarterback that wasn't on the list was the most talked about, which is Trevor Lawrence.
That's criminal.
It is. It invalidated David's list. That's the guy with the most pressure in football on him.
Hey. So, I mean, when you think Jacksonville, you don't think winner. You just like, oh, that's a team that plays over in London all the time with the long-haired quarterback.
You're exactly right. And then from that, I gave you the stat, which was QBA, QBB, and he was compared to Daniel Jones.
David actually hit Mike with the chair.
Yes.
That was the chair drop in real life. Because I'm thinking like, okay, who's QBB? Like, I'm thinking like, okay, that's not Brock Purdy. So who is he? Daniel Jones, who's still in the league, by the way.
That's a nightmare fuel.
Such a disappointment there for Trevor Lawrence and Daniel Jones. And then we started off the show. We were talking about the Red Wings. There's a Darren Drager. He was on a TSN interview talking about the Red Wings, and it came up with Mitch Marner. And basically, there's no shot for Mitch Marner to come here. He wouldn't even think about coming to Detroit. But as we were getting into the conversation, this gentleman called. We had caller Philip call in, and he gave us a visit. nice conversation there, but let's talk about the Drager situation. We're not getting anyone, and why can't we get anyone here in Detroit?
Well, listen, it doesn't mean Drager's going to be right. He just made it feel like we were a Hartford option compared to L.A. or Vegas. And if you can't dream about Marner, and then I don't know what we're doing. So it's on Steve. He's got to either attract a big free agent, overpay, or he's got to make a bold trade. I just don't see a way we can have last season this season and have everybody move forward together. So it was the question of, how do we make the winged wheel great again? How do we move this thing forward? Because it just feels like it's stuck in the mud. So that was pretty much the conversation in totality.
Yeah, there was a lot of branches to it. We talking about Larkin. Is he tradable? And you actually had a trade there that you potential trade that you
I gave
offered.
Kenny what was being bantied about with Elias Pettersson, and just the idea of, okay, it's 2 firsts and 2 of your better prospects. Change the scenery angle, first line center, move Larkin to second line center. You could have a Superman power play where they both play on it. I don't know.
And the Wings super fans will tell you that this is a terrible trade and you don't want to trade the youth and these draft picks mean something. Again, mystery box, boat. I'm taking the boat.
Yeah, again, these, you know what? I could say something crass. It's too late in the day. You're right. Let's move on. Because I really want to say something mean to those people.
Oh, I want to hear it now.
Well, luckily we work together. You're 2 minutes and 24 seconds away from me saying it to you.
We also had a discussion. Well, first, before we get into what we talked about with the Pistons, Rico, you just wouldn't let the Halliburton thing go. And at some point, Mike defended you, but you couldn't look at him.
Well, I could look at him. He just didn't want me to. God, listen to this man all the time talk about his boy. And I'm like, that's my guy right there. Halliburton, he made the shot. And he's like, well, no. And I'm like, well, he's like, would you rather him or Cade?
Right.
I'm like, look, I like Cade, but yeah, I would still take Halliburton. And then Mike had the stats that backed up what I said.
He's basically the most clutch player to ever play the sport. He's 11 of 12 in shots to tie or take the lead in the last 2 minutes of a game in the regular season, and he's 4 for 4 in the postseason on game-tying or game-winning shots. And he never turns it over. So Rico's right, because Cade doesn't have the clutch right now, and he turns it over left and right. Okay? Don't look at me. Defending you makes me sick, makes me ill. But I did it because you were right.
That says a lot about you and your character.
Got a lot of problems.
I see.
I got a lot of problems with people.
Well, see, I have a lot of problems with
that man some Metamucil or something.
I have a lot of problems because there's a lot of people in the Detroit Pistons fan base that doesn't want to make a move. And after watching last night's game, I was so encouraged that if we make that move, we are going to be right there in the ECF next year. It has to be the right move, but we got to make one.
But a lot of people are afraid that you're going to give away, somebody who's going to end up becoming the MVP for another team. And, he was here the whole time. And, see, I told you we should have kept the Jaden Ivey and the beef stew and this and that. And, yeah, I'm with you. Make the move.
There is
no dominant team in the East, so take your shot right now.
Yeah, there's no one you're scared of. You brought that up. There's no team right now you're scared of. Not the Pacers, not the Celtics,
It was the Celtics for a while.
not the Knicks.
Everything went through Boston, and now it's not. They're going to break up. Who? Philly? We're still waiting on the process. Who? Exactly.
You're exactly right. Tigers baseball, guys. They're going to play again today. I guess it's the Guardians are in town for the first time since the playoffs.
For the league's best
Let's go,
team.
guys. Tiger baseball,
Tigers
97-1.
win. Lock it up.